Has any has anybody got any questions from yesterday? Now that you've had 24 hours to think it over, if you had a chance to think of it at all, you've all got jobs and get it.
Well, I think for me, the main thing was just what happens when new stakeholders are involved at later meetings.
Say that again.
I think that the main question for me in my mind was I really like the play. I mean, the intro, I can imagine it working quite well if it's executed correctly. But what I was curious about was when you're in a scenario where usually you have a lot of meetings until the sale, and there will be new people brought in at next stages. Do you repeat it? Because obviously with each sort of play, I think the person who was already there before sees again sort of what's happening.
Yeah. Well, obviously, when you got multiple meetings, first of all, multiple meetings, a lot of the time you can reduce these. That's part of what I want to do. If I were you, if I were selling software, I've worked with software companies, and the number one reason why software deals fell through was someone higher up said no. Right? So why do we spend all this time talking to all these people only for the person at the top says no? Yeah, it is a ludicrous waste of time. And there's a reason. If someone ever says to you, no, you're not allowed to speak with us, our CIO or CTO or whatever the hell their job title is, I'm now suspicious. Why? Why is the person that ultimately has to sign this off not going to talk to me? Either they don't know you're doing this, or they don't care about what's going on. Either are no good for me. So I had a software company and they complained to me that their deals would always be, every time they get in front of someone, they'd always get the MD doesn't get involved in this. The MD won't be involved in this. Rah, rah, rah. Yeah, but their bit of technology costs like over 100K. There's no credible business where the MD is not going to be involved in a decision involving £100,000. So they just simply started saying to people, the next step is this. We meet with your MD. They put, and they said it's company policy. So when you define it, your job is to shorten the sales cycle, speed it up, and eliminate tire kickers quickly. So I've had sales directors approach me and say, Benjamin, I'd love to have a chat with you. And I go, can I ask you a question? When you had a conversation with your managing director about getting sales training, what did he say?
Interesting, yeah.
It's a presumptive. That's a presumptive. And then they say, oh, I haven't had that chat. I go, well, why not? And then you get the answers like, well, I've got to create that internal argument. Well, I'm not fucking here to do your job for you. Yeah, that's not my life. I'm not here to help you create it. No. And I said, so my advice is go speak with your MD, find out A, if he thinks you need sales training, and B, if he wants to invest in it. And if he says yes to that, then I suggest the three of us have a meeting.
Okay.
Some people never come back. Fine. What that tells me is this was a tire kicking exercise. Yeah. Or, I don't know, and I never get upset about losing something I never had. So, oh damn, that could have been a big deal. No, I don't think it would have. So I'm not worried about it. So your next step would be, look, we put these systems in all the time. And the number one reason why these deals tend to fall apart is because your chief decision maker ultimately says, I don't want to do this for various reasons. Because we know that, it is our company policy. Before we move forwards, the next step would have to involve the senior decision maker. And if they're not willing to be involved, then we're not willing to move forwards. Now that's scary because, oh, you're going to lose opportunities. No. If they're serious about doing this, then why would the senior decision maker who's got to invest hundreds of £1,000s not get involved? Ooh, they're so precious and sacred, you can't get near them.
Yeah.
No. So you plant your feet, you say, this is it. And if you don't want to do it, fine, tell me. Yeah. And it stops this. So yeah, but again, obviously but if you have more complicated structures, you don't have to do it exactly this, but each meeting's got to agree with what's going to happen at the end and how we move forward.
Yeah.
So I know I would change my next step depending on the environment. I don't have the same next step every time. I know what my next steps are. And depending on the circumstance, I'll pick the right next step. So if I get in front of someone and the MD's not there and they were supposed to be, then I know what the next step's going to be. And I'll say, the next step is I need to have a conversation with your MD. So if you're not comfortable doing that with me by the end of this meeting, then tell me no and I'll leave. Because I know you're not going to buy my stuff unless your CEO's on board. And if he's not willing to have that chat with me, then fine, let's end it. Yeah, and that's how I control it. So yeah,
Brilliant.
good. Hold on, I've got a few more people to admit. Sorry, I was missing them.
Makes sense. Thank you.
It's all about control. Your job is to tell the prospect how to buy from you. You're not there to learn how to sell to them. You can't learn 300 different sales processes because every prospect's got a different way of doing it. No, we can't operate like that. So this is how you buy from us. If you don't want to buy from us the way we do it, then sod off. And think about it. Virtually everything you purchase in life is like that. You can't go into McDonald's and change the system for you. You can't change the system for a cinema or frying a fire. We're so used to following what we're told to do, except when it comes to selling big ticket items of complicated movie. Oh no, then the prospect gets to dictate. Okay, Ben, may I disappear for questions? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, of course. Whoever, yeah, oh, it's Anton. Of course, Anton. You're lucky I read that. I don't normally read these, so yeah. Right. Oh, now just a caveat, because someone got kicked out yesterday. They couldn't get back in. So try not to leave, because I get a little message says admit this person, but for some reason sometimes I don't get it, or maybe I miss it because I'm so engrossed. And this poor chap was locked out the rest of the meeting because I missed it, and I'm not checking my emails looking for people. So try not to leave the meeting. If you do, I'll try to put you in, but I may not get you back in. So I just want you to be aware of that, because I'm not constantly looking at the message box. So just bear that in mind. Luckily, it's being recorded though. So worst case scenario, you get to watch it. So same rules as last night. Keep your mics on unless you got a lot of noise. We'll take a break in a couple of hours time for about 15 minutes. We'll finish, well, we finished about 10 to 9 last night, didn't we? So we'll finish probably, I would suspect, roughly the same time tonight. And that's it. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and we're going to crack on. So now we're going to learn a bit more interesting thing, a bit more psychology on questioning. Then we're going to go through some questioning structure, how to structure the questioning. And then everyone says, when do we get to closing? Well, the beauty is we've already closed. Yeah, all you got to know is how do we wrap this meeting up, because there is no close, because I've done it. I know what's happening at the end of this meeting. The question is I've just got to put it to them. So what do you want to do? Yeah, so
Benjamin,
we've done.
can I jump in here?
You can
question,
jump.
sorry.
Go.
Yeah, a lot of this seems to be prefaced on the assumption that you're in the meeting with some sort of decision maker, but you did make a reference yesterday in a sense to say, if I get into a meeting where I find out this is not the decision maker, then my job is to get me in the next meeting with a decision maker.
Yes.
So then what becomes the agenda of that meeting? Because it could just be it could change from an hour to 15 minutes, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah. So now I need to understand who this person is, what their role is, and how much influence they have. Yeah. So that's what I want to establish. Then I now know the purpose of this meeting is to make this person comfortable putting me in front of their boss. You see, the thing is people don't want to put anyone in front of their boss that's going to make them look stupid or look like an idiot. Because we're all selfish, self-serving. So my job now is, how do you get shunted up? How do you get someone to send you upstairs? What's the easiest way to get someone to feel comfortable saying, I think we should probably set up a meeting with my boss? It's the easiest way. Oh, you should know this. You're all in sales.
Impress them, I assume.
Well, no, we're not there to impress. No,
I don't know.
Right. So the answer is this. And you should know that, and you'll know this going in. When you get good at what you do, you'll know the questions. All you do is ask questions above their pay grade. Ask them questions you know they can't answer, and you know that only the boss can. There's only certain things that bosses can answer, right? So that's why I use a lot of presumptive questioning. So when you spoke with your managing director and he said you need sales training, what did he say you should look for in a trainer? Oh, I've not done that. Well, why not? No, it's a good question. Well, what do you think he'd say? I don't know. So how are you going to suggest or recommend any sales trainers to if you have no idea what he wants? Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, you see, I can get them to discuss. We probably need to. Yeah, that's why I do this a few times over the space of half an hour, and you get to the end of it. So what do you want to do? Do you want to end it, or do you want to arrange a conversation between you, me, and your boss? Yeah, that's
Okay.
probably a best next step. Yeah, that's what you got to do. But again, that takes a bit of finessing and a bit of skill. And I can't give you the specific questions in your world to ask. I can help people tweak them because I'm very good at that, but I don't know your product or your world. So I'm handicapped. That's the only thing I'm handicapped with. But I can help people come up with questions based on the information they provide. Cool, good question though. Right, let's crack on. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Okay, so we start where we end off, which is here. Hold on. I'm just going to move all this. So why not now? This annoys me. I've got to minimize it. No, I can't. How do I get it to go big screen? Because this box doesn't move sometimes. Ah, you stupid thing. Sorry about this. It's this. That's it. Ah, got it. So annoying. Sometimes this box at the bottom just doesn't move, the Zoom thing. I think you can't click on it. Anyway, we got us there. So, questioning strategies. This is what we're going to focus on. But I want to start off with a few things. So first of all, some of you will know this because if you did the questioning strategies, you would be familiar with this. But does everyone know what beginner's luck is? Beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. Yeah. So beginner's luck. I looked this up. I got a dictionary definition because it was the easiest way because we all have a way. Beginner's luck basically is the phenomena, as it says, of novices experiencing disproportionate frequency of success. That's what beginner's luck is. I remember it. I was sharing a flat with a group of Canadians. I'd moved in. I didn't know any of them, and they said, "You play darts?" I said, "Oh yeah, I'm okay." By okay, I was over embellishing. I'm not that good. Right? So we get to the dartboard, I throw 3 darts and all 3 hit the bullseye. And it's like they looked at me and said, "You're pretty good." It's like, no, that is a complete utter fluke because it never happened again. I never got anywhere near the bullseye ever again. So that's a shining example of beginners. I should have quit that and said, "That's it, guys. I choose not to play darts anymore. I've proven to you I'm better." So beginner's luck is something that people in sales often experience. If you read a CV of a salesperson, it says smashed it in the first 6 months. And then for some reason, I don't mention month 7 onwards. Because in the first 6 months, when you first start in a sales role, you don't know a lot. You don't know enough about the product or the service. But you've got to go out. You've got to meet people. You've got to sell because your job is to sell. So whilst you're trying to equip yourself with the knowledge of your products and your services, you're still out there in the world selling. And so you get in front of a prospect. And if you're a beginner, you have a tendency, what do beginners do that people that are a bit seasoned probably don't do? What is it the beginner, if you're a beginner and someone asks you a question and you don't know the answer, what are you going to do?
Say you don't know.
Lie.
No, not lie. You could lie. That's stupid. Yeah, you could lie. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it though, because the thing about lying is you never have to remember the truth. Yeah, and you don't want to get stuck. Right. So no, lying is not something we're going to do. Right. So yeah, the thing is, if you don't know the answer to something, because you genuinely don't know, what you do is you plead ignorant and you actually say, "Look, I'll be upfront with you. I don't know. I can find out for you though." Right. So you tend to be more self-aware of your inhibitions and inabilities. So a novice, when they're in front of a prospect and they get asked things they don't know, they say things like, "Well, help me out. What do you mean does our system integrate?" Yeah, help me out. What do you mean does it integrate? I'm confused. When you say it's expensive, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I can find out. Can I ask? There must be a reason why you've raised that with me, though. I can't see that one because it's behind us. Oh, there. Let me see if I've got this right. So, were you asking me if da 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 da? Yeah. You got me. I can find out for you, but before I do you mind me just inquiring as to why that's important? Interesting. Do you mean? And then they give some sort of explanation as to what they think the prospect has said, and then the prospect either confirms or denies it. To be honest, I'm not sure. So these are just some sort of examples of what a novice would do because they're in front of a prospect. They don't know. Now, why am I showing you this? Because this is really important. Because if you want to get good, at what I'm teaching, and you want to make this effective, the first thing you're going to need to do is you're going to have to park your ego and your pride. Yeah, I created this stupid, ludicrous card that should not be taken seriously because I have no pride. I have no ego when I'm selling. Yeah, I am the most unimportant person in the room. Yeah, it's not about me. It's not about my product. I know my product's good. Yeah, but I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about you. And so because you're more important than me, I'm going to let you do all the talking. And the easiest way to get you to do all the talking is to dumb myself down. Because I don't want to sit here and impress you. I want to sit here and get you to open up to me because I need to get to the truth. I'm trying to find out certain things. And I can't do that if I'm sitting here trying to impress you with my knowledge and my skills and my expertise. So novices by nature, because they're ignorant, they ask better questions. It's the default position. Does your system integrate? I don't know. Can I ask why that's important? And then they start to explain why it's important. You know, does your product come in blue? I'd have to go find out why. Is there a reason? Yeah, I hate blue. Well, I'm glad I asked. Yeah, because I might have bought all the blue products back next time. So this is why novices, beginner's luck, goes in their favor. Because by nature, they ask better questions because they're more curious and inquisitive because they don't have an answer to give. So to mem the concept, this is what I'm trying to get at. I want you to deliberately behave like a novice, despite the fact that you're not. A professional does on purpose what a novice did out of ignorance. And people help novices. People rescue novices. People don't jump all over novices. The people they jump over are the ones that try to be the smartest and the brightest and the most intelligent, because you're confrontational when you behave like that. My job is to not be confrontational. My job is to help the prospect feel comfortable. So my job is to do this. This is a mem. You've probably seen this. I met this somewhere offline. I don't know who makes them. A novice, I ask questions and listen to answers. That's what novices do. Ask questions and listen because they don't know what to share because they're stupid. An amateur, which is where the bulk of the average salespeople reside, I have to talk a lot so people know how smart I am. They love sharing information. They love talking about their products and their services. But a Jedi, a professional, does exactly what the novice does. I ask lots of questions and I listen to the answers. So a professional does on purpose what a rookie did out of ignorance. Now that's hard for some people because, now, caveat this, I'm not saying you act like Mr. Bean. You don't become a total muppet, right? But you've just got to dumb yourself down a bit. So when a prospect asks you a question and you know the answer, your job isn't to vomit up the answer. Your job is to pause and think like a novice. A novice, well, that's a good question. So help me out just before when you say integrate, just so we're on the same page, what do you mean by integrate? And then they may give you an answer that has nothing to do with what you wanted to tell them. Because by being a novice on purpose, you got them to elaborate further. So dumbing yourself down is very important, because if you're going to use a lot of the techniques that I teach, if you do this coming in with a bit of a cocksure, I'm a Jack the Lad type of chap, you'll piss people off, because what I teach done badly can come across as very pushy and very aggressive. It's going to be nurturingly assertive. That's what we're after, nurturingly assertive. That's how you need to learn to behave. So nurturingly, does anyone not know what I mean by being nurturingly assertive?
Could you give an example, please?
So I suppose the easiest example is a parent with a child, right? So they're nurturing, but they're assertive. So my daughter, I said, Oriana, would you sit down, please? Because you may fall off and hurt yourself. Yeah. So I could be a bit more nurturing. I said, Oriana, do you mind sitting down? Because my concern is you could fall off and hurt yourself. Okay, thanks. That's nurturing but assertive. She doesn't have a choice. Yeah, it's a command, but I'm doing it in a nurturing way. So nurturingly assertive. Now, this is something we're all pretty shite at, because it goes back to our childhood. Growing up, we got a lot more critical parent. Mum and dad loved us. I get it. But they were busy. They had their own lives and their own frustrations. So every now and then we got told, I love you. But in between, we got a lot more. No, don't stop. Leave it. Put it down. Leave it. What are you doing? Go to your room. Tidy up this. Leave it. You got a lot more critical parent. So by nature, we're much more critical. So nurturing the assertive is something that does not come naturally to us. It's something you tend to develop when you have your own children, because that's when the nurturing assertive parent in you comes out. But for most of us who don't have kids, prior to having kids, I was a complete prick, actually, believe it or not. I know you may find that hard to believe. But yeah, I was nowhere near as nurturing as I am. And it's something I had to work on it. In fact, I was so bad at nurturing when I first started doing all of this. One of the things I would say at the beginning of my meetings was, I'm going to be upfront with you. I said, I do ask a lot of questions, but I tend to ask them in a way that upsets people. I said, so can you do me a favor? If I ask a question that upsets you, can you tell me rather than just sit there and fume? Do you know what every MD, did I mention this yesterday? I can't remember. I lose track of what the hell I've said sometimes. Did I say? Yeah, I said this yesterday, didn't I? And every single MD that I said, I didn't do this hundreds of times. I only did this a handful of times to get good. Every one of them would say, don't worry about it, Benjamin. You can say, you're not going to piss me off. Don't worry, it's fine. Now, my goal wasn't to then go out of my way to ask them questions to piss them off. My goal was to give me a safety net on the off chance that I may piss them off. Yeah, that was it. So this is how I had to practice nurturing in the real world, because there's nowhere else to practice nurturing. You have to do it with real people. So in order to protect myself, I just would state that up front. That's my concern. And like I said, people want to help you because I'm appealing to the rescuer inside them. So does that answer the question on nurturing the assertive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So everyone knows who this fella is, I take it. Yeah. Why is he one of the greatest salespeople in the world?
He leads the criminals to sort of self-incriminate themselves and give away too many details.
Yeah, he's so good. No one thinks he's a cop because he doesn't look like one. He's confused for the janitor, or he's confused for some passerby who's milling around. He doesn't look like a cop, doesn't sound like a cop, doesn't talk like a cop. He knows who the killer is. He picks it up straight away. He knows exactly who the killer is. And what he does is he slowly gets the killer to track themselves. And he does it all through his questions. And he asks them questions he knows they're going to give an answer to that'll trap them. And he scratches his head. This is where I got the idea of never taking a pen to a meeting. This guy is always looking for a pen to take notes. Yeah? And it's disarming. You know, what sort of detective doesn't carry a pen with him to take notes? So he lowers defense walls. He deliberately gets people to feel comfortable around him. He's bumbling. He stumbles, you know? And so people don't feel threatened by him. And because they don't feel threatened by him, they open up. The problem salespeople have is they have a tendency to go in all suited and booted and polished to the hilt and ready to go. And they're just sitting there. It's like a tensed up creature waiting to pounce on its prey as it runs by, right? And this behavior makes people uncomfortable. So your job is to learn to dumb yourself down a bit, to slightly be less professional. So the reason I grew my hair and I wear the braces is because I've seen the look. I've turned up at companies where they haven't met me, and I turn up and you see that look you get. It's almost of contempt. Yeah. And it's good though, because I know that they're slowly lowering their defense walls. Now that's me. I do everything that I teach to the extremes. I don't expect you to go to the extremes like me, because you guys don't have to. Me, I figured I'm going to live and breathe this, right? I got nothing to lose, so I don't care. So because I don't care, because I have no attachment to the outcome, it enables me to struggle more than a lot of you would probably feel comfortable doing. But by struggling, let me give you an example of what I mean. What do I mean by struggling? Struggling isn't, like I say, being a complete buffoon. Yes, you don't have to be a complete buffoon. Yeah, but what you've got to do is learn how to struggle, because the techniques I'll teach you will come across as pushy and aggressive if done badly. So the learning to struggle, it's an act. I'm an actor. When I get in front of my prospects, I'm putting on an act. There's a character that I play, and his job is to make you comfortable. So here's an example. You have these guys walk into your office. Do you feel comfortable? Just
No,
imagine,
no.
imagine you saw these guys walk in. Would you feel comfortable, or would you suddenly feel your defense will go, all right, here we go? Yeah.
Does not depend, Benjamin, on mirroring someone else as well, in terms of like, if you are dressed this way and you see someone coming in, you're comfortable. If you're dressed maybe not so much, it might make you feel uncomfortable.
It might
So
make you
it's
feel
not
like
down to mirroring.
there is
mirroring
elements of
aspect.
mirroring. Yes. I get you right. So I'm not saying you start turning up in sackcloth, stuff like that, right? Now, if I was going to meet, well, I don't meet lawyers or accountants because I don't tend to work with them. But if I was going to go to a meeting, I would slightly dress up more, but not much, but slightly more. Yeah. But we'll get on to why I don't target lawyers and accountants specifically, actually, because there's a psychological reason for that as well. But when it's like anyone ever watched the TV show The Apprentice?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I swear that show's paid for by the Procurement Society of Great Britain. It's a PR campaign to make people hate sales folk because they typify everything that we have. The Simpsons. Who's the character in The Simpsons? It's the salesman.
Gil.
Anyone? Gil. Yeah, we all know Gil. He's such a loser, isn't he? The caricature of a salesman is a desperate loser. Yeah? So we either come across looking like this, or we come across as desperate losers. Basically, the public image of people in sales isn't very flattering. So I know I'm up against it. When I pick up a phone or when I walk into an office, I know I'm up against a load of prejudice. So my job is to neutralize that as much as possible. And one of the ways is dumbing yourself down. Now, dress to whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not saying you behave like me. What I'm saying is the principle is slightly dumb yourself down. Yeah? Try not to be the smartest person in the room. So there are ways you can do it. And again, it's just that. Unless it was you, did anyone like the smart kid in class?
No.
No. Why? Why didn't they like the smart kid in class? Why?
It made you feel inferior.
Yeah, they always knew the answer, caught you out whenever you said anything, then they corrected you.
Yeah, and you hate that. Have you ever been in a meeting where a prospect said something and the salesperson's corrected them? Has anyone ever experienced that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, it's fascinating, right? But it's just want to look smart. Yeah, I remember once it was something so stupid, but the guy got really pissed off. Somebody said something about something to do with the lead in a pencil. This is how dumb it was. I can't remember the exact thing, and the guy said something about whatever's in the pencil, cobalt. I think he said like cobalt or something. And then the sales guy was with this, no, it's actually lead. And just the guy in the look's face, because it was such a stupid point to pull out in the middle of the conversation. And you could see the guy's face busy. He said, well, lead, cobalt, whatever. Yeah, it wasn't the point of the conversation, but and it was at that moment you could see, you pissed him off. I could see it. This guy's annoyed with us now. Yeah. So this is why we don't want to be the smartest person in the room. We want to just dumb ourselves. If the prospect says something that's dumb, then challenge it with a question. Don't correct them. So, who's more threatening in a selling situation? A salesman who acts and sounds like they know it all, or a salesman that's slightly struggling and asks questions of understanding? Which is more threatening? It's always, is it the latter or the former? I always get that expression wrong. Mark, you would know this, you're a lawyer. Is it the latter or the former?
Let's go with the first one or the second one. Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so it's the first one, which I think is the former in that expression, the former or the latter.
Yeah, the latter's the second one.
The latter is the second one, isn't it? Yeah,
I don't want to correct you, Benjamin, because that's not a good path to go down.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So, techniques for struggling. So simple little things. So this is what, you don't have to do all these things, just give you some slight thing. Forget pen and paper. Yeah? You know, who doesn't turn up to a sales meeting without a pen? Yeah, and like I say, I've been given pens by every single business I've got in front of. Always give you a pen. And in fact, you get in front of engineers, they give you 2 pens in packages. Because that's what engineers are like. You know, high C's. So anyway, so pause before you speak, believe it or not. Salespeople apparently, whether or not the statistic is true, I don't know, but it sounds right. They reckon that the average salesman can stay silent for about 1 second. Yeah. somebody asks you a question and they're straight at the prospect with an answer. So pause before you think. I mean, not think. Well, pause before you think, definitely, but pause before you speak. So you just have to pause. Someone asks you a question. So Benjamin, have you ever worked with a company like ours? It's a good question. And then I slightly struggle. It's a good question. So when you say like ours, help me out. What do you mean? So all I mean by slightly struggle. I'm not saying behave like a buffoon. All I want to do though is I can't go back with straight away. Benjamin, have you ever worked with a company like ours? What do you mean by like ours? Yeah, I do that 2 or 3 times in a row. I'm going to piss somebody off. So I just slightly struggle. So Benjamin, have you worked with a company like ours? That's a good question. I happy to a quick question. Sorry, help me out. Sorry, when you say like ours, what do you mean? Sorry. Much more softer, isn't it? Very non-threatening. Yeah, I just slightly stutter. So I deliberately put on a stutter. Yeah. Scratch your head. I don't wear my hat when I go to sales meetings. And you scratch your head. Does this look like you're struggling? It does, doesn't it? Yeah, so you can do all these little things. It's just acting. I'm an R deliberately. Most people I'm an R out of nerves, but you can an R deliberately, and I just do it when I feel it's appropriate. Scratch my head. You can sigh. Someone asks you a question. That is a good one. Have we? Look, I'm happy to answer. Actually, before I do though, just to clarify, when you say, and then I ask my question. Yeah, slightly dumbing down. Run your hands through your ear. You can mutter to yourself. Yeah, muttering to yourself is a nice thing you can do. You can start to answer and then stop. That's a particular technique I'm going to show you later on. So by doing that, I mean, I'll start to answer a question and then I'll stop midway through the answer and go back with my question. In fact, this is something you'll naturally start doing when you try to master the art of Socratic questioning, which is answering a question with a question. So what's going to happen is you're going to be in a meeting and someone's going to ask you a question and you're going to start to answer. And then you're going to hear my voice saying, shut up, answer the question. And then you're going to stop. And you're going to go back with the question. So Benjamin, have you ever fixed problems like we've got? Well, look, I'll be upfront with you. I've worked with a lot of companies and many of them have had the problems that you have. And I would say on average, actually, sorry, before I finish that, do you mind if I just ask? So I can get halfway through an answer and then I can stop. These are all techniques because you can't. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Anguished faces, humming and, so you can think of your own things and do whatever you want. But what I'm saying is you just don't want to constantly spend the whole time sitting there ready to answer. You just got to slightly dumb yourself down because when you struggle, when a person watches you slightly struggling, what do you think goes through the mind of a prospect when they ask you a question? And then it looks like you're struggling to come up with an answer. What do you think goes through the prospect's mind?
Poor chap, let's help him out.
Yeah, there's part of that. There's also a bit of sadism as well.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't think they'd necessarily be sympathetic. I think they'd be like, I've discovered that you're not going to be able to service my problem because you can't answer this question.
Well, you are going to answer it. What I'm saying is when they watch you struggle, I know because I've asked them, and what they say is, again, I know it from experience, is they feel like they've got one over on you. They feel like they're winning, so they feel good. Got them with a good question. And because they're feeling good, I want them to feel good. Remember, my job is to make them feel better than me, make them feel comfortable. So the easiest way for a stranger to feel comfortable about themselves is to find someone less better off than them. Why do you think people watch Britain's Funniest Home Videos? It's just people getting hit in the nuts. But it's funny because it's not me. I feel better and I laugh because someone else is feeling the pain. Why do people watch reality shows and why do they watch soap operas and dramas? Because you get to escape from the real world, and no matter how shitty or crappy your life is, you can watch a show and go, at least I'm not sleeping with my mother's brother's goat, like that guy is in the program. Yeah, this is why we watch the news. The news is all negative except for the last story. The last story is always a positive. Why is that? Because they know that if the news was nothing but positive, no one would watch it. No one wants to watch and hear about other people doing well. What they want to hear about is other people suffering. It's a human condition.
That gives contempt though. So how do you turn contempt into something positive?
When do you say contempt? What do you mean contempt?
I mean, I've asked this guy a question. He's supposed to be an expert in his area or on his product, and he's struggling for an answer. I've already lost respect, or I haven't got time for this. I've got 200 emails in my inbox. I'm really busy. And instantly it's kind of negative thinking about this meeting. Why am I here? This guy doesn't know his shit. You know, contemptuous thoughts like that.
And what you're doing is you're confusing what's happening though, because you're going to go back with a much better question.
Okay.
So you're making this something. This is like a drawn out period, and they're really thinking. And no, remember, this is all operating in real time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So in real time, this is, and I get this a lot. A lot of people say, but surely, Benjamin, if you do this in the real world, people will get upset with you. It's like, no one gets upset with me. It's because in the real time, because this is happening in the real world, you ask me a question and I go, so let's do a role play, Nick. You ask me a question that you would typically get asked that you should know the answer to because it's really important. And I'm the sales guy. And we'd be chatting, so we're not angry with each other. It's a perfectly convivial situation.
So where's your data stored globally, or where does it go?
Where's our data? You know, that's a fair question. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but help me out. Is there a particular region you want it stored in?
Well, we don't allow data to be transferred to the US.
So when you say you don't allow data to be transferred to US, what do you mean? I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
As in our customer data, we don't want it going outside the EU and being stored in US data centers.
Right. So if we had clients that wanted that but could choose not to do it, would that be a problem? Or do you need to work with an organization where they have a strict policy that no one's data, or would it just be yours?
Well, we're only concerned about our customer data. Yeah, we're not, you know, if you've got clients that do that, that's their prerogative. But our policy is that, yeah.
Right, fine. Okay, so and I'm guessing if we can't do that, we're probably not going to be able to work together by the sounds of it.
Well, we'd have to run it through our legal guys at least, but I know that they frown upon doing that practice.
Right. Yeah. So we'd have to offer an amazing service, I suspect, for the lawyers to overlook this, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Would that be fair? Right. Okay. So now I can answer. I can give it. Did you get annoyed or think I was an idiot?
No, that was good.
No. Look how much information I got out of you without saying a bloody thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I mean by just dumbing yourself down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when people hear this, they instantly go to the extreme and have this moron sitting in front of someone behaving like a complete knob. It's no. What I'm saying is, it's rather than, oh no, all our data is stored in the EU, sir.
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to say, hey, that's a good. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but before it, just help me out. Is that and then I extract it. Now I know that you could do it. You got look at all the information you gave me.
Mm.
Yeah, and you were talking about you two, and you love talking about you. Yeah, so that's what I mean. So yeah, so I understand this is your critical parent. Your mum said, you can't do this, you'll piss people off, right? Tell your mum to shut up. Yeah. Stop listening to her, right? Right. So you can see. So yeah. So anyway, so this is it. So you just gotta learn, you gotta dumb yourself down. That's what I'm saying. It's really important because a lot of the techniques that I teach done badly, you can't keep saying to someone, that's a good question, why'd you ask me? You're gonna get punched. Yeah.
It's a very different perspective of, in the past, I guess there was a feeling that you'd see a sales guy or person come to a meeting with their BMW, very fresh faced or looking very good. It's the opposite of Columbo, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they see you drive up and you go, look at this knob.
And yet it was meant to be, they're doing really well, they've got a nice car, they're making loads of sales, we should be buying from this guy who knows what he's doing.
Exactly. I'm the exact opposite. I want people to look at me and say, I don't think this guy can help. That's when I got him. Yeah, he doesn't look like, that is much. I don't want people to know how much money I'm making. Yeah, so I dumb myself down. Yeah. When I go to pick up my daughter from school, because I drive a pickup truck and I just wear t-shirts and a short, nobody knows what I do. No one believes what I do for a living when I tell them. Yeah, people go, so what do you do for a living, Benjamin? I go, can you guess? See, I ask them a question and they say, well, I assume you're some sort of tradesman. I say, no. Why do you think I'm a tradesman? Well, you know, you got the look and you got the pick. I said, no, I'm not a tradesman. I think, I don't know, musician, artist, no. Or no, I said, if I told you I was a corporate sales trainer, what would you say? Oh, fuck off. You're not, you seem too nice. Yeah. So no one ever knows. I turned up at a client's office, a true story in London. I'd only sold to them over Zoom. Turned up to their office for the first time. I went and had a box of material and I walked in dressed the way I normally dress. Just a shirt, nice pants, not messy, but I had my hat on. I walk in and they confused me for the painter. And I said, no, I'm here to see your CEO, Nick. Okay, wait over there. And I sat there waiting for ages. I didn't even know if they phoned up. And then someone came down. I said, excuse me, you couldn't let Nick know that Benjamin here. And this woman looked at me and she said, oh, yes, you're the painter, aren't you? I said, no. And now to most people, this would upset and offend and insult them. To me, I smiled to myself. I thought, you know what? You know you're doing good when a London CEO has paid you all this money to come in and then everyone confuses you for the tradesman. Yeah, that's when you know you're good at sales. No one sees you coming. So now, I'm not saying everyone's going to behave and act like me. I've got a particular way of doing things for my world. But you just need to stop trying to be this uber professional in front of people. Yeah? I want you to ask better questions. Your credibility will come from your questions. Yes, not going to come from how flash your suit is or how smart you are at giving an answer to a question. And you'll discover that as we go on. Now, whether or not these statistics are right, I don't know, but they seem to average out around the same thing. The reason I point them out is body language is important, intonation, and obviously the spoken word. We know that body language is important. That's why telephone prospecting is so challenging and more difficult, because there's no body language. Yes, everything is purely done on the words used and how it sounds, right? So it's slightly, that's why prospecting is so challenging. Getting in front of people is so much easier. It's much easier than on Zoom, because again, Zoom is slightly not quite the same, although I sell over Zoom all the time. But meeting people face to face, it's a very different. And obviously how you hold yourself. I deliberately sit with my arms clipped together like this, because I have a tendency to gesticulate a lot and that can piss people off. So I lock my hands together and I always sit slightly lower than my prospect. I have my elbows on the table and I lean forward. And the reason I do that is because when I'm leaning forward like this, my voice tends to be slower and a bit deeper, as opposed to when I sit up like this, I tend to speak faster and my voice gets higher. But if I go down like this, I sound a little better. Yeah. So this is all, everything I do is choreographed. Yeah. And I do it. The sole purpose is to make the I don't care if people think I'm an idiot. I've had people look me up and down. First day at the traders, they didn't know I was coming. And you should have seen the look I got when one of them came down to reception to get me. And he just looked me up and down with such contempt. He goes, yes. I said, I'm here for the training. He goes, what training? And then I've never been on a trading floor in my life. You know, it's like walking to a trading floor at 8:30 in the morning. There's like 300 computers and there's all these guys that look like Wolf of Wall Street. And every single one of them turns and looks at me and like, this is going to be tough. Yeah. So, but I'm acutely aware everything I do is choreographed. So part of a sales meeting is the performance you're going to put on. Because I have to act and behave differently from everybody else. It's not what you sell, it's how you sell. You all sell pretty much the same stuff as everybody else in your marketplace. Yeah, you like to think you're niche and special, but at the end of the day, you're not. So the only thing that's really going to separate you from the competitors is how you behave and conduct yourself in a sales meeting. And the better you run that meeting, the better it is for the prospect. The more the prospect opens up and gets to the truth, and you can ask them questions that help them discover that you know more about this than they had any idea, then you're going to stand apart. Because if you all look, sound, and act the same, it comes down to two things: price and did I like you? Yeah, I don't want that. I want them to say, look, he's different, he's challenging, but fucking hell, I'm confident he can help us. That's where you want to be. So, listening. I'm going to do a little test here. Listening. I cannot underplay the power of listening. Most salespeople are shit listeners. Really bad listeners. I used to be bad. It's taken me a while to get good. There are certain people that will be naturally better at listening because they've been trained to listen. So lawyers, for instance. So Mark's probably a good listener because lawyers are used to poring over words and language because it's the bedrock of law, what words mean and how they're put together and meaning and stuff. So they're good at listening for things. But most salespeople are pretty poor when it comes to listening. And they hear things that aren't there, or they don't read between the lines of the subtext. So salespeople think they're good listeners. I don't think they are. And so I'm going to give you some examples of what I mean. So what's the difference between hearing and listening? So you're in front of a prospect. Forget everything you've learned today. Forget, trying to do what you think you should do. Let's just think of the average salesperson that's done no sales training. They're in front of a prospect. The prospect says it's very expensive. What would the average salesperson probably say or do at this moment in time?
Try to justify it, right?
Probably. Yeah, what would they say? They'd say something like, well, the reason we charge so much more is because da 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 da, da, right? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So
they'd ask where it needs to be. What price
They
does the
could
customer want?
yeah, where does the price need to be? So that's another possible thing. What else could they say?
Compared to what?
Yeah, compared to what the rebellious kid decides to have a little spaz, right? Yeah, compared to what, right? So yeah, so this is what the thing is here. Has anybody seen The Trap? Mark, you must have seen The Trap.
I do. Do you want me to say it or no?
Oh, well, what? Has anyone else seen The Trap? All
The
right,
trap, did you say?
yeah, there's a trap in what I just said in that first question. What's the trap, Mark?
It's not. It's just a statement.
I didn't even ask the question.
It's not a question.
that?
It's just a statement.
It's a statement. The prospect says it's very expensive. They haven't asked the question, so why the hell would you even answer it? You see, this is what the human brain does. It turns statements into questions because it's so used to looking for questions to answer. So you get in front of a prospect, they go, it's very expensive. And then you start to vomit on them. What else in this have I not picked up on? Which is, I think, important. Have I said I can't afford it? Hello?
Nope.
No, I haven't said I can't afford it. I haven't said I can't fund the money. I've not actually asked you to do anything. All I've done is make a statement, which hopefully is a statement of fact, because you should be expensive. All I've done is make salespeople don't hear this. They hear a reason to answer. This is what I mean by not listening. So if a prospect asks me or makes a statement, I'll turn it into a question. It's very expensive. Okay, which means, oh, no reason, I'm just saying, compared to the other options we've looked at, you are more expensive. Now, at that precise moment, I might not have known they'd looked at other suppliers. But right now, I've just got a bit of information out of them by turning their statement into a question, which means you're telling me this because, yeah, I want to get them to open up. Some people will say, I'm just making the observation. Some will say, what I'm hoping is that they may follow up with a question. So if someone sees it's very expensive, I go, which means then I come back with a question. Why is it so expensive? Now that's a better question, and I'll deal with that. We'll get to that later on. So it's very expensive. Here's a good one. What in this line would you want to challenge or pick apart? I was appointed about 6 months ago. I'd be very busy, but now I can focus on this. If I was in a meeting and someone said that to me, I know where I'd want to start my question. And I'm a curious person who wants to know what the hell's going on. So which bit of this should I attack?
What have you been doing? What have you been so busy with?
So that's one possibility. What else is there?
Is it
guys?
urgent? Is the problem that you want to fix, is it urgent that you want to fix it?
Maybe. What else?
Why are you
I'm a
not so
curious
busy right
guy.
now?
Huh?
Why are you not so busy right now?
Okay, you could do that.
What happened to the other guy?
Bingo. I always want to get the full picture because I'm trying to get to the truth. So some guy says to me, I was appointed 6 months ago, da 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 da. My first, can I ask you a question? What happened 6 months ago? Why were you appointed? What happened to the other guy? And then he could say, oh, no, actually, this is a newly created position. Or he could say the other guy got fired or the other guy left. I want to know what happened, because this actually could be a really important piece of information falls out of here. I don't know. So my job is always to listen for painting the picture. So someone says I was appointed 6 months. My first question, if I wasn't trying to sell to anybody, if I was just a naturally curious person, and this bloke said to me, I was appointed 6 months ago, da, 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 my instinctive gut would be, so well, why were you appointed, or what happened 6 months ago? Well, why were you brought in? This backstory is important. And guess who they get to talk about when you ask that question? Themselves. And when people start talking about themselves, they keep talking. And the more I talk, the more information I get. The more information I get, the more I get to pick at things to pull away. So this is why listening is so important. I'm always listening for those bits of it, whatever's being said that may lead down a corridor that could open up a whole world of pain or of information that's vital to me. You see, remember, prospects don't know what they should and shouldn't tell you, so they pick what they want to tell you. Just like when you go to the doctor, I don't know what to tell the doctor. He's got to ask me the questions. So your job as the expert is to pick apart what they're saying to find out what the hell's going on here. So what happened 6 months ago, do you mind me asking? Was the other guy, what happened to the other person, or is this a new role, or yeah, what happened? Oh no, I was the other guy left. Can I, on good circumstances? No, not particularly good. Oh, can I ask you, it hasn't got anything to do with what we're discussing now by any chance, does it? Yeah, this could all be very important. So this is why I'm listening. Here's another one. I like this one. You'll get this one because it's very easy. You sell banking stuff and you're in front of a bank, and the bank CEO or whoever says, have you ever worked with a company like ours? It's obvious, but what are you going to challenge?
When you say
What
like
do you mean
yours,
by
what
a
do you mean?
company like ours?
There we go. See, the assumption that too many people make too many sales, well, he's a bank, we sell to banks, so we sell banking stuff, and he says, have you ever worked with a company like ours? The answer to that is, well, yes. But I don't know what he means by like ours. So I do never assume anything. I don't mind read. This is a problem with salespeople. They make assumptions that if a prospect says something, they know what they're talking about. You know, so a prospect could say to you, does your system integrate with this? And you know, you have a definition and an interpretation of what the word integrate with the system means. And you start talking about that. They go, no, I don't mean that. And then they give you something completely different. So my job is never to assume or guess. So someone said, have you ever worked with a company like ours? I go, that's a fair question. I said, so help me out. So when you say like ours, what do you mean exactly? Or I can give what I call a multiple choice response. So when you say like ours, do you mean with the same problems as you? Do you mean with both an international and a domestic banking service, or do you mean something else? No, I mean, have you ever worked with a bank that's got both international and domestic branches? I see, makes sense. Happy to. A quick question. Do you mind if I ask why? It's very specific. I don't normally get asked that question. I just want to understand. But yeah, because and then he starts to elaborate. Remember, everyone has been trained the same way, that they must answer a question. So very rarely do people challenge us. Now, it will happen. I said rarely, but it will happen. And we'll talk about how to deal with that when it happens. So, and another one, is there a rebate policy, or do you have a refund policy, or do you have a whatever? What would you, now you get asked this. The answer is yes. What do you want to do? Yeah. What do you want to do here?
You could mirror and say a rebate policy.
You could do that. But what do I want to find out? Because it's going to be really important.
Why do they feel like they need a refund policy?
Yes, so that's the first thing, right? Because I want to discover, have they used them in the past? Because if they use them in the past, I could be dealing with someone that's a bit of a ball ache, right? Yes, so you get this in recruitment. Is there a refund? Is there a, I don't know, they have a particular phrase for it. I don't know what the phrase is, can't remember. There's a particular phrase in recruitment if someone leaves within 3 months. Yeah, and you want to challenge it. I'm happy to answer a quick question. I mean, when you say rebate policy, help me out. What do you mean? So we're on the same page. Well, what I'm saying is, if we were to hire someone and they were to leave within 3 months, would you replace that person free of charge? Oh, I see. That's a good question. Do we do that? I mean, oh, actually, one more thing. I get the feeling have you ever had to use this rebate policy in the past? Is it something you've ever had to use? We've only ever had to use it once. Why was that, out of interest? And then I go down this line of questioning. Now, I'm going to come on to some other pointers, so we're just going to leave that there. But do you understand what I'm saying about listening? So my job is to listen for what to challenge. So people always say to me, how do you find the pain? How do you find the need? How do you find the gap? It's, believe it or not, it's through all these little conversations and questioning these bits of information, and it falls out. Remember, prospects don't know what to tell you. It's your job to know what to be listening for in order to challenge. It's not their job to come fully prepared and they vomit literally everything you need to know, because they can't do that. It's your job to get it out of them, just like it's a doctor's job to get out of you what you should tell them. And you had no idea you're supposed to mention that you had a slight itchy shoulder, because what's that got to do with this other thing? Yeah, it turns out they're connected, but I don't know that, so I don't mention it. So he has to ask me questions. And then I find out, oh, what do you mean? Do I have, yeah, well, I do have well, I'm glad you told me that, right? So it's our job, not the prospects. You can't expect the prospect to know what to tell you. Because put it this way, if they knew exactly what they had to tell you, would they need you? Probably not, right? So think about that. So obviously you can rephrase and paraphrase as well. I'm not going to go into huge detail into that because you're smart enough to know what I mean. But when someone's vomited on you or given you a very big answer, one of the good listening skills is to be able to paraphrase or rephrase back to them what they've said. It demonstrates your listening. So I always take notes in a meeting. I have a pen and paper, and I don't write large volumes. I'm listening for keywords. And all I'll do is write down the keyword and circle it, and it reminds me that when this person's finished speaking, that this is a keyword that I'm either going to challenge or I'm going to use back on them when I'm talking to them. Yeah? So I'm always prepared. So I always got a pen and paper. Well, they give me the pen, but I've got the paper. Yeah, that's why I need a pen. So people buy from people like them. The like them is the bit that's always missed off. How many of you have ever heard or used the phrase people by people?
Heard it a lot.
Yeah, yeah. And no one ever adds the like them bit though. It's people by people. People, I believe that people by people. You see all the time on LinkedIn. It's one of the most annoying things. Oh no, people by people, people by people. No, people bought people, then you wouldn't need sales trainers. Be the bloody easiest job in the world, right? People buy. You're a person, I'm a person. So why aren't you buying from them? Yeah, yeah. So it's because the two bits at the end are missed off, which are the most important, but it completely changes the statement. It's people by people like them. We're very proprietary creatures. We're very tribal, and we feel comfortable with people that are similar to us. It's just the way we are. So this is an important thing. I'm going to introduce you. Now, some of you will know this because, again, this has been around for a long, long time. Understanding personality types is really important, because understanding personality types is going to help you sell better. It may even inspire and motivate you to change sales career to a different line of selling. And I'm going to explain why that could happen. But I'm going to go through something. So some of you will, I'm guessing most of you, you've been around. Is everyone familiar with DISC profiling? It's one of many models, just like transactional analysis is a model. This is a model. Has anyone seen this before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are any of you familiar with how it works, or you just have a cursory?
I have not seen it before.
Huh?
I have not seen it before.
Okay. No, some people wouldn't have. So we're going to go through this, and I'm going to explain why this is important for selling. Right? So people buy from people like that. Can someone mute themselves? I've got a lot of feedback from someone, and it's a bit irritating. So I don't know who it is though. So sorry. Yeah, it stopped now. Thank you. People, believe it or not, like people like them. That's just the way we are, right? So this means people buy from people like that. So DISC is one of the many personality profiling models that are out there. The reason I like DISC is because it's really quite easy to understand. I think it's good. I think it's enough for what we need for our purposes. Like, none of us are psychiatrists or psychologists or therapists, so we don't have to go down the rabbit hole on this stuff. But this model is simple enough for us to be able to take it and apply it in our world. And DISC says that inside, again, each one of us is made up of all of these 4 bits. But there are 2 dominant and 2 less dominant. 2 bits of this are easier for you, and 2 bits of this are harder for you. And it's DISC because you've got the red is the dominant personality, you have an influencer personality, you have what they call a steady relator personality, and then you have what they call a compliance, or even competence, some people call it. Some people call it the colors, but it's known as DISC. Dominant, influencer, steady relator, compliant. So what it teaches us is that a dominant person, this is what they're like. Generally, they're direct, they're decisive, they got big egos, they're problem solvers, they're risk takers, and they're self-starters. These tend to be CEOs, sportsmen, politicians, barristers, people that are in very challenging roles, like to push themselves. Yeah, they like taking risks. Yeah, so this is it. So again, when not every CEO is this guy. Yeah, so you got to take things, you got to apply judgment. But the general principle is this is what they're like. This is people who get to the top in business and in politics and in sports tend to be very driven, direct. Self-starters, you've got to be a self-motivated, be a successful business person. Yeah, you got to be able to get up and pick yourself up your ass and make your own money. Yeah, not expect other people to give it to you. So you got the dominant personality. So that tends to be your managing director or CEO. Then you got the influencer. Enthusiastic, trusting, optimistic, persuasive, talkative, and impulsive. Guess who this guy is in the company? It's you. It's the sales guy. Yeah, salespeople are all like Tigger on speed, have you noticed? Yeah, so the influencer. Their influence, yeah, and they tend to be people that are drawn to sales, theatre, hospitality, retail, anything that's to do with dealing with members of the public and being upfront and on show. Yeah, sales trainers. Yeah, they're people that like attention. Yeah, you read most salespeople's CVs, love meeting new people. You know, you might as well, you're hiring a professional visitor, right? But most salespeople, so it's funny, isn't it, that people with a high threshold for needing approval and acceptance go into a career where there's a really high level of rejection. It's quite fascinating. So influencers, enthusiastic, trusting, optimistic, da-da-da. Then you have what you call the steady relators. These tend to be teachers, nurses, recruitment. So HR, so this is the HR director. So we've got the MD, the sales director. Now we've got the HR director. They're good listeners. They're trusting. They're team players. They're possessive. They're predictable. They love routine, and they like to understand. And they like to get a good grasp of things. These 2, as you can see, dominant and influent, both I-centered. It's all about them. Whereas the people down here, they're more other-centric. So the steady related teachers, nurses. Anyone that goes into anywhere where other people are looking out for other people or the others welfare is important. So they're steady relators. And then you got these people, you got the compliance people. They're accurate, they're analytical, they're conscientious, they're fact finders, they're precise, they're systematic. These are solicitors, engineers. Yeah, IT. These are people that love detail. Now, they are the least emotional of the bunch. They are still emotional because they're still human beings, but what turns them on and gets them going is finding out the detail and the accuracy and feeling good about the intellectual. If they're intellectually satisfied and happy, then the emotion follows. These people, highly emotional. Just give the input, but highly emotional people. They make decisions impulsively. They act. These guys don't ever make decisions compulsively. They pore over everything to make sure they get. That's why they're the finance director. So you got the MD, you got the sales director, the HR director, and the finance director. You see that? It's a marriage. comes together. Yeah. Now you are a bit of all of these personalities, but you have two that dominate. Yeah. So here we go. Yeah. Yeah. So this is who they're at. So I've sort of just been through that. Actually, I didn't realize I had a slide that did it, but there you go. Gives you an idea: accounting, finance, solicitor, architecture, computer pro, entrepreneur, politician, barrister, athlete, teacher, human resources. Yeah. So this is, they're drawn. Now, like I say, just because you're at a high I doesn't mean you're necessarily going to do these careers. But what I'm saying is this is the preponderance when you do personality, is this is the type of person you're going to get. So each of these characters is different, which means each of them needs to be communicated with slightly differently. You talk to them differently. You have to engage them differently. And so I'm fortunate because I get to choose who I sell to. And so because I get to choose who I sell to, I have deliberately chosen to sell to people that are more like me, my personality. Yeah. So I sell to MDs and CEOs. That's who I go after. That's who I can relate to best, because I'm a DISC. That's my personality. I'm a high D, followed by an I, then a steady right, then a C. And ironically, I don't have it here, but I've got the graph, and it shows you the different personalities for different careers. And to be good at selling, you want to be a DISC, which worked out perfectly. Because why do you think you need to have a high dominant personality to be good at selling?
Be competitive.
Got to be competitive. What else though? We're talking about when you're dealing with people.
You need to be able to make decisions quickly.
Yeah, exactly. One of the reasons is this is important, and this is for something for you to reflect on in your personal life and the way you are. Only decision makers can get other people to make decisions. If you are a ditherer, a procrastinator, a slow thinker, a sleep-on-eater, you are going to struggle in sales. Because you're going to meet people that say all those things to you, and you're going to empathize and go, yeah, I would too. Whereas a dominant person says, look, yes or no. Make a decision. So you need to be able to move people from A to B. So you need to have a dominant personality. You've got to temper it with nurturing, obviously. You can't go on and behave like a complete dick. But you need to have a very strong dominant. You need to know my job is to get in front of people. And by the end of that meeting, we're either moving forwards or we're ending it. And if you can't focus on trying to do that, you're going to end up with, leave it with me, think it over, send me something. Yeah. And what you're doing is you're getting your emotional needs met at the price of selling. So if feeling good about yourself is worth chasing somebody and having 22 meetings to get a no, fine. But remember, it's costing you money somewhere else. So it's up to you, right? And then you got the influencer. All right. Yes. So then you need to be high influencer, because you've got to be someone that's relatable to people. You've got to be someone that is passionate about what they do, and you need to have an ability to influence people. Then you need to be steady relator. And then see, isn't it funny? The lowest necessary component to be good at selling is attention to detail. Because selling isn't really an attention to detail thing on your product or service. You need product knowledge to ask better questions. Don't get me wrong. And I want to know if I was to get a job and start at a company, I want to know everything about the products and services. Don't get me wrong, but only to ask better questions, not to spew on people. So I would want that. But it's funny. The more focused you are on the detail and the minutia, the less likely you are to sell, because it's harder for you. So let's give you this. So the dominant personality, if they were an animal, they'd be a lion. Tough, fast-paced. They come across as unsympathetic. Sometimes decision makers at the top, they come across as a bit rude and unsympathetic. Their biggest fear is a loss of power or loss of authority or loss of control. Yeah? So this is why it's good to know. Because if you get in front of a high D, I'm going to want to manage myself and ask questions that appeal to their sense of what they fear. And so one of the things I say to an MD is, look, I'll be upfront with you. You don't need a sales process. I would just let you guys wing it. You know, why do you need to control it? No, I want to control it. I want to know what they're doing. Why? Yeah. So I can appeal to that part of their personality. So I can change how I talk to people depending on their personality type. So, for instance, I use this. If they had tickets, season tickets to the football, they'd be planning to use them, but then they have an idea or something comes up that catches their attention and they forget all about going to the game. And worst thing is all, they don't give anyone the tickets because they just forget about it. People think the guy's a bit of a prick. Yeah, tickets to the game, he didn't even share them. Yeah, but it's just the way they are. Yeah, something came along, like magpie syndrome. Something came along, took my interest, and I ran with it, and I completely forgot about the other thing. And you'll know people like that. That's what they're like at the top, yeah? From an evolutionary perspective, they figured out the easiest way to stay alive was to be the biggest, the baddest, and the toughest. Nobody would kill me, yeah? And when they make decisions and they act. They're decisive, yeah? So that's why dominant people, that's why I sell to them, because this is how I behave. I make decisions quickly and I act on them. Now, that can result in some terrible consequences, don't get me wrong. But when you have a terrible consequence and then you change as a result of that consequence, what do all those terrible consequences end up being called?
Pains?
No. It's called experience. It's called wisdom. Yeah, because that's how you get smart. You make mistakes, fine, I won't do that again. I'll change what I do. Yeah, that's what's called experience. Yeah, so they make decisions and they act. If it screws up, all right, fine. All right, next decision, we've got to get out of this mess. Let's do this. Yeah, so that's what they're like. And that's why I like these people. This is why you want these people as much as possible in sales meetings, because they're going to tell you very quickly, nah, don't want to do this. Yeah, let's do this. Or yeah, I want to talk more. This is why these guys and gals are very important. But most people are scared to get in front of these people, or they can't get in front of them. This is why I want to get in front of them. They make decisions. Then you have the influence, yes.
Sorry, so, and what happens if you have someone like a chief human resources officer? So they have this MD decisive traits, but at the same time they're supposed to fully fill the D, but they also technically fully fill the S. What's the sort of the system there?
Are you saying, what do I do if I got two different types of personality in a room?
No, my point is someone with the role of a chief human resources officer.
Chief
Technically they're steady, right? Because they're HR, but at the same time they're fully D, right? So
yeah.
How would you approach someone who had sort of a mix between the two?
Well, you tell well everyone's a mix of all of these things. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. So you're not just one of these. Everyone's got all of these. I have got all of these inside of me. Just some are more dominant. You know a dominant person when you come across them. It's not like you're going to be sitting there trying to guess, right? Because they'll be talking about themselves, what they want to achieve, where they want to be, what their goals are. Yeah. So then you'll know the primary dominant personality. Yeah. So yeah, again, this comes with experience and going out there and judging. Yeah. But there's not to get too bogged down in these many, otherwise we'll be here for days. Yeah. There's a lot to, when you're out in the real world, you start to spot these things. Yeah. And it comes with experience and yeah. But you just need a vast understanding. Then we got the influencer. If they're an animal, they'd be a monkey. Everybody loves a monkey. Fun, talkative, expressive. Yeah, they're eye-centered though. Their biggest fear, social rejection. If they had tickets to the football, they'd be phoning up the night before saying, we only got 3, but don't worry, we'll figure it out. Are you in? Yeah, you probably all know someone like that in your social circle, right? You're evolutionary. They figured out the easiest way to stay alive was to be everybody's friend. This is why salespeople don't care if they don't sell. They leave a meet, how to go, oh yeah, they liked us. Good one. Yeah. Decision making, they're spontaneous and immediate. This is why they're good for selling too. They're willing to make a decision and act. They're spontaneous. So I'm a DI, and I know I'm spontaneous because my decision to move to England was made on the streets of Dunedin. I ran into a friend because we'd both been lawyers, and I ran into a friend. I said, look, I'm selling everything I own and I'm going to hitchhiking around New Zealand. And my friend, who was a lawyer, was standing on the street. He goes, why don't you go to England? I said, yeah, why not? 6 weeks later, I arrived. Yeah, no plan, no idea, just fuck it. What's the worst that can happen, right? So that's my nature. Yeah, spontaneous. Just do things. I don't care. So, these people are drawn to careers where the center of attention, hence sales and celebrity and all of that sort of thing. Next one. Went on. Steady relator. This is the HR people, nurses, talk like they're reliable, they're trustworthy, they're loyal. If they were an animal, they'd be the pet Labrador. Their biggest fear is risk. They don't like risk. They're risk averse. That's why they have processes and systems around them. Yeah, this is why they love HR. It's all processes and systems, and everybody knows, and yeah. And to someone like a D or an I, they're the most infuriating and frustrating people because their job is to stop decisions being made. Yeah, yeah. So if they had tickets, they'd be using them as a reward for team members who do well. Yeah, evolutionary, don't rock the boat. Don't put your head above the parapet. Just follow the system, be anonymous. You'll stay alive. So they don't rock the boat. Yeah, they don't take risk. Decision making, they're not fast. They must feel it's right, and they need to know no one else will be upset or put out by it. Because they want team harmony and they want everyone to get along. Right? So you can imagine most people who go into sales are high I, probably have a bit of D in them, and they meet these people. Infuriating. Yeah. So let me let this person in. Okay, next one. And this is
So
the last.
how do you sell to that?
Again, it all comes down to your questioning. But this is why I say this may help some of you. You know, you meet people, they say he's a natural salesman. He's a natural. I think what you'll discover is because you can take someone that's considered a natural salesman and you can put them in a completely different environment and they can't sell. And the reason you see these people that are natural salesmen is because by fluke or by chance or just by crook of life, they landed in a sales role where it turned out they were selling to people just like them most of the time. So naturally, they bonded much better with people they met because they're meeting people like themselves more often than not.
One of my own films.
Oh, I think that's
Yes.
Antoine. Antoine, that's you.
Sorry.
It's all right, muted. So that's what happens. So this is why I'm saying, see, I'm fortunate, right? So I made a decision. When I started to understand this, I tried to sell to lawyers. I managed to get 20 lawyers into a room at an event that I'd put on years ago. Prospected, managed to get 20 lawyers in a room. Now, Mark will be able to attest to this because he's a lawyer, right? So before the event, the lawyers were all very chatty. And they were talking to me and it was going well. I thought, well, this is going to go well. This is going to be good. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. But the moment I officially started the presentation and started asking questions, the audience was just muted silence. And it was one of the hardest gigs I've ever put on. And what I discovered very quickly is, Mark, that you get a room full of lawyers, no one wants to say anything because no one wants to look stupid in front of their peers. Don't want to make a mistake. So engaging with them, I swear to you, this is the only time in my life that I've given a presentation where that old saying kicked in, where I literally thought it, I literally said, I wish the ground would open up and just swallow me right now. Because this is killing me. And I remember one of the lawyers came up to me afterwards because I managed to pull it back, but it didn't go as I had hoped. And one of the lawyers came up to me afterward. He said, yeah, it was good. He goes, you nearly lost it there though, didn't you? I said, yes, you guys are pricks. Yeah. So anyway, so I learned very quickly. Yet if I get a room full of managing directors, what do you think it's like? They won't shut up. Yeah, they've all got an opinion. They've all got something to say. They've all got something to offer, right? And we can engage and you can have a good conversation. So I made a very conscious decision. Why would I make my life harder and target people with personalities so alien to mine? See, I'm lucky because I get to choose. So if you sell software and you suddenly realize, God damn it, I'm a DI, you may say, I should maybe consider a career where I don't need to sell to these C's all the time because I'm spending my life trying to sell to someone that's not like me. It's a lot harder. Yeah. So this is why this is really important, because you may, after watching this, think, I like sales, but yeah, he's right. I'm selling to people that are completely opposite to me. And this is why it's so challenging. Find something you can sell where you're selling to people like yourself. Yeah. So if you're DI, look for jobs where you get to sell to CEOs and managing directors or people at the top. If you're an IT geek and a boffin, go into software and IT. If you love detail, yeah. So that's the steady relator, not fast to make decisions. And then finally you got the compliant. Now they're not an animal because there isn't really one for them. They're an insect. They're an ant or a bee, highly organized, analytical, systems, process-driven, facts and figures, detail. Biggest fear, making a mistake, getting it wrong. Why do you think they love math and engineering? Because it's all got to be precision. Everything's got to line up properly. Yeah, if they had tickets to the football, they'd be phoning you up in March because they're putting together a spreadsheet for a game in September, and they want to make sure that everyone that comes is compatible and they get the best out of the day. Now, yeah, evolutionary, the easiest way to stay alive is follow the rules. Follow the rules. Yeah, and you'll be fine. And again, they take longer to make decisions. Another reason why you don't sell to lawyers is everything's done by committee and it takes a long time. And because no one wants to make a mistake, no one wants to accept responsibility for anything. So therefore, it just things go slowly. Now, yes, you get someone in a pinstripe suit with short hair and a shaved face, a bit thinner than me, and they could teach everything I teach to a room full of lawyers and the lawyers would like it. But you stick someone like me in front of a room full of lawyers, what do you think's going to happen? I'm going to go down like a cold cup of sick. Right? So this is why this stuff is important, because you're meeting these characters all the time. And if you're going in and just behaving like you're going to rub a lot of people up the wrong way, unintentionally. You're a high D and you're in front of a C. Big fat Hawaiian guy next to a pinstripe stick insect of a bloke. What are the odds of them doing business? It's not impossible, but it's going to be a lot of work. But you do fat guys in a Hawaiian shirt, what are the odds of them doing business with each other? A lot better. Yeah? So all this stuff gives you an edge. It's going to help you. So when you're out selling, and this is why, selling into recruitment can be challenging, because recruiters are always phoning up saying, what's in it for you? But they're talking to someone who's not interested in what's in it for them. It's how will this benefit the wider organization? So it's changing your language. Now, it can be done. And this is what I help people with, but it's hard work. And so for me, and again, if you have the option of doing this, if you have the choice of picking who you sell to, go after sectors and industries that suit your personality. Make your life easier. Yeah? And this will make your sales meetings easier. Because once you understand this, you're going to be able to tailor how you present yourself. So I actually got contacted by an accountancy firm. One of the partners said, Benjamin, I really do like your stuff, and a lot of what you say, I say, is equally applicable to accountants. He goes, so I'd love to get you in to have a chat. And I just went back and said, no, I don't work with accountants. I said, I'm going to be upfront with you. Yes, you are right. Everything I teach would work and everything. I said, but I am the wrong person to bring in. You need to find someone that's completely opposite to me to teach the same thing. And he came back, he goes, you know what? The more I think about that, I go, you're right. You are right, because what you say is right, but I don't think, no. I said, no, a firm of accountants wouldn't listen to me. So I just turned down the business. Yeah, that's what I do. So if you have the luxury of doing that, then do it. If you don't.
It's funny that you say that, Ben, because I've done one of these disc tests recently, and I was high D, high I as well. And that's the accountancy market is a market that I sell to. So I sell to lawyers as well.
How's it going?
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
No, it's going well. I've been on it for 4 or 5 years. And, but yeah, it's tough. They're quiet people, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, Mark's a lawyer. This is why when Mark came back, it's like, I can't believe
I'm 100% commission lawyer though, so I'm a little
but
bit.
there you go. You see, so it's true. I've worked with individuals. You get people like Mark, you get certain lawyers and accountants though that are kind of almost like self-employed and they've got more of a business mind. So you get those, but when you get the more corporate structure, no way.
You only do SMEs, mate. No more than 20 staff. They're all they're all probably quite high D, high I profiles.
Exactly. So like I said, again, so this is not a broad paintbrush and you say everybody's hard with it, because no, different personalities. Because like I said, I qualified as a barrister. So I'm a high D myself, and I And I've also got a lot of C in me because I'm quite analytical, but I don't use as much of that as I would. But yeah, so it does attract. One of the reasons I didn't stay in law is I realized I didn't have the right personality. I was voted, Mark will like this, I was voted by my graduating class as most likely to be disbarred. So there you go, right? So anyway, moving on. So this is what I just wanted to give you this because this is going to help you. Like I say, you can go away and you can do the test, you can read into this all you want, but it gives you a bit of an edge because now you're going to start realizing when you get in front of prospect, oh, this is why these are so hard to sell to. It's not like the other guy, yeah? And you'll start to spot because when you meet people more like you with your personality, you tend to gel with them quicker. So it's just worth knowing. Yeah, so last on this, very quickly. C talks about facts analysis. That's what they like talking about. Dominants like talking about goals, oneself, hard values, results and change. High I's like talking about people, team spirit, good things, future, themselves. And S's like talking about agreements, principles, past, proofs, one's team. So they have all different things. So again, we are an element of all of these, but 2 are dominant and 2 are less dominant. And when you're out there selling, you're going to be meeting these personalities all the time. And obviously, the more you can meet people like you, the easier. It's not. No. I'm gonna phrase that correctly. You're tilting the scale slightly more in your favor. Put it that way, because yeah, just because you meet D's doesn't mean they're all going to buy from you. But you're just giving yourself a bit of an extra edge if you know the personality. Last thing, then, voicemails. What do you think the voicemail of the D is? This is how you can spot him.
Leave a message.
Yeah. A D says something like, it's Benjamin, leave me a message, thanks. What does the I say? Hi, it's Benjamin. Sorry, I can't take your message, but if you leave me, I can't take your call, but if you leave me a message, I'll get back to you. Have a great day. The steady relator. I'm sorry, I can't take your call. I'm in meetings for most of the day, but if you leave me a message, I will be sure to get back to you as soon as possible. And then the C, you get through to their mailbox, it just says mailbox 6 full. They haven't even bothered to change the message. Is that true, Mark?
Sure. Yeah.
So this is why people always say to me, do you ever go through the voicemail when you're prospecting? Yes, I do. One, because I want to hear what they sound like. So if I'm talking, and I've done this, I'm talking to a sales director, and I say we should meet with his boss, and he agrees. I then say, can I ask you a question? What's he like? Is he a blue sky thinker? Is he the kind of guy that makes decisions and loves to take risks? Or would you say he's more analytical, more fact and figure? I'm trying to get the spectrum here. And they tell you, oh, no. And I had one guy say to me, no, he's real detailed. I had a sales director say this to me. He said he's really detailed. I mean, because he goes, well, he's a computer guy, right? And he built this software company. He goes, in fact, I think he may even be on the spectrum. And I was like, oh, okay. And I remember I had a call set up with this guy, and I remember thinking, well, how am I going to approach this guy? So what I did, I was very deliberate in what I was doing. And he spotted me doing what I was doing. And it was quite interesting because he started laughing. I go, why are you laughing? He goes, I can see what you're doing to me. I said, what do you mean? He goes, you see, you just did it then. Sorry. He goes, see, you're very good. He goes, you have an amazing ability never to answer a question. I've just been watching and listening to you as you do this. And he goes, I find it fascinating what you're doing. I go, you don't like it, do you? He goes, no, I do like it. And he goes, very good. See, you just see how you got me to. And I was doing it because I wanted, because this guy's all about analyzing. He was watching me. And he said, I have not seen it done so well before. And I go, so what do you want to do? He goes, yes, I think we should have a meeting because I think you might be able to help us. Ended up selling to him in the end. Totally opposite. Right? But that required me to really think about what I was doing. Too much effort. I'm too lazy. I'm a salesman, so I just stick to the D's and the I's now. It's much easier. Right? So, does that make sense? Any questions on that before we move on to some interesting stuff? Well, this is interesting, but all right, it's 6 o'clock, so we'll take a break about half hour. Okay, discovery. Now we're into it. So we've done the Omega. We've agreed the next steps, and they're happy with the next step, whatever the next step is. I've explained to them the reasons why people typically choose not to work with me, and they've said none of those would be an issue. Now, I just want you to remember this, that prospects are still allowed to deceive and lie to you. Yeah. So even though I've done all of this, I'm acutely still aware that there's a possibility that what they haven't told me is the truth. And for me, in my world, it's important, because if someone outright lies to me like that, it gives me an idea. I can make a judgment. Do I want to work with these people or not? If someone's going to absolutely just outright lie to me, even though we've gone through a process. So for me, it's also a test of character and integrity. It's down to you what you do with it. But remember, does anyone remember how we ended the last session?
We said, what happens if they still say, I need to think it over?
Right. Yeah, right. So we're going to fast forward right to the end of the meeting now, and we're just going to do this really briefly. So say they've agreed the next step, they've agreed, da-da-da-da-da. You do the discovery, everything goes well. You get to the end of the meeting, and they say to you, I need to think it over. What do you do here, ladies and gentlemen? What do you do?
So it's a no for now.
Yeah. Anybody else? Right. So yeah, we're sort of on the line. Was that Jan? I think it was Jan. Yes. So Jan is on the right line. If you get to the end and someone says to you, well, I need to think it over, you need to plant your feet, because I'm leaving with the next step or a no. Right? I'm not having a think it over. So if somebody says to me, I need to think, I get, no, that's fair enough. I get that. I understand. So nurturing. I don't jump on them. I don't get angry with them, because I know this is a possibility. So I get that. I understand. I appreciate it. Okay. Why don't we just say no for now then? Do you know how hard it is to get prospects to agree to a no when you start asking them for a no? They go, no, I don't know. No, it's not a no, Benjamin. I go, no, I appreciate that, but I don't want to put you under any pressure. So why don't we say it's a no now? Look, you can always phone me up next week and say you're in. And I always do that. Yeah. And two things happen here. They either say, no, let's do it. Let's do the next step. I go, no, I think you're just saying that now because you feel you have to. Push them away. No, seriously, really? Yeah, no, and then I'll just get them to reinforce and reinforce. Or they say, no, okay, Benjamin, let's say it's a no for now then. I'm fine with that. Do you know how many of those no's call back and say they're in? Quite a lot. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I've had so many people call me back. No one ever calls you back to say they're not in, but they will call you back to say they're in. So when you get to the end of the meeting, if someone says, I need to think it over, you go, no, I appreciate that. Well, look, why don't we just say it's a no for now and see what happens? And you'll be amazed. You can also, if you want, you can also say to them, do you remember at the beginning of the meeting when we agreed? And you remind me, now you take them back to the adult frame of mind. Do you remember at the beginning of the meeting when we agreed? Yeah. Well, I'm okay with you telling me no. It's fine to say no. Yeah, so you make it. So you have to leave with a no or a next step. Yeah. Now, a lot of people buckle at this point because their little internal child's jumping up and down saying, no, it could be an opportunity. Don't. Yeah. Yeah, this is you letting your excitement, this is letting your emotions take over. I want you to be objective. I came here with a clear goal to do my job. And at the end of that, I'm leaving with a no or I'm leaving with the next step. This is the dominant assertive part of your personality. And you have to say, look, just say no. I've had people say, I don't want to say no. What do you say? I had someone say, I don't want to say no. I said, well, you've got to say the other one then. That's my job. Yeah. And I'll take a no. And I'll wait for them to phone me back. Well, one of my clients, it was another company, sold over Zoom, got to the end of the meeting. And he looked at me and he said, okay, so he goes, so what was the next step again? And I briefly, he goes, how much is that? And I told him the price. He goes, that's a lot of money. I said, I know. I said, why don't you just say no? So it's too much. And he was a very dominant businessman, and he just went silent. And he was looking down. And we've been speaking for about an hour, and I kind of wanted to leave the meeting too. And I said, I don't normally interrupt. I said, do you mind if I interrupt? I go, I get the feeling, I said, are you waiting for me to offer a discount? And he smiled. He goes, yeah, I was hoping you might come back with something. I said, you're going to be waiting a long time. He goes, well, fine, Benjamin, it's a no. I just cannot justify that level of spending for this right now. I go, that's fine. I said, we did agree at the beginning that this could be an outcome of the meeting. Yes, no, but he goes, look, I've enjoyed the meeting. Honestly, Benjamin, if we'd met at any other time, I'm positive I would have gone with you. I said, that's fine. I said, hey, look, before you go, could I ask you one last question? He goes, yeah, quickly, but I have to. As soon as I've decided to leave, there's suddenly everything's got to be rushed up. Yeah, you get that? Yeah. And I just go on my last question. I go, my last question's this. I said, just think on this. I said, why would you hire a sales trainer that has to discount to win business? He goes, that's a very good question. I said, anyway, I said, look, you'll find someone. Good luck. And we hung up. And I looked at my watch and I thought, how long is it going to take this guy to phone back? Took 3 days. 3 days. But I got the email, Benjamin, I've had a chance to think this through and I want to go ahead. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen, because what had happened in the moment is, emotionally, he wanted to do it. Intellectually, he didn't want to spend the money. So in the moment, he let his intellect overrule his emotion. But then when they went away and the mum, the dad, and the adult and the child all had a chat, it turns out they all agreed, actually, we do want to do it. Why do we say no? And then they phone back. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of buyer's remorse. What would this be? Prospects remorse, I guess. I don't know. There's no term for it. So, discovery. So,
Benjamin, sorry, before we go on, can I ask, in that scenario with that guy, at the very beginning, had you mentioned the price?
Yes.
So the next stage will be this, and it will cost you that.
And it's going to cost you, yeah. So he knew that. So he's playing a game.
Right.
He's a high D businessman. He's playing the game. Yeah, guess what? I'm playing the game too. Yes.
How would you apply this concept over email, communication? For example, like if they ask you questions over email, you can't exactly kind of ask them like, what do you mean by that every single time, or like try to get them.
Well, you shouldn't be trying to sell to someone over email anyway.
Let's say it's like between meetings, like you've had one meeting, they've agreed to a next step, which may be another meeting with the MD. And
right. Okay. So I guess so. What you're asking is it's a hypothetical, and it's all contextual. You see, so it depends on the sorts of questions that are being asked. But you can still ask nurturing questions. So you know the Omega that I taught you.
Yep.
I put that in an email. It works every time. I write that in an email. Yeah, I know how to write it in an email. See, the problem with email, we could go. I could do a whole course on how to write emails, but we're not going to go too much into it now because we'd be outrageous. But the problem with email or texting or any form of digital communication is there's no tone of voice. So if you send somebody something and they read it in a foul mood, you can end up pissing them off. So before you ever send anything, you have to reread it over and over again, and you have to ask yourself, if I read this and I was angry, how would this message make me feel? That takes quite a bit of time. And so when you're if someone asks you a question in an email, you've got to then think, okay, I now need to write a nurturing response that's going to get them to open up more. And again, because this is hypothetical, very hard to give you the specifics. But yes, you can do this over email, but it is a lot harder because there is no tone of voice. It's all delayed. Whereas in real time, where you can control more of it, it's much easier to do. So it can be done in email, but it's a lot harder. And yeah, so it all, again, it would all be very contextual. And I have clients come to me and say, Benjamin, how would you respond to this email? And I can often write one, and everything that normally works. I can do it in such a soft way because all the techniques you're going to learn next will help you do that. So it's very hard to give you a definitive answer to that. The answer is yes, this does work, but it takes a lot of effort to make sure it's done right. And yeah, shooting off an email is probably one of the worst things you could ever do. But you don't need me to tell you that. I'm sure you've all experienced that yourselves in one shape or another. So this is an important quote. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Benjamin Franklin. And basically, well, it's kind of self-explanatory, but I'm not in the business of convincing people they should buy from me. It's not my job. I can't convince anyone to do anything. I can't convince a man against his will. Because if I convince someone to do something and they have the chance, as everyone does, to go away and think it through, as everybody does, and they haven't actually been convinced because I've just convinced them against their will. In the moment, I put pressure on them and they buckle. Why do you think so many prospecting meetings don't take place? One of the biggest complaints I get is being ghosted and no-shows. And then you listen to how the meeting was set up. It's like, well, you basically begged this guy to meet with you and he just said yes. But he was never convinced of meeting you. You did nothing to get him to the point where he felt he wanted to meet with you. You just overpowered him in the moment and convinced him against his will. And as a result, when he hung up, whatever, he was able to come to the, I'm not doing this, I'm not going, I don't care. So you can't convince anyone to do anything. So we're not in the convincing business. We're in the discovery business. My job is to get a prospect to discover they need what I have. See, if someone discovers something, they own it. Belongs to them. They've discovered it. So our job isn't to convince people of anything. Our job is to get them to discover for themselves why they need us. And that all comes down to the questions we ask and how we ask them, because that's all this is. Yeah, it's questions, questioning skills. So disqualification is key. This is the other thing. This is very counterintuitive. When I get in front of prospects, I'm trying to get rid of them. I'm not trying to sell to them. I'm trying to get rid of them because there are more reasons for people not to work with me than there are to work with me. So my job is to figure out whether or not they can't work with me. Because if we eliminate, as Sherlock Holmes would say, if we eliminate all the reasons why someone can't work with me, then the chances of them working with me are exponentially increased. Would you not agree? Is that not logical? Anybody?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So my job, your job, when you get in front of a prospect, is that we're here to sell, we're here to impress them, we're here to no. I'm here to ask them questions to get them to discover for themselves whether or not they need us. And if they can't convince themselves that they need to move forwards with us, then it either means two things. There is nothing there, which means they're disqualified out, or I've done a shit job. Could be one of the two. Yeah. If you've done a crap job, the good thing is you can get better. If you do a good job and you disqualify them out because you figured out there is a reason why we can't move forwards, then you've also done a good job. Because I'm trying to get rid of people as quickly as possible because life is too short to spend it kissing frogs. Let me be upfront with you. 99% of people you probably meet through your sales contact, you wouldn't want to hang out with socially. You're only in front of these people because you have to be there, but most of them you wouldn't want to spend any time with in any other setting, right? So my job is to try and just get rid of people. And if I can't get rid of them through the reasons why I know you shouldn't work with me or can't or couldn't, then whatever's left means we're really getting close to doing a deal. Doesn't mean we're guaranteed, but we're closer and closer. And it's a lot easier trying to get rid of someone than it is trying to convince them they should use you. And in fact, when you get good at this, do you know how hard it is to get rid of people? When you try and get rid of them, it's amazing how people will argue with you over why you're wrong. And this is all I want. I want them arguing with me that the reasons we can't work here that don't apply to them. Who's convincing who here? I'm not convincing them. They're doing all the work. I'm not paid enough to work hard. I'm a salesman. Yeah. Prospect's the one with the problem. They're going to have to deal with all this. So I'm going to give you this though, a little. This is something you can use only when it feels right. And the first time I ever did this, I came up with it actually in the back of a Uber on the way to a meeting in London in I think it was 2018. I was on my way to a meeting with a managing director of a software. I think it was software. Anyway, I was rereading the email because I'd planned the meeting out. I'd made my notes and I'd done my little map. And I was rereading the email that the assistant to the CEO had sent me. So obviously he dictated an email or whatever, and she'd sent it. And as I was reading it, there's nothing in it specifically, but I just got this feeling from the way it was worded or the way it came across that he wanted to work with me. And so I'm sitting in the back of this cab, and it kind of threw me because I'd not spotted it before. And so I'm sitting in the back of the cab, well, this is interesting. Well, what do I do here? I think this guy wants to work with me. So what do I do? And then I do what I always do. I mutter to myself. I said, well, Benjamin, if you were one of your students, what would you tell your student to do? I said, well, I'd just ask him. Yeah. All right, so now I know what the solution is I need to ask this person. The question is, how do I go about it? And then the trading kicks in. Well, I've got to do it nurturingly. This is a question that I've never asked before, so I have no idea what the answer is going to be because I've never done this, but this is the first time. Real world, dangerous stuff, right? So there I am. Get in front, get into this meeting, meet this guy. We shake hands. He says, Benjamin, it's really good to meet you. I've watched some of your videos and I really like your stuff. And he goes, so I'm looking forward to this meeting. And I said, okay. I said, but before we start, I said, can I ask you a really, really weird question? Now, if I'm ever going to do something which I know could cause somebody discomfort or annoyance or maybe make them uncomfortable, I always get permission. And because this was new to me and novel to me, I went in with, look, can I ask you a really, really weird question? And of course, everybody says, the odds of someone saying no is slim. But if they do, don't write me, right? It's bound to happen, right? But the odds are so slim. Can I ask you a really weird question? Yes, of course. But I was going to predicate it again because this was a corker and I'd never asked it before. And also I knew that whatever he answered to this question was going to fundamentally change how I behave. And that's exactly what I said to him. I said, are you sure? I said, because whatever you answer is going to dictate how I behave for the rest of this meeting. Now this guy's curious. He's leaning in. He goes, go on, then ask it. I want to hear your question. And then I did it. I said, my question is this then. Have you already decided you want to work with me? And the purpose of this conversation is to figure out what that would look like. Or do you need to be convinced by the end of this meeting that I'm someone you want to work with? You see, why have a sales meeting when you just have to take an order? Do you know what? I reckon the average salesperson spends about 10 minutes selling and then 50 minutes buying it back. Yeah, because they talk too much and they miss all the signs. And so I got this feeling. And so this is why I asked him this. Now, again, this is real world. So I had no idea what the guy's response was going to be. And he did. It started well because he did exactly what I kind of would like. He goes, because that is a very good question. See now I'm psychologically I'm starting to win. So my job is to get these guys, senior decision makers, saying that is a very good question. Because that's my job. Because now I'm the smartest person in the room without having told him I'm the smartest person in the room. And so he goes, that's a very good question. He goes, and he's thinking. Again, you're winning. This is my job. Got to get them thinking. And he's thinking, and he does what all high Ds do. He goes, let me put it this way, Benjamin. He goes, this is yours to lose. Now, that is a non-answer. Yeah. And it's not the answer to my question. He's answered the question he wants to answer. Now, I asked a question and I want the answer. So because I'm a high D and because I don't care and I have no emotional attachment to whether or not I work with this guy, so I just do what I do. And I give him a stroke. I said, I like that. I said, that's a really good answer. I said, I wasn't expecting that. I said, I'll tell you what, though. You do realize that if we work together, one of the first things I'll teach you is you can't lose something you ever had. I said, so what are you telling me? And then he just looked at me and said, yes, I do want to work with you, Benjamin. I said, well, that was easy. I said, all we need to do then is figure out what you want to do, when you want to do it, and can you afford the fee? He goes, pretty much. I walked out with an order. Right? So I'm giving this to you because I want you to use this when you feel it's right. Now, I reckon inbound opportunities. I'd use it on inbound opportunities. Yeah, so people that come to you. This is a great opening line when you get into a meeting after you've done all your stuff. And I'd do this right at the very beginning before I do anything else. But you only do it if you feel it. You know, I don't want you to just do this as a, well, maybe you could do it as a blanket. But I've done this about a dozen times since then, I think. Yeah, at least a dozen. And I think all except one occasion, they've always chosen the first and said, yes, I do want to work with you. There's only one time where the guy said, no, I'd need to be convinced. Which is fine, because then I just do the rest of a sales meeting that I was going to do anyway. So I want to give you that because this may make you a lot of money and save you a lot of time. Right? Does anyone feel they would have the guts or the courage to ask this question of someone right at the beginning of the meeting?
Yeah.
That's 1 in 20, so that's good, I guess.
With the right
Especially if it's
word.
inbound.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, and like I said, you're only going to do it when you feel it. I'm not saying you do this every time because that would be kind of stupid. It's got to be, there's something that says to you, this is probably the appropriate time to ask this question.
But there's bits off the back of it as well, because you know, if it's positive and they're like, well, no, you need to convince me, but you sense there's a positive vibe, and you can say, okay, tell me what would convince you. What would I need to do to convince you that this is a solution? And then you can start to unpick from there. So I feel like there's quite a few angles you can take it.
Oh yeah, it's a very powerful move, but it's yeah, use it when it's appropriate. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm giving it to you. So I wanted to give you this because it will save you a lot of time. Because you probably, I bet there's a lot of orders you've talked yourself out of. Salespeople are very good at talking themselves out of orders. Yeah. So find out. You approached us, you've invited us in because you're interested in our technology. You can ask you a really upfront question. Have you all decided you want to work with us? Yeah, actually we do. Okay, so all we need to figure out is how, when, and can you afford it? Yeah, well, that was easy. Yeah, doesn't mean you're going to sell to them because they may not be able to afford your fee because you ain't going to buckle on your fee. No, you're going to get paid what you deserve, right? So just because they want to work with you doesn't mean they're qualified to work with you. Yeah. So just remember that. Yeah. So moving on. So you've heard all these phrases: find the pain, find the gap, find the need. The problem is, what I discovered when I first set out to sell is nobody told you how to do this. These are wonderful statements: find the pain, find the gap. But how? How do you do that? How do I do that in a meeting? What am I supposed to do? It took me a lot of trial and error to figure out the best way to go about this. And I've got a structure that I use that I find works for me and my clients instead it works for them. Whether or not it'll work for everyone, I don't know. Because this is something I've cobbled together myself. Yeah, and but it's very effective when I'm selling and what I sell, and a lot of other clients who've used this have said they find it an extremely useful way of questioning. So we're going to go through this now, and then we'll take a brief break because we're nearly at the 6:30 mark. So disqualification. I'm going to come back to this slide, but I have two ways I go about this. My first job is to challenge their vision on where they want to be and where they want to go, and then I spend a good part of the meeting arguing for the status quo. And I'm going to talk you through how to do this. And this little chart has got the behavior and the techniques that I'm going to be using throughout the process. So my behavior, I'm going to be nurturing, slightly confused, struggling, and inquisitive. I'm going to be using Socratic questioning, presumptive questioning, using ABCs, softening, pushing away, vulnerable, nurturing, assertive. These are all things that I will be doing as I go through these elements. And my job is to challenge the vision. And then I'm going to go through the status quo. I'm going to get them to fight for their future. I need to argue with me that the status quo is unacceptable. You see, if you can't get a prospect arguing with you that what is happening now has to change, the odds of them doing anything is slim. So I spend my whole time trying to convince someone they don't need to change. And when you try and convince someone they don't need to do anything and they're arguing with you that they do need to do something, who's convincing who here? They're convincing themselves. That's my job. I also get to use my product knowledge, but my product knowledge is only going to be framed in questions. And so everything that I know about my product or my service, I'm going to demonstrate how smart I am, but I'm going to turn those into questions. And instead of telling them this, I'm going to ask them questions that get them to say what I want to tell them. We're going to get on to that. Do you understand what I mean by when I say I get them to say what I want to tell them? Does that make sense?
Yep.
It sounds like you want to make them come to the sort of conclusion.
They discover for themselves what I want to say. So if you want to tell them about a feature or a benefit to your product or service, if you tell a prospect about it, they could be less enthused or, okay, well, it's interesting. Yeah, no, but my job is to get them to realize they want or need that particular feature or benefit. So I use questions to get them to come to that conclusion themselves. So if I want to sell reinforcement training, I develop questions to get them to say, you probably need to reinforce this. Yeah. So you develop questioning. You know, someone says, so what would the course say? Well, I said, have you ever done any training before? Yeah. What's the number one thing you hate the most about training? And then people give wild answers normally the first time. I go, no, okay, other than that. And they go, I suppose generally because after you've been on the training, you've done all your stuff, not a lot happens. I go, no, why do you think that happens? Well, some people just don't want to do it. Yeah, why else? I suppose when you learn, and they say because when you learn new things, you don't get it first time and there's no one there helping you do it. Okay, so can you think of any way that training would be more effective? And I go, well, yeah, you'd need to reinforce it, right? When you say reinforce, what do you mean? Well, you'd probably need not just a session, you'd want several sessions. It makes sense. So when I get to showing what I do and presenting to you the sorts of packages that I have, should I discuss the reinforcement stuff? See, I've got them to say it. Does that make sense? Yeah. But if I said, hey, shall I talk to you about the reinforcement package? Nah, we'll be fine, thanks. No, we're not interested. Yeah? Now, I'm being extreme, right? But this is what I'm saying. So I just want to demonstrate. So my job, whatever I want to tell a prospect, so salespeople love talking about their product. They love talking about what it does. But you might as well take your family holiday snaps with you and just show them, because that's what you're doing. I want to get my prospect to tell me what they want to see. I want to get my prospect to tell me what they need. And then I will show them that. So if I ever do a demo, they only see the bits that they've said they need or want to see to buy. They don't see anything else. Let them figure out that the system does all these other cool things after they've bought it. Because the moment you start showing them all the bits that you like, and they have no interest for any of them, what do? That's why you're so much more expensive, because we don't need all of that. We just wanted to do this. Yeah, but it does this, and you can do this, and you can link your social media accounts to it, and you can. I don't want to link my fucking social media account. No, I'm not interested. Yeah, so all the stuff that you think's brilliant about the product, I don't care. So this is what you got to understand. Prospects don't give two rats' asses about you, your product, or your service. The only thing they care about is themselves, their world, their problems, and their life. So my job isn't to go in there and talk about me and what I can do. I'm a therapist. I'm just here to find out what the hell's wrong with you and whether or not we're suitable to give you the solution that we have. Maybe not. I don't know. But we'll know by the end of this meeting. And if it's not a no, then we'll do the next step, which is part of our process. That's all I'm here for. So this is the structure that I use. Challenge your vision, the status quo. Get them to fight for it, technical, and then there's the alternatives. I go through all the alternatives with my prospects. This is when I'm talking to companies. Sometimes I do this with individuals, but I don't have to do it as much, because when I'm talking to an individual, it's a slightly different conversation than when someone's hiring for a team, for a company. So again, my conversations vary depending on the audience that I have in front of me. Yeah. So I'm not selling someone on, I'm not selling an individual on a taster session. So the individual buy-in is, well, why don't you buy a boot camp? Yeah. So it all changes depending on who I'm talking to. It's different next steps for different types of people. If I'm in front of a sales director and I didn't know it was the sales director and I realized I fucked up, the next step is get the MD involved. So it always changes depending on the circumstance, but it's never a surprise because I'm prepared and I know what I'm going to do. So this is the structure, and I'm going to go through it with you over the next few slides. But before we do that, this is probably a good moment then to take a break. I think it's about 35 past the hour here. So then we're going to come back and we're going to go through this in some more detail. So before we break, has anybody got any questions? Are you enjoying it? Actually, I should ask, because I don't. Are you? Is this useful?
Yeah, it's
Very useful.
Yeah, definitely.
It's great.
Very useful.
Super.
I'm grateful we have the recording because there's a lot to process, but I can see it's going to be very useful.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah,
only-
there's a lot. Like I say, I mean, you can't spend 2 days at Harvard and come out a top lawyer. You know, you just can't. You can't do anything like that. So all of this here, this takes a lot of practice, and because you got your real jobs and your real lives, you got real pressures. This stuff easily gets pushed to one side because to do this, you actually have to go out of your way to do it. So, 70% of people I train, 70 to 75% of people don't end up doing virtually all of it because it's hard. And if you're doing okay, why would you want to rock the boat? And remember, deep down, most people don't want to be in sales anyway. So if you don't really want to be doing sales, why the hell would you try really hard to rock the boat to get really good when deep down I don't really care? So this is a personal thing for everybody. I decided I was going to stay in sales. And I said, if I'm going to stay in sales, I'm going to treat it like I would have if I was a lawyer. I need to make this as efficient and as process driven as possible, because the only way I'm going to have success is by being able to do the same thing over and over again really, really well. Can't do that winging it. I need control. I'm a high D, remember? I've got to have control. So we'll take a break. So let me look at my phone because I don't have it is, well, we'll cut 35, so 35 to 50, 10 to the hour, wherever you are, 10 to the hour, we will come back and we'll do the second half. Yeah, so I'm going to stop the recording, stop the share, and I will see you all record. All right, I'll share my screen. Why is there we go. There we go. We should all be able to see that. There we go. Yeah, so we'll come back to the slide probably, but I just had to try and write out. So you have to have an opening question. You have to have an opening question. Now, remember, meetings, if we've done what you've done, you would have done the Omega, you would have done, so everyone's feeling comfortable, everyone's feeling quite, to a degree, semi-relaxed. Now, when you first start doing this, I probably won't, because you can do a ham-fisted job of it. We get that, we accept that. So once you push through the pain of doing this miserably a few times, after a while, it'll become quite natural. And you'll get good at delivering these, and they'll be conversational, and you'll learn how to act your way through the Omega and all of that. And you will get there. Trust me, you will. If you practice it, you're committed to getting good at it, you will. And I guarantee you, within 3 months, if you do this before all your meetings, you'll look back in 3 months and say, I can't believe I used to open meetings without doing this, because it just seems crazy. I do not know how you could sit in a meeting with a stranger in a business setting and both not agree what's going to happen at the end, at the beginning, have them agree to it. I just don't get it. It just, yeah, I don't need an agenda. I never set an agenda. I set the structure. The structure is this. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. You're going to answer. And then by the end of it, we're going to decide whether or not we should move forward. And my job is to ask the questions. My job is to get you to realize through my questions that I know so much more about this than you do. And by me demonstrating I know so much more about this, your problem, and how it affects you and your business, because I have years of experience of working with organizations just like yours with the same problems, the same headaches. There's nothing you're going to say to me that I've not heard before. If you feel that by the end of this process, then there's a good chance you're going to want to move forwards with me. Not all the time, but there's a good chance. So this is my job. So I need an opening question. Now I'm going to give you a selection. My favorite one is the middle one. It's the one I use all the time. I use it on inbound calls, outbound calls, meetings. Doesn't really matter. Not outbound calls, sorry, not when I'm cold calling. I use it on organized phone calls. Yeah. So I use it all the time because it's a great question, but it's set up for a purpose. I asked this question for a reason. My job from the moment I get in front of my prospect is to challenge them. Nurturingly, of course, because if I can't challenge a prospect, if I can't make them start to reassess or rethink the issue that they think is the problem, then we're never going to get to where we need to be. And most prospects are like patients. They bring symptoms. They don't really know the real problem. And so my job is to get them to discover that they don't know what the real problem is, and then help them discover through my questions what the real problem is, and then have them realize, you sound like someone that can help us. So everything I do is choreographed to get me to that aim point. And part of mine, now I can speak intelligently about my world, harder so for you because I don't live and breathe your world. But you can adapt everything I can to your world. I adapted it to mine. And there's nothing special or different or unique about mine. There are hundreds, thousands of sales trainers, highly competitive market. Yeah, so I don't have it any easier or any different than anybody else. What I have got good at is when I do my meetings, I have total control and know where I'm going. And at the end of the experience, most prospects say, I really like this meeting. The way you've done it, if my guys could do what you've done with me, then we'd sell more. So I want to learn how to do this. So I have a question. So you need an opening question. So okay, so why don't we start? So my first question. So I got my first question's this. And I've set it up because I ask it in a way that's slightly confusing. But I do it because I want them to give me the wrong answer. Because when they give me the wrong answer, they think it's the right answer. Then I get to challenge that answer. So you're going to have to figure out in your world what that is. I don't know what it is, and I can't fix that for you on tonight's course, because that's an individual thing. But that's the premise of this. So I'm going to give you several questions, but I'll show you the one that I use. So I mean, you could always do an opener if you wanted to, but you get to, went on. Sorry, I've frozen it. Yeah. So yeah, this is it. You need, sorry, went on, where am I? The space between where they are now and where they want to be. That's what we're looking for. That's the gap, as some people would say. That's the pain. That's the need. This is where I want to be. This is where we are. The gap between is the problem, maybe. So we got to figure out, can we build a bridge? And I'll be the ones to build that bridge. And how important is it that they go from there to there? And if they can't convince me they want to go from there to there, then I'm not going to work with them. And if they can convince me they want to go from there to there, but they can't afford to pay me, then I'm not going to help them because I'm not a charity. So it's getting all this lined up. So I want to start that off with a question. And so there are several you can use, but the one I've settled on and the one that I use all the time is the second one. So first we get, so look, quick, why am I here? Why have you invited me in today? What is it you want to achieve? What do you want to have happen by the end of this meeting? Now, that's a question that a lot of people start with. The problem with that is I think it's limiting the scope. I don't want to know what they want to achieve by the end of this meeting, because I know exactly what they're going to say. If you ask a prospect, what do you want to achieve by the end of this meeting? What are they all going to say in a roundabout manner?
Find out a bit more.
Information.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to say something like, I just want to understand a little bit more about what it is that you do, da 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 da, right? In one way or another. So that's kind of useless. I'm not interested in what they want out of this meeting. And then we're in front of each other because you may or may not have sales problems. You may or may not need a sales trainer. So let's figure out, do you have sales problems? Do you need a sales trainer? And more importantly, why do you need any of that? Because you're only doing this for a purpose. There's a reason for why you think you need sales training. What is it? And so where do you need to be? Where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to get? What is the point of getting someone like me? And what is the point of changing your software? What is the point of doing whatever it is? What is the point? Why do you want and need to do it? I need to be convinced that where you're going is where you want to be. So I always start off with this question. Well, look, let's pretend we decide we shouldn't work together. Let's fast forward 12 months into the future. What will I have done, or what will you be doing differently for you to say hiring Benjamin was the best decision we ever made? Now, I know because prospects are predictable. There's another question there, but I'm going to stick with this one because this is the main one. And I know, because prospects are predictable, I'm going to get a range of answers to that question. Yeah, and they don't change that much. Only once has somebody said something completely left field, and it was a good one, actually. I'll come back to that. So if I ask this question, I normally get something like, we'll be in front of more people. We'll be making more money. We'll be selling more. You get the usual answers. Now, again, I don't know what they're going to say in your world because I don't know your world, but you're going to have to start. This is where you got to start putting in the legwork and figuring this out, because you're going to have to figure out how you're going to deal with this. So when you ask this question, let's pretend I want to know where they want to go. And I deliberately ask this in a way because I know the answer they're going to give me is going to be wrong. Because that outcomes, and then I follow it up. So this is why I want to challenge it. So then I will ask that question and I get the same sort of answer. Well, we'd be selling more, or we'd be making more money, or we'd be in front of more people. And then I go, okay. I go, no, that's a good answer. I like that. I said, but sorry, it's my fault because that's not quite what I'm looking for. And I go, well, what do you mean? I go, actually, I apologize. Now, this is all set up. So one of the things I teach people is the art of vulnerable, nurturing, and assertive. Vulnerable is admitting weakness and making up. People appeal. Vulnerability, yeah, and nurturing and assertive. So I go vulnerable. I go, look, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I asked that question in a bad way. Let me try it another way. And then I ask the real question. And I say, and you can adapt this to your world, or you're going to have to come up with your own question. I don't know yet. And I say to them, no, okay, let me ask it a better way. Sorry. See, this is me struggling, you know, so I can do it. Let me ask it a better way. Well, can I ask you a question? Selling well is the outcome of doing something properly and well, isn't it? And they go, yes. I go, so therefore selling badly or not so well is the outcome of doing something poorly or badly. Would that be fair? And they go, yes. Okay, so my question's this then. What is it that your guys are doing that if they stopped doing, they'd sell more? Or what is it they're not doing that if they did do, they'd sell more? Now, this question in my world, and I'm sure you can adapt it to yours, always gets, most of the time, not all the time, because again, nothing's 100%, but most of the time I get this, ooh, that's a good one. What? And then again, because prospects are predictable, this is it. I deal with different companies, different sectors, but they all end up saying similar things. And you're going to discover that probably in your world. Now, again, the more technical your solution is, you may have a slightly bigger range of this, but there's going to be a limitation to what they say. And you should be smart enough to know what they could say when you're developing these questions, because you need to know the answers. Just like a good lawyer, when they're cross-examining, well, not cross-examining, when they're asking their evidence in chief, they're asking their witness, they know exactly what the witness is going to say because the questions have already been prepared. Yeah, and if they go off piece, then they'll deal with it. So I'm asking questions because I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to hear, but I'm not expecting one answer. I know there's a range they can pick from, but I know what the range is. I know the scope. So I ask that question, I always get the same response. Ooh, that's a very good question. And then they normally settle on something like, we're not in front of enough people. Tends to come down to that. This is why prospecting is one of my biggest hooks, because prospecting seems, they believe, to be their biggest problem. We're not in front of enough people. So now I've started my journey of discovery, because my job is to get this CEO. So remember, I sell to CEOs and MDs. I got to get this person to acknowledge that this is all their fault. That's where I'm going. So I know where I'm going. I know that if I can get them to acknowledge this is all their fault, they're probably going to give me money. But I've got to get them there, and they don't know that's where we're going. But that's where I'm going. So part of what you need to do when you're figuring out how to apply this in your world is, where do we need to get our what is it that our prospects need to acknowledge in their business or their world for them to say, we need to do whatever it is you sell? Now, I don't know what that is, and I can't give you that answer.
But could you give us that question again? You said, so what is it that your sales team are doing or not doing? Could you give me that question again?
So the question is what? So my question is, what are your sales guys doing that if they stopped doing, they'd sell more? Or what is it they're not doing that if they started to do, they'd sell more? So the logic to this is very simple. If you're failing at something, it means you're doing something you should stop doing, or you're not doing something that you should be doing. So when people say, where do you want to be? Or we want to be making more money. Well, I get that. The question is, why aren't you? Why aren't you making more money? My job is to figure out what is the root cause here. So you think they just need sales training, maybe, but sales training is the solution. The question is, what is the problem? And I need you to acknowledge the problem. I need you to accept the problem exists. And I need you to convince me you want to fix the problem. Those are the three things I'm looking for. Do you have problems I fix? Do you accept you have these problems? And can you convince me you want to fix them? That's the emotional bit. Those are three key bits of information that I'm looking for. And so I design my questioning to get me to that point. You can all do the same. You're going to have probably similar questions to me. You're going to have different ones to me. You're going to have to figure this out. So I ask that question, and they always, in my world, will come back with, I don't think we're in front of enough people. And then I play dumb. I go, well, what do you mean you're not in front of enough people? What does that mean? Now, all these questions force them to talk more and more about them and their world. This is why I'm doing it. So I've told them, they've told me where they want to be. Now I'm picking it apart. We're not in front. What do you mean you're not in front of people? I don't understand. What do you mean? Well, my guys are tasked with getting us in front of 20 new bits of business every month, and we're not doing that. I go, well, why aren't you doing it? You see, these are very simple questions, but I'm forcing this guy to really think. So why aren't your guys doing what you pay them to do? I don't get it. I don't know. Well, you must know. When you went, now I ask a presumptive, when you went and sat down with your sales guys and said, hey, look, guys, why do you keep consistently not doing your job? What did they say? I've never actually asked that. Well, why not? It's a good question. I should ask it. Oh, well, let's pretend you did ask it. What do you think they'd say? Well, they'd probably... And so I can see how I'm in total control of this. I get this guy to slowly unpack. So this is what I got to do. I'm bringing this guy, because we're going to get him to the present. Then we're going to argue that you don't need to change. Is this making sense? Do you see where I'm going? I could go through my entire meeting, because my meetings almost follow the same conversation verbatim. It's quite fascinating. Yeah. And once you get good at this, you may, because you sell slightly more complex things than I do, you may not have one conversation, but you may discover there are three key conversations that always lead us to the point we need to get. You just got to figure out which one of those it's going to be. Again, I don't know. You could be different. So, yeah. So I have to start off with where do you want to be? And then I challenge it. Well, why can't you do that now? What's the problem? What is it? Are you sure that get them? No. And then we slowly work backwards into the present. And then I keep going. Yeah. So I get them into the present. Now my job is to fight for the state. So I chat. So what do you think they'd say? And I love this. They say things like, well, they're going to say the data's no good. I go, what else? They're going to say people don't answer the phone. I go, what else? Some are going to blame COVID. Yeah. What else? I don't know, maybe Brexit. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Can I ask you a blunt question? Do you think any of those excuses are valid? That's funny, because most people want to rescue their salespeople. Very rarely do they say, no, I don't. It's funny. I love this. Is why I do it, because it always. So I ask my question. So now we're getting into the status quo. So do you think any of those excuses are valid? I think some of them have merit, or some of them. I don't think all of them, but I think there is something in some of those. And as soon as they say that, I threaten to leave. I go, well, in that case, I can't help you. If you're telling me the excuses the guys are going to give you for not performing are valid, we don't have a problem then, do we? Amazing how quickly they start to backtrack. Yeah, now I see who's in control here. Me. Where's the pressure?
On the prospect.
On the prospect. Now, I'm being quite flippant here. So I want you to remember I said the different reality and literal versus reality. I'm literally showing you what I do, but I'm not speaking this bluntly. Yeah, I'm just wanting you to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll be a lot more nurturing, but I just want you to see what I'm doing. And I'm pulling them back. Yeah, and then they go, okay, no, you're right. You're right. They're not valid. I go, okay, so can I ask you a really uncomfortable question then? Why do you tolerate it? See, my job is to get this guy to feel. Remember, because people buy emotionally. So I'm trying to get this guy to feel it. So why do you put up with it? It's a good question. I always get, a lot of people say it's a good question. I know, that's why I need a good answer. Yeah, I'm in control. So why do you put up with it? Well, I'm not. I go, well, you have for this long. How long? And now I go down a lot. How long has this been going on? And then I take the, how long has this been going on? What have you done to fix it? How much do you think it's cost you as a result of your guy? Do you think you've lost money to competitors as a result of your guys not getting in front? Yeah, how much do you reckon that is? And they give me a figure. And if they give me a figure, I'll get the figure wrong. So if they say probably 500,000, I say, well, 50,000 is not a lot of money. Now, what do they do when I say that?
Correct you.
They correct me. They go, no, I said 500. See, the first time they say it, it's intellectual. The second time, there's a bit of feeling. Now, because I'm a prick, and I can be, I go for one last dig. I said, I think you misunderstood my question. My question was, how much does it cost you? Third time, they're screaming it at you. Yeah? Intellect to emotion. My job is to get people to feel the consequences of what's going on. So my job, now I've got them into the where we are, I go, well, look, can I ask you a question then? Help me out. The turnover of your business is what? 3 million. Well, that's pretty good. How long have you been trading? 3 years. So you've gone from 0 to 3 million in 3 years. Yeah. I guess, so what's your problem? That's good. Yeah, but we want to do better. Why? So this is all my job. My job is to find out what the fuck's going on. Why? Well, we want to go from 3 to 6. Over what period? Well, over the next 2 years. Well, you went from 0 to 3, so I'd assume you could easily go from 3 to 6 in 2 years. Why don't you just do more of the same? Because clearly whatever you've done works. See, notice I'm arguing for the status quo. And they start fighting, no. But we need to make sure we get there. Well, what do you mean you need to make sure you get there? Why would you think you wouldn't get there? So this is all I do. I challenge everything. And it forces them to open up and tell me what's going on. Because there's something else going on. It's not just... Because now, well, why do you need to hit... What happens when you hit 6 million? Well, then someone may want to buy us. Ah. So is it fair to say you want to grow the business to get out? Yeah. So what happens if you can't get out in 2 years? And so I go along this line. And then I say, so who hired these salespeople? So my job, I could spend ages going through how my conversation goes. But my job is to get them to paint the picture of where they want to be. And then I have to bring them back into the present. And then I argue with the status quo. I get them to fight with me why what they're doing now is not good enough. And you can all do this in your world. It doesn't matter what you sell. If somebody says they need to be somewhere, then they need to change. And if they need to change, they need to be able to convince you of what it is. And the only way for them to convince you of what it is for you to argue with them that they don't need to do anything. Just keep doing what you're doing. You've done fine. Remember, because nobody comes to you and says, we're a complete basket case. Our entire business is shit. We need help. They never like that. They come to you saying, we're doing all right. We're doing pretty well. I know they're going to do that. So then I argue that point with them and I get them to force them to argue with it. Well, no. We need to do better. We need to do, we need to get the fun. We need, why? What happens if you don't? What happens if you do? Who cares? So my job is to challenge them through all this questioning. I'm going to give you the questioning techniques in a minute. Now, I can't help on this course. I can't give you the specific questions that you're going to have to ask in your world because they're going to be tailored to you. I can give you all the techniques, I can give you the structure, but you're going to have to fill in the substance. that's challenging because you're going to have to figure out what it is. And you need to, and this is where you need to really understand where you're trying to take your prospect. Again, a lot of people don't know where they're going. Where am I trying to take my prospect? What am I trying to get my prospect to feel or reveal? And if you don't know that, then you don't know where you're going. So you need to know, what is it that I need to get this person to acknowledge? And I want the CEO to acknowledge that it's his fault because he hired crap salespeople, and that if he doesn't hit certain targets or figures, then it hurts him personally. I can get them there because they're all. The only reason anyone wants better sales is because they have crap salespeople and they want to hit a certain number so that they can either get out, sell up, or grow. Yeah, it's all about greed, 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 greed. That's why I like business. So I know that's where I'm going. In your world, you are going to be able to figure out why on earth anyone would want your piece of software or your whatever or your what. You can figure that out. It's not hard to know what are the motivators or the reasons why anybody would want this. I can't give you that. That's something you have to understand and figure out from your customer base. But it's there. None of you can't say, nah, I can't figure it out. I don't know what it is. You can, you've just got to apply yourself, and it's quite hard. Because we're so used to going and trying to convince people why they should use us, we've never sat back and thought, what do I need to do to get this person to acknowledge they need us? Where do I need to take them? And so when I've got them to the status quo, I challenge it, I argue, and I have to reverse engineer from where they want to be to where they are now, argue for the now. And as I'm arguing for the now, they're convincing me they don't want the now. And as I'm doing this, I get to do a lot of fact finding and asking my technical expert questions. Yeah, it's a great answer. So, alternatives. As I'm doing this, once I'm getting them, this is a good conversation because this becomes very chatty. So all the questioning techniques I get to do as this is going on, no one sees, because I'm very good at getting people to talk about them and their world. And when someone's talking about them and their world, they love it and they keep talking. And because you're asking questions that keep them talking about them and their world, no one pulls you up on this. Unless, of course, you're doing such a bad job. Yeah? But when you get good at it, people don't see it. I'm going to share something with you in a second. So one of the things I need to do is when I've got them to the status quo, when they're arguing with me that what they're doing is insufficient, that they need to, if they can't do this, if they're unable to do this, then there's a good chance we're not going to do business together. This is part of my disqualifying because I need them to be able to argue with me that what they're currently doing is not good enough, it's not sufficient, it's a problem, it has to change. They have to be able to argue that point. And then I go through all the alternatives. I go, well, can I be upfront with you? And you can do this in your world. There are a lot easier ways to fix this problem than hiring me. Well, you do know that. And they go, well, there are options. Yeah. I go, well, I think we should go through them because can I be blunt with you? And this is unique to me because I get to say this, but you can figure out what's going to be unique to you. And I get to argue and I get to say, look, I'm going to be upfront because look, I'm like the nuclear option. I said, getting me in is the last resort because if you get me in, you know, you're going to be spending quite a bit of time and money as we've, you know, discussed earlier. So, and I know that if you get me in, that it's going to be challenging, it's going to be tough, and it might not be what you want. So look, the alternatives. Why don't you just, as we said, why don't you do nothing? You've gone from 0 to 3 in 3 years. You want to go from 3 to 6 in 2 years. Based on everything that you've done and what you're doing, I suspect you'll get there without having to change anything. No, we don't want to do nothing, Benjamin. And they argue with me why that won't work. Now, if someone says, you know what, you're right, Benjamin. It's not happened yet, but it could happen. But I'm prepared for it. So why don't you just do nothing? Because it seems to me this isn't really something that needs fixing. And then they'll argue with me, no, we need to, whether it's you or someone else, I don't know, but we're definitely going to do something. Fine. Why don't you just hire better salespeople? It's a lot easier than training these idiots. I know I don't want to do that. Why not? And then they argue with me why they don't want to hire sales. They always want to invest in their people. It's this altruisticness of the leadership. I want to invest in my people. Okay, well, why don't you just fire the worst performers? That's going to save you a small fortune. Just get rid of the losers. Cut the 20% that don't perform. Use that money and hire better sales. No, we don't want to let anyone go. We want to help them. I mean, like I say, they're doing okay. But they just need that bit of extra. Okay, fine. I go, why don't you outsource it? There's so many companies out there nowadays that you can outsource your sales and lead generation to. I don't see why you're going to go through all this. No, we don't want to do that. We've tried that. We've been down that route before. Okay, why don't you poach a senior executive from one of your biggest competitors? You know, they got that little black book of contacts that they bring. You know the one? And they all say, no, we've tried that before. And if anyone's ever tried, that little black book is useless, isn't it? Because no one ever follows these people, right? So everyone knows that poaching someone doesn't tend to work out right, or they've tried in the past, right? Why don't you just put your prices up? You want to sell more, you want to make more money. I mean, you don't have to work harder, just put your prices up. No, our guys are struggling to sell it at what we've got. I mean, there's no way they're going to sell it. Okay, so I go, so let me get this straight. You don't want to do nothing. You don't want to hire people. You don't want to fire people. You don't want to outsource it. You don't want to poach someone, and you don't want to put your prices up. Yeah. I said, well, I don't know where that leaves you. It's amazing how many people say, well, training, right? I've got them to say it. So you've got to think of what are all the alternatives to using you. You've got your competitors. You've got do nothing. I don't know. You're going to have to figure this out for you, but come up with all the alternatives and start using them. And a lot of salespeople get scared at this. Why would you tell someone the alternatives? Because I'm going to be upfront with you. Whilst prospects don't know what their problem is, prospects aren't idiots. And the reason I'm doing this is I only control a prospect when I've got them. The moment I leave that office, the moment that meeting ends, I have no control over this person. And I know for a fact that particularly if you meet with an individual, if you meet with a group of people, it doesn't matter. But I know for a fact that when they're digesting or whatever it is, someone is going to say, well, why don't we just outsource it? Or someone's going to say, why? Someone's going to raise an alternative in an environment in which I can't control it. So I raise things, even if they could be detrimental to me, I raise them because at least I can control the explosion. So remember when I said going back earlier, pulling the pins? Remember I told you about the bloody advertising agency and the forecourt experience? You know, had he asked that question, he wouldn't have spent 25 grand on a pitch he could never win. That's called hope. I don't want any hope in my sales process. I don't want to get the call, then phone me and say, you know what, Benjamin, we've changed our mind. We have decided we're actually going to outsource this now. Fuck. Why didn't I raise that with them? Yeah. So, yes.
How would you, because you discussed like raising alternatives, for example, competitors.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your world's quite specialized because your sales trainers, everyone's kind of got a personal brand, right?
I don't know.
Well, clearly you have a brand and you have your reputation.
I have, yeah, but I'm not everyone's cup of tea, right? But anyway,
right. But talking of like competitors,
but everyone's got brands in your world. You're in the world of software. That's all brands.
You know, but it often comes down to like, well, this one does this one does that. So my point is, how would you phrase raising your competitors as an alternative to you?
Well, so slightly different then. So part of it would be, part of the conversation at some point again, whilst there's a structure, it's quite fluid in between. And during the conversation, as I'm doing my questioning, part of it would have come out with who else have they met with or spoken to.
How would you phrase that?
Well, you could just start. So do you mind if I ask you a question? I'm assuming we're not the only organization that you've decided to get in and meet with. And if they say, well, actually you are, I go back with why? Surely you need 2 or 3 options.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're going to say, now they're either going what are they going to say? Because it's this, if they said no, then I challenge it. Well, why not? I would. Didn't your mother raise you to get 2 or 3 options before you buy? Oh, no. Or they may say, no, we've decided. So that could, or they could say, yes, we have met with ABC company. Okay. So can I ask you a question then? Is there any reason why you haven't bought from any of them? Oh, we're just doing our due diligence. No, I understand that. So what are you hoping we're going to say or do that's different from what any of these guys have said or done? Yeah, so I go down this whole like rabbit worm, right, and find out why. What if you've met with two of our competitors and you haven't bought from them? Aren't you curious? Why have you not bought from them?
Mm.
Well, we just wanted to see what else is out there. No, I get that. Can I ask you an uncomfortable question? And do you know what you're looking for? I think so. No, you need better than that. You're about to spend £100,000. You can't say I think so. You got to know, right? Do you know what you're looking for? This is how. Well, I think I do. Well, tell me, what is it? If I can't do it, I'll tell you and I'll leave. Yeah. So again, I'd have to sit in your world and follow you around and understand a bit more to give you very specifics. But the techniques, the questioning doesn't change. It's just figuring out with your knowledge of your world and then how I just use the questioning techniques. But nothing changes. Yeah.
That really helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So
Benjamin,
go
sorry,
through
another question there.
Who's this?
Mark.
Oh, Mark. There he is.
If someone else, like sometimes it might be difficult here if they give a wishy-washy answer. Like,
What's a wishy-washy? What's a wishy-washy? Give me a wishy-washy.
Okay. Why do nothing? Because, well, we might. We haven't really decided yet.
What do you mean you haven't decided you're not going to do nothing?
Well, I mean, we have to talk to you and better understand what you can give us. So, I mean, we may choose to do it. I'm just leaving it as an option on the table.
Right. So would it be fair to say then that you don't feel this is something that really needs to have any affirmative fix then? Because if you're contemplating doing nothing, it doesn't sound to me like this is something you really want to fix.
Yeah, I need to give it some thought, really. I haven't really given it a proper thought, I suppose.
No, so can I ask you a blunt question?
Mm-hmm.
Why am I here then?
We just want to see what you have, really.
Yes, but even if you love what we have, you're not going to buy because you don't need it, right?
Well, I suppose we haven't found that out yet.
So by the end of this meeting then, if we figure out you need what we have, what's going to happen?
Okay. Okay. Well,
see, these, so this is it. Your job. If you're not trying to sell anything to somebody, do you know how easy to ask good questions? Remember, we go back to if you were a billionaire, would you put up with half the crap your prospects put you through? The answer is no. Yeah. So if I'm now sitting there like a billionaire, I don't need you to buy this system. So I'm genuinely curious as to why I'm here. If you've just told me you don't think you need to do anything. Because I don't need to sell to you, I'm curious, why are we here? And then they go, well, we may need to do something. Well, when you say you may, how are you going to know you're going to need to do something? Because I'm confused. Now, again, we're making this up on the spot, right? Sort of thing. But you can see the line of questioning. And obviously in the real world, you've got lots of other stuff going on. And of course, in the real world, for most, it's very hard for them to think on their feet very quickly. Again, it's something your brain gets used to doing when you do this a lot. My brain's very quick now when I'm in a meeting. Doesn't matter what a prospect says to me, I'm able to come back with something or nothing. I had one guy once ask me a question. I had no idea how to answer it. Absolutely, completely threw me. And I just went totally silent. I thought there was nothing. If you got nothing worth saying, shut up. So I just went silent. And he's just watching me. He goes, are you all right? I said, yes, I'm just thinking about your question. I said, it's really good. I said, I've never, ever been asked it before. Now that's giving him a stroke. He's feeling good. And I said, I'm really struggling on how to answer that. I said, oh, actually, can I ask you a question before I give you what I think? Yeah. What were you hoping I was going to say? And then he gives me the answer. Yeah, so this is the power of just pausing and being in control. He goes, well, I'd hope you'd say something like da 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 da. I go, okay, I said that would have been a good answer. I go, well, let's pretend I said that.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? The simplicity. All we're doing, we're in the business of getting to the truth. And so I'm under no pressure to impress anybody. I'm just trying to get to the truth. He asked me a question. I don't know the answer. I'm not going to say anything that I don't know. So I said, well, what were you hoping I was going to say? He tells me what I was hoping. Okay, fair. Well, let's assume I said that. Why is that important? Or why would that matter to you? And then we move on. It's wonderful. So I tell you guys, if you get good at this stuff, the hardest thing if you're a salesman is trying not to laugh. Because you know exactly what's going on and they don't know. They don't see it. They're oblivious to it. Yeah, you're enjoying this, folks. This is fun. This is why I love what I do, because this is why I love selling, because there's no pressure on me. I don't care. I'm just going to ask these questions, see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? They throw me out. I'll take that. But I've only been thrown out a couple of times, not a lot. And that was way at the beginning when I was crap, right? So I go through the alternatives. This is part of the routine. I want them to rule them out. Or I want them to say, well, actually, that is something we're considering. Okay, well, I'd do that then. I push them away really hard. Yeah, well, we are thinking about outsourcing. I'd do that then. Well, we're undecided. I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, think about it. It's going to take away all the pain, all the grief. You're not going to have to deal with it. You just sit back and go on meetings. That's a lot easier than training these monkeys to be better. Trust me. And then it's funny how they start to argue. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if they don't argue with me, I'm sowing these seeds. I can ask you a question, and then I can attack that solution as well. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever used an outsourced lead generation company before? No. Okay. What are you expecting or hoping they're going to be able to do to you? And then I can challenge. I go, can I ask you a really, who's going to be better at selling you in? Some outsource agency or you?
Us, we're experts in our products. We care. We need to make money.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought. Well, I'm sure you'll find an outsource agency that gets you as well as you do. Yeah, that I can just leave it there. I've done my job. Right? Sown enough down, right? So this is what I do. Now, like I say, I can't give you the literal, you say this, they say that. That's not how this works. Yeah, if you were to follow me around and sit on sales meetings with me, you wouldn't be able to say, Benjamin said this, then they said that, then Benjamin said this, then he got a deal. It was just like, it doesn't quite work like that. Over a period of 45 minutes of me doing this questioning and getting them to open up, tell me the truth, dismiss the alternatives, come to the conclusion that it's their fault. Because when I get to the point where I say, so can I ask you, who hired these salespeople? And he says, well, ultimately I did. I go, so can I ask you a really annoying question? Why'd you hire a bunch of losers? Oh, well, that's a bit harsh. Okay, well, how do you want to put it then? I'm fine. I can be harsh because I'm a salesman. How do you want to put it? He goes, no, you are right. You are. I did hire these people. So why did you hire salespeople who are scared to pick up the phone and prospect then? Well, they said they would, and you believed them? So this is how I challenge them. And yeah, no, you're right. It is. Yeah. Okay, well, I got to fix it then, don't I? You don't have to. You've got all these other alternatives. No, I want to fix it though. So this is my journey that I take them on. I get them there. Yeah. And then in this process, I'm also asking how much do you think it's cost you? Do you think you've lost business? How much did they miss target? And then I can multiply this by 3. You can do this in your world. It's called pain by numbers. When somebody gives you a figure, okay, so would you say that's just happened this year? Yeah. And I'm assuming, therefore, that your sales guys pretty much behaved and acted the same way last year. Yeah. And last year, how much did they miss target by? Well, roughly the same. So they missed target by 200,000 last year. They're probably going to miss it by 200,000 this year. Would it be fair to say then that if they don't change or you guys don't do anything different, the chances are they'll do the same next year? Pretty much. So you're telling me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's costing you today £600,000 for your guys just to be what they're doing. When you put it like that, yeah, how does that make you feel? Yeah. So my job is when I get figures, is how can I multiply them? So if somebody's doing something this year I suspect they did it last year. And if they did it last year and this year, habit dictates that they will do it next year. So I can take this 1 year problem and accumulate it by 3. And now we've gone from what they thought was a £50,000 problem to 150, or depends whatever the math is in your world. These are all parts of the questioning. And I'm going to give you the techniques to get there. So I can't give you the questions you're going to have to ask. I can only give you the techniques. I can give you the things you need to ask about, but I can't tell you exactly how you're going to do it blow by blow in a real life situation, because these are very contextual. Things are said, things happen. So you have to be on your game, but you need the game plan. And I know my structure. Do you have problems I can fix? We got to agree that. We then got to agree that you accept they are a problem. See, a lot of people can have problems, but they have no desire to fix them or accept they need to be fixed. So you'll know people who hate their job. You say, well, why don't you quit? No, I need the money. So shut up moaning about your job then. Yeah? So that's what I'm looking for. Do you have a problem I can fix? Do you accept it's a problem? And can you convince me you want to fix it? I need those 3 things, and that's what my questioning is designed to do. And where do I need to take the key decision maker? Where do they need to be for them to say, you know what, you're right, we have to do this, or this is something we must do? I have to get them there. And I can do it in my world because I know where I'm trying to get an MD or a CEO or a sales director. Your world, I don't know where you're trying to take them, but you can figure it out because it's not that hard. Yeah, you know it. You've just got to figure it out and design the course of action to get them there.
Benjamin, you mentioned 3 things. They need to know that you just listed them there, but I missed it. So it's you need to get them to evaluate, to understand the problem, to acknowledge the problem.
Well, yeah, so 1.
Yeah.
These are questions I ask myself. Do they have problems I can fix?
Yeah.
Number 2, do they accept they have those problems? You know, it's like saying to someone, you're an alcoholic. Well, I don't agree with you. Well, this is going to go nowhere, right? Yeah. So do you have a drink problem? Do you accept you have a drink problem? And then thirdly, can you convince me you want to quit drinking? Or in this case, can you convince me you want to fix a problem? And that's why I go through all of this. If he rules out the alternatives, then it's probably going to be me. If I get him to the point where he says, I want to sell the business, or I want to get it to a certain number, if I don't, so I need to know what's the driver, the motivator of this particular person or persons. Yeah, sometimes I'm selling to 2 people, sometimes 3 people. So you got to take that into account. It gets a bit more complicated, but you learn this as you go. Yeah. I want to know where they want to be and why they aren't there now and what's stopping them from getting there. And then I want to know what they're doing now, because they'll all tell you they're doing good and they're doing fine and they're doing happy and everything's good because that's what everybody says. Then I want to know, well, why do you need to change then? Convince me. Because, yeah, like I said, you're doing well. I don't get it. You're going from 0 to 3. Just do more of that and you'll be on 6 in 2 years. Easy peasy.
Thank you.
No, but we don't want to do that. So this is where do you want to be? Why can't you do it? Why now? What's preventing it? But you're doing well, so why don't you just keep doing more of the same? Well, these are the alternatives. Why don't you use one of those? No. I don't know. We're slowly getting closer to me. Slowly. Doesn't mean they're still going to buy from me. They may hate me by the end of this process. I don't know. That's part of the deal, though. If you don't like me, tell me. I don't care. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. It's fine. Yeah? So you need to know what the indicators of your problems are. So in order to kickstart these conversations, you need to know the sorts of things that your prospects are going to be experiencing so that you're able to raise them in order to get them to talk about them. This is surprisingly challenging. So if you did the prospecting course, this will be slightly familiar to you because you have to do this for prospecting, but symptoms never change. So I can give you the symptoms in my world. There's lots. And these are all indicators that you may have a sales problem. And so there's things like, you're not meeting enough decision makers. You're not closing. Your guys are discounting in order to win business. You're over-servicing. You're missing target. You're afraid of losing clients. You're being busy but not getting a great return. You feel like a free consultant. So that's just a selection. Those are types of things. So these are the sorts of things that I know I'm trying to uncover when I'm talking to people? Do they have a discounting issue? So tell me this, when you guys are out selling, I assume they sell at full rate every time? No. What do you mean no? They have I was talking to a company and they said they can discount up to 20%. I said, crikey, I go, you guys must have really good net gross profit then. I go, what's your gross profit? And it's never that. So they're allowed to give away. Can I ask you a blunt question? Why do they give away 20% of your money to win business? I don't get it. Because you can't discount costs. The only thing you can give away is profit. So can I ask you, why are you letting your sales guys give away your profit? I don't get it. I'm confused. Why? Why would you do that? Because it's hard to answer that question without sounding like a dick. So in my world, so in your world, there'll be things where you can challenge prospects on, like I can here. So I can't give you yours, I can give you mine, because I know mine inside out. So I need to know the indicators of problem, because these are things that I'm going to have to be dropping in during my questioning. So tell me this, your close rate, what is it? 9 and 10, I'm guessing? Oh, no, nowhere near 9 and 10. What would you say it is? About 4 and 10. 4 and 10 is not that bad. Well, it could be better. What do you mean? Well, I'd like it near a 7. Why 7? And now I'm into a line of questioning. So when people say to me, what questions do you ask? I say, well, what you need to know is what techniques to use. The question is always going to be predicated on what's just come out of my prospect's mouth. That's why I can't prepare loads of questions. I've got the structures, I've got the techniques, but I don't know exactly what the question's going to be until the prospects open their mouth, because all I'm doing is listening. And because I know all these techniques, I'm not thinking about got to ask a question. Because one of the challenges you're going to have when you first start doing this is you're going to be thinking about what you're doing as you're doing it. And as you're thinking about what you're doing as you're doing it, guess what you're not now doing when your prospect's talking? Listening.
Listen, yeah.
And now, because you're not listening, you heard your prospect say something, you're thinking to yourself, oh, that's good, I need to come up with a good question to challenge that. As you're doing that, you miss the fact that he then goes on to answer that point. And because you were too busy thinking about the question you're going to ask, you then ask a question that is superfluous or pointless in the moment. And then you piss them off because, well, I just answered that. Weren't you listening? Yeah. So there's a lot going on when you first start applying this material. So you need to know, though, in order to get the conversation going, you need to know the sorts of indicators of problems. So tell me this, when this happened, when that happened, help me out, explain to me when you tried this or when you did that, using these indicators to open up the conversation, because I need to find what is the challenge here, what is the pain, what is the issue. But I can't do that without you opening up. So I need to prompt you. So I need to know indicators. I need to know what you could relate to in your world and say, yeah, we experience that. We have that. No, we've experienced. Yeah, that's your job. Oh, yeah. So I've got 2 pages of this. So here we go. All of those. Long sales cycles, writing proposals, excuses, blame, feast and famine. These are all symptoms. And I can raise them, all of them or some of them. It doesn't really matter. I can pick and choose as and when I want, depending on how the conversation's going and where it's going. But I know all these things because they're up here. I just have to figure out when I'm going to use them. So I need to know the indicators of things that I fix so that I can discuss it with a prospect or a suspect, as I say here. Because a suspect is anybody that's willing to meet with you. They only become a prospect when they're qualified. Yeah, everyone's a suspect. You're not a prospect until you're qualified. So, questioning. It's been very quiet for a while. Has anyone, other than the usual people that are talking, has anyone, because I can't see any of you, I don't know what's going on. Is anyone finding this challenging? Is anyone feeling overwhelmed? Is anyone wishing they'd not signed up? Don't know. I can't see any of you, right? I'm literally talking blind here.
Hello.
Yeah, and it's so quiet. I'm wondering, is there anybody on the course left? Yeah. So is anybody finding any of this? Anyone got any comments, any challenges they want to raise? I mean, because we've got an hour to go.
I think the only thing that some people might say is that there is a lot of content here to pack into a 1 hour meeting, right? So it's just about understanding, I guess, what the normal play is of your conversations, and then kind of framing it to that.
Yeah. I try to give you as much value as possible, because I mean I could have stretched this out over 5 days, but I don't think anyone would have signed up. So yeah,
You
there
mean
is a
like
lot.
a 1 hour sales meeting?
Sorry?
Does he mean like a 1 hour sales meeting?
I think that was it. Like, there's a lot of techniques to apply in 1 hour. I think he meant.
Oh yeah, there is a lot here, but there's a lot to being a good surgeon, a good lawyer, a good mechanic. There's a lot, right? If we want to be professional, there's a lot, but once you get it, it's stuff that you never forget.
Yeah.
So it's
I was thinking the same thing earlier on, right? But then I'm like, yeah, what have you done to get to this level of delivery though? Like literally, because I'm thinking the only way to do this is to be relentlessly self-analytical after every sales meeting, analyze myself.
Yeah.
Go through.
Well,
Is that what you've done?
I've got a lot of C in me, because I did qualify as a barrister. So I used to keep a journal, and I'd come back and I'd write down after a meeting how it went, and I'd give myself an assessment of 1 to 10. 10 obviously if I sold, and then I go through and think, well, where did I go wrong? When did I feel pressure? What was it happened that made me feel uncomfortable? And those are the bits I had to fix, because I don't want to feel uncomfortable, because it means I'm taking my child. And the moment I was able to eliminate my child being in the meeting, this became a lot easier. I had a lot of practice and failure. I mean, people only see, it's like anything, you only see the finished article. And so my business took off in the last 5 years, but I was doing it 5 years before that. People think, it's easy for you because you teach sales training and you sell. I've said, you try selling and sales training, you don't even know what you're doing. That's really hard, right? Because I'm supposed to be the walking demonstration of what I do. So I've had some fucking awful meetings. I mean, I honestly, I've been thrown out of offices.
But why? Because of you were blunt, or
because of my questioning, and I pissed people off because I was shite, right? But all I said, and this is the question, and I'm not going to lie, I wanted to quit so many times trying to do this because it was so hard at times. And every time I wanted to quit, I asked myself one question. If you were competent at this, Benjamin, would it work? And the answer was always annoyingly yes. And then the other question was, okay, so you have a choice now. You either quit and admit it's beat you, or you keep going out there until you get it. And I never wanted a proper job. You see, if I'd quit, I'd have to get a sales job, and then I'd be selling the way I hate. I'd be miserable. So I had pain on both fronts. And it's which one of them am I going to push through or live with? And I knew if I pushed through with this one, I'd come out the other side. If I went back to doing the way it was, I'd be miserable. I thought the only other option was return to New Zealand, become a lawyer. That was the other option. I don't want to return to New Zealand. So I was stuck. Either be a shit salesman or become a good salesman. Either way, it's going to be a painful experience. Damn it.
I have a question. Since you said that you've been doing this for a long time, and it took some time to get at this level of delivery, and to get to this level, it means that you need to constantly be in meetings. Would you say that to speed up the learning process, it would be good to perhaps doing like role plays with people?
Absolutely. Role play. Now, I didn't have a lot of people to role play, so I used to do role play with myself. I could play both sides. And so I live in a small town, Bournemouth, not very big, and I would have people say, I saw you driving around town the other day, you were arguing with yourself. Now it's role playing. Yeah. So, and I would always role play out loud, because out loud is where you need to be role playing. If you do it in your head, it always goes swimmingly well. It's just verbalizing what you're trying to say. So I'd sit around in the car and I'd just fire a question. I said, Benjamin, why are you so expensive? then I'd have to come back with an answer to it. I had everything written up in front of me on a wall. I had every objection, and underneath it, I had 6 different types of responses.
Oh, okay, that's great.
And I would sit there, and while I was dialing the phone prospecting, I'd just be reading this stuff over and over again, slowly sinking in. And then after a while, I would role play. I was on the phone all the time. I can't tell you how I prospected a lot, because prospecting was a good place to learn and to use a lot of these techniques.
Yeah.
I would go to networking events purely to practice. I'd go to all sorts of shows, and I'd just walk up to a stand and start questioning them. So what do you guys do? How long have you been doing it? Your boss, what's his name? And I click my fingers like I'm struggling. It'd always give me the name. Like, that's right. Yeah. So this is I'm learning it. Do it in every supermarket. I'm at the supermarket. The lady says, "Do you have a badge? Do you need a badge? Do you think I need one?"
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you practice it. Oh, and the other thing is trying to teach someone else how to do it. It's an incredible learner. So one of the ways I've got really good is going out and practicing. But as I started taking on more and more clients, I get in a room full of salespeople. And remember, a salesperson's job is to try and track the sales trainer.
Yeah.
Because if they can trap him, they don't have to do it. So I'd be throwing stuff at me that I'd never encountered before. And in the moment, I had to come up with something. So all of this helped me develop. But it was a commitment to the fact that if I was good at it, there's no reason it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And I said, if I master this, it's a license to print money. And now my wife says to me, "Had you any idea how well you do?" I said, "Yes, I did. I just didn't realize it would be so painful to get it." But here we are. And now I'm on the other side. I'm very happy. And I love what I do. I love teaching it, as you can tell. Like, it's been hours doing this stuff. So let's carry on. So questioning. We have to humanize our questioning, because questioning done bluntly or badly really upsets people. It's really uncomfortable. So when we're questioning people, we have to humanize our questioning. We have to soften questions. We can't just keep firing back a straightforward question, because if you ask, I'll demonstrate in a minute what it feels like, but if you ask 3 questions in a row in a non-nurturing way, it feels like an interrogation or a cross-examination. And an interrogation and a cross-examination are perfectly good questioning techniques, but they're for specific environments. A cross-examination is in a courtroom because the purpose is to destroy the witness. That's what you're trying to do with a cross-examination. You're trying to make them look non-credible. I'm not trying to do that with a prospect. And an interrogation, again, it's a specific questioning technique designed to get people to confess to things, and it's an uncomfortable, again, we can't do that to a real human being in a non-courtroom or police room environment. Can't do that. So we have to humanize how we question people so we don't upset them and make them uncomfortable, because the moment you make people uncomfortable, they shut down.
Benjamin,
Yeah,
can I give
yeah.
a quick example of how
Go,
that's
Mark,
happened to
yes.
me? Yeah. Okay. So just for everyone's information, I've done a couple of courses with Benjamin before, so I'm kind of like on revision at the moment. And there was a meeting the other day, and the guy wanted my help, and I wasn't really convinced that he was needing my help, because he seemed very well connected in what he wanted to do, and he had lots of different options after I'd been through the questioning. And there were other people in the room as well, not just me and him. And I said, "So why do you need help?" And he shut down completely. He started looking at his phone. He started, looking at his watch, shifting in his chair, because you've also obviously got to watch the body language as well. So take it from me, it's your mind will have all these questions, and you've got to be really careful how it comes out, because.
So how, on reflection then, how would you ask that question differently? So this is the lesson. So
I would have, yeah, exactly. So I would have done the "Can I ask you a question" technique. So I would have softened it to begin with, and I would have said, "This is going to be a really, really difficult question, so feel free to tell me to fuck off. But can I ask you, why exactly do you need my help?" That's how I should have done it, but I didn't.
Yeah. So But this is where struggling. Remember, I said this is why struggling so important.
Yeah.
Because with a guy like that, you could struggle. You go, I need to ask you a question now, and I'm not sure how to ask it because I'm scared I might upset you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he go, no, go ask it. Okay. So help me out here. I am struggling.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling. I don't know why you need my help.
Yeah.
Can you help me out?
Mm.
Yeah. And he would have answered, but you just went straight and bluntly, and it just, whatever, it pissed off. Yeah. And Nick, meetings can spin on a dime, as they'd say in America, right?
Mm.
Yeah. And we're dealing with real human beings. And the moment you make them uncomfortable, it's over. And it's easy to do. Salespeople don't realize how awful they are. You listen. If you close your eyes and listen to salespeople, it's cringing. No, watch The Apprentice. That's all you need to do. It's awful. Yeah. Oh, it's a terrible show. So, moving on. All right, so I've just said that. So, humanizing your question is things like this. When someone asks you a question, you don't just blurt out an answer or blurt out a question. You soften it with, I don't get asked that a lot. It's a nice question. Wow, I've never been asked that. I'm giving you there's lots they can sound similar, but it's just slightly. I'm giving you a few. Wow, I'm happy to answer that. But look, before I do you mind if I just ask? That's a great question. I love it. Nice question. Good one. Nice one. Oh, I like that. I don't often get asked that. So all these are designed to be softened. Now, you're not going to do this literally. You're not going to say each one every time. You're going to pick your moment. But before you answer a question, you always need to ask a question. You always need to soften it. Just want to soften it. Fair enough. Someone says something. I know. Fair enough. Fair enough. That is a good question. And look, I'm happy to answer. But before I do, so go back to that page. So all I want you to do is humanize your questions. Just soften them before you ask them, because you will, as Mark said, you will piss people off and shut them down, and you could ruin what was an opportunity or not, but you never know because it's shut down. You don't know, so you want to avoid it. So you have to soften what you say, and it doesn't always have to be verbal. You can struggle. You can if you're going to ask a question that could upset them, or could piss them off, or could irritate them, or could challenge them too much, then get permission. Look, I need to ask. I was in a meeting once. It's a true story. I was in a meeting with the managing director of an environmental cleaning company based in Southampton. This is years ago. I cold called the guy. I said, "You can have 30 seconds." He goes, "You can have 30 seconds, but you're not getting anywhere with me." Anyway, 12 minutes later, I had an appointment. Then I went and met the guy. And I'm sitting in this, I turned up looking like the way I do. He gave me that look up and down. I saw the look, right? So we're in the meeting, we're having a chat, we're talking away. And he was, the situation he was explaining to me was so bad that my gut said, this seems weird. This seems like a really shitty, I can't remember the details, but it was really bad. And I'd never asked this question before. But my gut said, I've got to ask this question. And I turned to him and I looked at him. I said, I need to ask you a question, but I'm scared that if I do, you're going to punch me in the face. I go, so how do I do this? And he said what everyone says. He goes, go on, just ask me. I said, are you sure? I said, this is an absolute humdinger. And now he's begging. He goes, go on, ask it. What is it? I said, okay, this is it. You ready? This is it. Ready? He goes, yeah. I go, why don't you just quit? And I'll never forget his reaction. He looked at me and he started rubbing his chin and he said, it's funny you say that. I actually handed my resignation in 2 weeks ago. I said, I had a feeling. He goes, yes. I go, can I ask another awkward question? He goes, sure. I said, you can't buy from me, can you? No. See, people think nothing of wasting a salesman's time. And I said to him, I go, well, in that case, and I go, we might as well just end the meeting because he goes, you know what? He goes, I wish I'd met you 6 months ago. I said, well, I wish I called 6 months ago, but that's life. He goes, I tell you what, he goes, look, drop me an email because I'm going to forward your details to the board and suggest that they pick up this conversation with you. And I said, can I ask one more question? Yeah, I go, honestly, what do you think the odds of the board taking any advice from the man who's quit in the middle of this? And he said, not a lot. I said, do we just call it time? I walked out, and I walked out with a great story, and it didn't bother me. And it was like, but it reminded me, people think nothing of wasting your time as a salesman. So my job is to get to the truth. And everything he told me made me think, why would any sane person stick with this? So rather than think, oh, this is fucking good opportunity, there's so much pain here, this is awesome. I said, no, I'm going to act like a guy that's not trying to sell. And if a guy wasn't trying to sell, he'd ask the killer question, why don't you just fucking quit? I have. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. This is why I don't have a problem challenging anyone, because every time I've challenged them, it's worked out for my benefit. Yeah. So, traditional questions. I nicked this because every bloody software company like Gong or whatever it is, they produce some sort of 42 questions you should be asking your prospects. They're terrible, right? You get things like traditional questions. What are the top challenges that your team or company is currently facing? You know, what are the results you want to achieve, and how do you want to achieve them? How would achieving these results? Yeah, I'm not even going to read these. I feel sick reading them. Now, what I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with the substance of these questions. They're just awful questions. Yeah, they're all intellectual. They're all designed to elicit intellectual responses, but we all know people buy emotionally and justify intellectually. So if you keep the conversation at an intellectual level, you're going to get to the end of the meeting and it's going to go nowhere. Because intellectually, I don't buy. Now, when you're dealing with high Cs, you're going to have a lot more intellectual chat, but you're still going to have to find what's motivating them to want to change. Because even though they need to be convinced intellectually, more so than a D, they still have to have a compelling reason for why they need to do this, because they don't want to make a mistake. And so therefore, if they're going to do something, they need to know that doing it is in their best interest. So they have a compelling reason, just like anybody else. So these are traditional types of questions. We want to avoid those. I want to grind people emotionally. So when somebody gives me an issue or a challenge, I want to grind them down to some form of emotion. I do this on my prospecting calls, and I do this structure when I'm talking to people. Again, I know these questions inside out, so I never have to think about it. It just flows. Again, when you get good, it's like anything. When you're learning to drive a car, you're thinking about the clutch, you're thinking about changing gear, you're thinking about your mirrors, you're thinking, there's so much going on. So I'm never going to get this. There's too much going on, yeah? But you always get it, and now you drive a car on autopilot. Because these things just happen. Everything I'm teaching you, if you stick at it, will eventually become autopilot. Unfortunate, and the good thing about this and driving a car is if you screw this up, at least you're not going to kill anyone, right? This is just sales. So, emotional grinder. So when somebody gives me an issue or a problem, I want to delve deeper into it, and I want to move that problem from intellect to emotion. So if someone says, well, look, one of the biggest challenges we have, Benjamin, is our guys just in front of enough people. I go, well, what do you mean? Can you be more specific? Give me an example of what you mean you're not in front of enough people. Right? So this is the literal structure. And now there's always questions peppered around it, but this is the framework. Yeah. So don't feel you have to only ask these questions literally. In the real world, I'm listening to what they're saying, and I may add on some other questions of clarification or whatever. But this is the structure I stick to when I'm questioning to move intellect to emotion. Can you be more specific? Can you give me an example of what you mean? And then they tell you, da, 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 da. Well, when did you first recognize this was an issue? How long has this been going on? Now, depending on the time frame, it's going to challenge. If someone says, well, this has been going on for 5 years. I go, can I be blunt? 5 years is a long time. Sounds more like a lifestyle. Yeah? Because if someone's put up with something for 5 years, is it a problem? No. Right? Yeah? Or they could say, well, I only noticed it a few weeks ago. If somebody says that to me, it's too short. I go, I wouldn't worry about it then. It's probably just a glitch. No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think so. What do you mean? Now get him to. I try to convince him he doesn't have a problem. He's trying to convince me he does. You see the beauty of this? It's too easy. When did you first recognize this as an issue for you? So, well, what action have you taken, or what have you done to try and fix or alleviate this problem? Again, there's a range of answers. Nothing, we've tried, we're in the process of, or I don't believe it can be. Something like that. That's pretty much the range of responses. So it doesn't matter what they say, I'm prepared for it. Okay, so what action have you taken to fix it? Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think the cost has been or the impact of the business on your inability to do da-da-da-da-da? Now, there has to be an impact or a cost because this is a business meeting. And at the end of the day, numbers ultimately dictate whether or not action will be taken in the world of business. So everything's got to have a numerical. So I need to find out, you know, the impact of the cost. Then I want to ask a personal question. And what I do is, this line of conversation I can have with various different pains, or it could be one whole one. It all depends on context and how the meeting's going and who I'm talking to. But when I've got what I want, I then sum it all up and I'm able to actually feed back to them everything they've told me, because I'm not thinking about these questions, I'm only listening to the answers. So then I feed back everything they've just said to me. Okay, so can I ask you a personal question? So how does it make you feel knowing you've got sales guys that aren't picking up the phone? And despite you trying to fix it over the last 5 years, it's still costing you about 3,000 quid a month. How does that make you feel? Well, yeah, when you put it like that. Yeah. Okay, so can I ask you another question? Have you given up trying to fix it? Are you resigned to the fact that this is the way it's got to be? Now, I can do this with multiple panes, but that's the structure. So I'm not saying these are the literal questions you must ask. This is a framework. What I'm doing is I'm getting an example, I'm getting a time frame, I'm getting what they've done, I'm getting an idea of how it's hurting them. I'm getting them to tell me that it actually personally it irritates them. You see, if they can't say to me, if they say, well, it is what it is, Benjamin, it's not my main area of concern. Now I know I've got a guy, probably nothing going to happen here if he's too nonplussed about it. So that's a structure. So this isn't you literally just ask these questions. This is the structure that I want to go through when I'm questioning people in the main body of the meeting around the alternative status quo and stuff. It's like, well, you've got these issues. Using my technical expertise and questions, I can get them into here and challenge them on these things. So it's a structure for you to use.
Yeah, Benjamin, I have a question about the pain. Basically, I am working in this company and I was hired as well as selling, as also find the proper ICP, yeah? And so ICP meaning the ideal customer, yeah?
Okay.
And basically what I'm figuring out day in, day out is that these people have an issue, but they don't understand they have it because it's such a long time they put up with the situation. So how will I question them to make them understand that this is actually a pain that they need to solve?
So you have to get them to discover for themselves this issue. So you need to develop a line of question. I don't know because I haven't got specifics here. What is it you want them to acknowledge? Put it that way. What do you need them to acknowledge?
The way they work is very outdated, and that they should basically digitize what they do.
Right, fine. So now you've got to ask yourself, what problems, headaches, or challenges would they be experiencing that they don't know is connected to the fact that they're outdated and non-digitized?
Oh shit, that's actually can you repeat the question?
You know, sometimes I don't know what comes out of my mouth. I don't know if I can repeat that.
That was a very long fucking question.
What you've got to do is figure out what they're currently experiencing that's frustrating and annoying them or irritating or concerning them, that they have no idea is the result of them being outdated or non-digitized. So think of prospects like patients. Patients, I'll use COVID. COVID as an example.
Yeah.
3 symptoms of COVID, let's say, are cough, loss of smell and taste, and I don't know, let's say a headache. Let's just go with those 3. I don't know, but who cares? If I had the cure for COVID, and I wanted to sell the cure to people with COVID. I don't want people that don't have COVID. I only want to sell it to people with COVID. That's my prospect. So I go knocking on doors. I wouldn't say, hi, my name's Benjamin. I've got the cure here for COVID. COVID is a respiratory disease that originated in China. Da 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 da. We've developed this. Da 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 da. Can I come in and talk to you about it? That's a fuck off. Right? Yep. So what I would do is I say, okay, what would someone be suffering from that could be COVID, might not be COVID, but either way, they don't know they got COVID. But either way, what would they? So what I'm going to ask them about the symptoms. So I knock on the door. I go, excuse me, sir. Yeah, I've been talking to some of your neighbours, and a few of them are frustrated. They've got a cough that they can't seem to get rid of. Others are worried about the fact that they've lost their sense of taste and smell, and a few are concerned that they've got a headache that they just can't seem to shift. But I get the feeling you're going to tell me you don't recognise any of that. Now, if he says yes, I got him. So you've got to do the same thing for your prospect. You've got to ask yourself, what is my prospect probably moaning, bitching, or frustrated with right now? And they have absolutely no idea where the solution.
But this is actually what I'm doing right now, based actually on your script. Yeah, because I've been watching content on YouTube, and I built my own script based on yours. Yeah, and I guess I found 3 or 4 main issues, but I don't feel like that they feel it enough.
It takes a while to. I get it. It does take a while, and you have to work on it. But we can't do that here. Sorry, we've got to.
That's good. That's fine.
But that's what you need to do. You have to put yourself in your prospect's shoes, sit at their desk, and view their world through their eyes, and then look at their life and figure out what's annoying them that you fix and they have no idea you're the answer to it. And then that's what you go on and talk about. Yeah, because that's all they care about. So that's why no one says we need to be prospecting better. Well, maybe they do, but it's a weird way of putting it. What they do say is, why is it so fucking quiet in here? Why is nobody on the phone? Yeah. So that's why I use that phraseology when talking to a CEO. I don't say I help people prospect better. Now we're fine, thanks. But if I say I work with MDs who are frustrated, they got sales guys who just won't pick up the fucking phone. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So that's what I got to do. So, pub conversation. I use this as an example. I always use lawyers. Let's say you're a legal services salesman and you connect people with solicitors. Now, if you met a stranger and this stranger said to you, I'm thinking about getting a divorce, what would the legal services sector salesman, an ordinary average one probably do or say?
Do you want me to answer this one?
If you want, Mark, go for it.
This is not what you should say, but I know a lot of people in my market would say, I know a good lawyer who can help you.
Exactly. That's exactly what they do. They'd be so keen to help you that they'd say, I can help you. I can set you up. I've got a whole network of lawyers, rah, rah, rah. That's a salesman. Now you take the same sales guy and you put him in the pub with his friend, his good mate. And his good mate says, I'm thinking of getting a divorce. Do you think he says, oh, I know a good lawyer? No, he wouldn't, because this isn't a sales meeting. He's sitting with his friend, and his friend has just said something quite profound. I'm thinking of getting a divorce. So the first thing the legal salesman services would say as a friend is, what? Why? You'd want to understand. I want to why? It's just not working. Are you sure? What do you mean it's not working? What does not working mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Da 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 da. Gives all his explanations. Well, how long has this been going on? How long have you been thinking about this? The last 6 months. Rah 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 rah. Well, have you tried talking? Alternatives. Look at this. I'm following roughly the emotional grinder just in a conversation. What? Give me an example. What do you mean? What have you done? How long? How long has it been going on? Have you tried fixing it? This is a normal human conversation. It's slightly contrived for the purpose of the presentation, but you know where I'm going. 6, well, have you tried talking to her? Have you considered counseling? Da 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 da. Yeah, but none of it's working. Well, you know, divorce isn't cheap. It isn't easy. It's hard. Da 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 da. Yeah, I know, but I still want to do it. Well, look, are you sure? Are you sure this is what I mean? How does it make you feel? You would actually have that sort of conversation with a friend, even though you sold legal services. So what I'm saying is you need to start developing this approach to your prospects. When you get in front of them, you need to be curious, like, if I just want to understand why, yeah? So I'm using this, it's very simplistic, but it's to get the point across. Salespeople go in and try and be the smart guy in the room who wants to tell you I can help and how I can help. The prospect doesn't want that. The prospect wants to feel felt and understood. The prospect needs to know that you understand them, their world, their problem, and their business. You can't do that by talking at them about what you do. You do it by getting them to open up to you about what's actually going on and using your questions, using your knowledge, using your experience, using your expertise. You create the questions that make the prospect really think things through. That's my job. That's what I'm there to do. Yeah? And this can be done over an hour, 90 minutes, but you'll figure out at what pace and what rate you can do it. You will all get there if you apply yourself. So that's the pub conversation. I give that as, that's what I want you to be like. I want you to be like the guy that just wants to understand, not the guy that wants to prove how good he is at selling legal services. Because that's unfortunately how most salespeople behave. Literal versus reality. Literal versus reality. So you got a literal question, and then you've got the real world. And it's tapping into what Mark said. So for instance, is this important to you? Good question, substantively. But if I ask, is this important to you? And then another 3 of these small balloon ones, which I'll show you in a second, I'm going to piss someone off. So I can take the same question, but just slightly soften it. So do you mind sharing with me an example or maybe a specific scenario in which this happened? I think that's wrong. Oh, no, maybe not. I had a slide where I'd got these slightly, no, that might be wrong. What's this? We'll come back to, I think that one is come up wrong, put it that way. So that's not the answer to that one. We'll start with this one. We're going to come back to that one because it's going to be aligned with another one. So what's the cost been to the business? Again, a legitimate question. Can I ask a tough question? How much has it cost, or what do you feel the impact has been on the business? Same question, just asked differently. Literally, real world. What's this one say? I've got to move this now. Oh, come on, out of the way. There we go. Yeah. Have you tried to fix this? Becomes, can I ask, what have you done to try and fix or maybe resolve the issue? How does this make you feel? Can I ask a personal question? How does it make you feel knowing that all of this is happening? When did you first recognize this was an issue? Becomes, do you mind sharing with me when you first recognized this was a problem or a concern for you? What is this one? Do you have an example of what you mean? Yeah, so this one is up here. Just becomes, do you mind sharing with me an example or maybe a specific scenario in which this happened? So is this important to you? By deduction should be, there we go. Tell me this, would it be fair to say that maybe this just isn't a priority for you now? So what we're doing here is all I'm doing is these substantively are good questions. But if you ask 3 of these small ones in a row in a meeting, you'll actually piss someone off. So you can see it now. You're in a meeting. And so you say, so can I ask you a question? Is this important to you? Yeah, it is important to us. So what's the cost been to the business? Well, it's probably cost us. Have you tried to fix this? Well, we've done various. How does that make you feel? Now, even in role play, I can feel it starts to become a little uncomfortable because you're bombarding me with question. But if I ask those same questions softly like this, I can get away with a lot more. And I don't make the prospect feel uncomfortable or interrogated. So you've got to realize that when you're out in the real world questioning people, you need to really focus on how you're asking that question. You need to do it in a way not to upset them. The problem is in the heat of the moment, with pressure, maybe a bit of excitement, you blurt things out.
Yeah.
And that is when...
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. When I first learned about this, I really didn't appreciate the importance of this slide. Because as you saw for the one example, I asked one of those questions and I lost something. Just one.
Yeah. So there is power. You have to be, remember I said nurturingly assertive. That's the approach. My nurturing parent and my adult are asking the questions, but they're doing it nurturingly. I don't want to upset them so their kid throws their toys out of the pram. I've always got to make them feel comfortable. Now, people say, you can do this to a ball breaker. I do it all the time. Most of the people I sell to are CEOs. One of my big companies, I think it does like 6 billion a year in FX. And they've got like 50 traders. And I sold to the CEO, and everything I'm teaching you here, I did in one way or another in the sales meeting that I had with him. And I'm training these guys. And first day of training, and you know, they're all pretty tough. Well, you'd think they're tough guys, but they all sound like most other salespeople. But anyway, so all these city folk. And I had one of the traders say, look, I've got a question for you, Benjamin. He goes, I get what you're saying, but if we acted like this in front of the sorts of people we sell to, they'd throw us out. We sell to serious people, CFOs, CEOs. I said, no, fair enough. I said, if I can prove you're wrong with one question, will you do it? He said, okay. I said, are you sure? Because I'm going to do it right now. He goes, okay. I said, so my question's this thing. If you say this won't work on the sorts of people you sell to, can I ask you a blunt question? I said, how did I get here today then? Your boss is exactly the sort of man you sell to. Oh, well, that's true. Yeah. And I did this on him. And here I am. And as he said, it's true. He did. In fact, he told me no to working with us. I had to fight with him. Yeah. So it works. You've just to have the belief that you can do it. And there's going to be this little critical parent inside you saying, you can't talk to someone in authority like that. You can't behave like that. This person's more important than you. Look at him. He's successful. You have this little voice. You've got to tell, shut up, Mum. Hey, what I want you to do after tonight's course, do me a favor. If your folks are still around, I want you to phone them up. I say, look, Mum, Dad, I love you. And I thank you for everything you've done. But can you do me a favor? Can you stop coming to work with me? Now, cut that umbilical cord. You got to stop listening to your mum and dad. You can ask anybody any question so long as you do it in the right way. They equally have the right not to answer. But if you do it in the right way, you'll find most people answer. Yeah? And your job, when I'm sitting across from a CEO, I don't know much about much, but I know there's one thing I probably know more about than this guy, and it's this. That's it. So for the purpose of this moment in time, we are exactly equal. Right? And he doesn't scare me because I know I'm going to be able to ask this guy questions that he's going to struggle to answer, and he's going to realize this guy knows what he's talking about. This is the only thing. I can't talk to him intelligently about any other part of his world or business. He's probably way smarter than me. But this is the one thing that I know, because this is what I sell. This is what I do. And it's the same with you. You get in front of all these people, but they have so many other roles and responsibilities in this job. This one thing that you're selling, it's just a part of their day-to-day life. For you, you live and you breathe it. So you know when you're in front of that person that you are exactly their equal. And if you don't act like that, if you don't think like that, you're going to struggle to sell consistently. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Of course.
It's really important because it's all up here. Everything is up here. And if you honestly think that the person you're talking to is better than you, more important than you, more sophisticated than you, has more power than you, you are going to lose more than you win. And you're never, ever going to get someone to quickly want to buy from you because you're going to be incapable of challenging them in the way they need to be challenged. And if you want someone to give you a lot of money, by God, you better be good at challenging them because that's what they need to make a decision. I need to know that you understand me and my world and my business better than me when it comes to this area. And you do. But you're not acting like it. So it's important. Okay. A few more questions. So Socratic questioning, I love it. Socrates is credited, you may know it as answering a question with a question. Some people call it reversing. Doesn't really matter what you call it, so long as you do it. But it's apparently Socrates is credited with this questioning technique because whenever his students would ask him a question, all he'd do is ask them a question back. because it forced them to come up with the answer. And that's how we taught people to learn. So it's actually very good. It's therapists use it. Every psychiatrist does it. You know, this is all psychiatrists do. They just ask you questions. So why have you started wetting the bed? I don't know. Well, what's changed in your life lately? Well, I got a new job. Tell me about your new job. It's all question. They get you to figure out what's wrong with you, because deep down, you know what's wrong with you. I've just got to get you there. My job is to get you there. I can't tell you, but I'm going to get you there. So Socratic questioning is a very powerful skill. However, though, the style, the manner, and the tone in which you do this will determine the success. You have to practice this everywhere, all the time. Because if you try and do this in a sales meeting, and only in a sales meeting, you're going to bomb. So there's no point practicing in front of a prospect. You got to go in and forget and just do it. But don't be in there trying to practice material. So you can practice this everywhere because you're talking to people all day, every day. So there's no reason you can't do this all the time. So if you say to me, I don't have a chance to practice this, let's go, you're a liar. Unless you're living, I don't know, in a basement in Austria, then there's no reason why you can't be doing this. So, simple examples. We've already done this one. A simple example is, have you ever worked with a company like ours? A Socratic response would be, that's a good question like ours. What do you mean? That's very basic. Who do you work with? Now, this is a good one. Who do you work with? Now, I can't answer it. Now, let me just go back a step before I forget to say this. The purpose of answering a question with a question is not to not answer the question. So this is not learning how to be a politician. So what politicians do is they piss people off. One, they lie, but the other one is all they do is they answer the question they want to answer. It's very frustrating. So I'm not saying to do that. I'm not saying avoid answering. What I'm saying is this, is 99% of the time, if you ask a question back to a question, 99% of the time, the person will change the question. Yeah? So people come up to me, they go, are you a sales trainer? I go, what do you mean? They never say, are you a sales trainer? Now, 1 in a million times that could happen, but it's rare. But most of the time, are you a sales trainer? What do you mean? Well, I mean, we're currently looking for a sales trainer, completely different from the first question. And the reason we do this is we were programmed as children to ask safe questions. You all do it right now, and it's a programming. Okay, so today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. So you've decided that you're going to go out in the piss with your mates tomorrow night. So if you want any sort of harmonious lifestyle, you don't go home, kick the door in on Monday and say, look, wife, I'm out on the pub Friday, lump it. You could, but life is going to be very difficult for you. So you don't do that. You're not an idiot. So what do? You go home on Monday or Thursday, say Thursday because I didn't say that. So you say to your wife or your other half or whatever, you say to them, hey, sweetheart, honey, do you have any plans Friday? See, that's not your real question or your intent. But you ask a safe question. Do you have any plans Friday? No. Do you want to do anything? No. What are you going to do? I'm going to stay home and watch TV. Oh, in that case, would you mind if I popped out for a couple of cheeky pints with a few mates? That's how you go about it. Yeah, it's the prospects do the same. They ask you safe questions, or they ask you questions to trap you even. So the purpose of answering a question with a question is to find out the motive, the cause, and the intent behind the question. I will answer once I know why they've asked. But because I also know that 99% of the time when I question a question, they change it, you don't often have to answer the original question because the original question was meaningless. So who do you work with? I don't know how to answer that. If you're stupid, you could say something like, because you want to impress them. Well, we work with Pepsi, we work with Unilever. No, hold up. You're way too big for us. Oh, no, we also work with, no, you've lost me now because you rattled off the big ones to look impressive. I'm nothing like Coke, I'm nothing like Pepsi. You've just scared me off by trying to impress me. So that's why you can't ever answer. Who do you work with? What on earth do they need to hear to feel comfortable? So I can't. So I go on with a question. So that's a fair. So are you interested in companies that are in the same sector as you, that are as big as you, maybe with similar issues or something else? Oh, no, Big Joe, I'm interested in companies in our sector. Interesting. Yes?
I actually had this very thing this afternoon. a guy said to me, he asked something like, "So what do you do?" kind of thing, and I I knew it annoyed me because I knew I was walking into it, but I thought, balls to it, I don't know how to answer this. So I said, well, we typically get brought in when there's a shell of a building and we fit it out into a food factory. It's a bit more convoluted than that, but
Yeah.
that's basically what I said. And he said, well, this is actually an extension to the factory. And I was completely on the back foot because we also build extensions, ground up extensions. But because I had said one thing, I was completely had to wind back and like, oh no, we do that as well. Sort of
And
thing.
now
And
you
then
look like a sleazy, dodgy
and
salesman.
then you look like a salesman, yeah. So yeah, it's exactly what you just said.
Perfect. Right. That's why you can't answer a question until you know why it's been asked, because you paint yourself into a corner, and then once you're in a corner, you have to justify and defend. And as soon as you justify and defend, you sound sleazy and dodgy. You're now reinforcing why I treat you like shit. Yeah. So this is a self-perpetuating problem with salespeople. So you can't do that. So very good. This is happening all day, every day in fucking sales offices across the world. And it's so annoying. So you just challenge it. So what was his question to you? Say it again.
It was something along the line of, so remind me, because we've spoken before, he said something like, I knew they've got some expansion on. So he said something along the lines of, remind me, what exactly do you guys do again? And of course I walked straight into it.
Right. Yeah. So what would you say now?
I'd say that's something along the lines of, that's a great question. Before I answer that, what exactly do you mean?
Well, it could do that. That could get that. Again, see, this is the other thing to answering a question with a question. If you ask the wrong question, it can also make you look bad. Yeah. So this is a tough one. So remind me, what is it you do? I'm happy to answer. Quick question before I start, though. Help me out. What are you under the impression we do?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they go, well, I'm under the impression that you do refurbishments and extensions. Yeah. And you go, okay. Anything else? No. And just remind, are you looking for a refurbishment or extension? I can't remember. And we're looking, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
And then once he gives you no, we're looking for an extension. Well, you're in luck. We do extensions. Yeah. You haven't shot yourself in the foot. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Being able to think, it's like thinking on the spot like that. Was
practice. Your brain is so wired the other way, so we got to rewire it. So it's practice. You'll get there.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Good one. So this is why I do it. So why are you so expensive? That's another. If you get that, I don't know, but I like chucking because people always love to chuck in the price one. And I say, look, that's a great question. I'm happy to answer that. Before I do, is it okay for me to ask you? Can you think of any reason why we're able to charge what we do? Now, there's a whole series of conversation that comes after that. I'm just showing you the first one. And here's another one. We don't use recruitment. This is another trick because it's actually a statement. So I turn it into, which means we were telling me that for a reason. I want them to say, well, no, we would never use a recruiter. Sorry, when you would say never, do you mean under no circumstances, regardless of how much you needed help? Well, no, I wouldn't. Now I'm slightly moving, right? So that's all I'm going to do. So a Socratic question is answering a question with a question. However, you can't keep saying to somebody, that's a good question. Why'd you ask me? Or that's a good question. Is it important to you? Because someone's going to punch you eventually, right? So you have to have different ways of asking questions. So I'm going to give you 6 different structures that you can use, right? So let's see what we got. So I was doing some work with DPD, and we used a very basic question. So this is I'm using this really simple question, and I'm going to apply it to certain structures. Just want to caveat, I would not answer this question with some of the structures. I'm just showing you that even with a question like this, how you can use it in all the structures. But I wouldn't answer this question with some of these structures because it would just be stupid. But you'll see what I mean as I go through this, right? So I just want to explain that. So the first structure, which is one you can naturally start doing because it'll buy you a bit of time, is the repeat. So someone asks you a question like Joel. So just remind me, what is it you do again? And you're thinking, oh God, how do I answer? So I'm going to buy myself. So you go, well, that's a good question. What exactly is it that we do? So you're just repeating it out loud. You're buying yourself a bit of time. You actually, before I answer that, quick question: do you have any? Remind me what's the impression of what you think we do? And then I'm in. So this is one you may naturally start doing. So there's the repeat. The other one is the off the record. This is a funny one because when you do this in the real world, I often change the way when I say off the record, I deliberately lower my voice. Every time I've done that, it's fascinating, the human mind. So you're sitting in an office with somebody, right? And I go, do you mind if I ask you a question off the record? And people lean in and they go, yes. Like, what record? There is no record. But it's an amazing way to get them to answer a question. So if somebody says, you can use it, or look, I'm not happy to share my budget. I go, no, that makes it, look, do you mind if I ask you a question off the record? Yeah. Most people we work with are normally expecting or hoping to invest around £30,000. Would it be in the ballpark, just off the record? Yeah. Yes, funny. Yeah, so off the record is a nice questioning structure. The presumptive, we do more on this, but the presumptive is where you presume something has happened, knowing it probably happened, but even if it has, you're not painted into a corner. So thanks for that. I'm guessing you're asking me that question because you're interested in multiple deliveries a week. So the presumption is they want multiple deliveries a week. All the prospect can do is confirm or deny. No, we only want one a week. Or actually, yes, we would be after more than one. So that's what a presumptive question is. I presume something and I force the prospect to correct me. So you'll start to figure out when you see these structures that there are times to use these and times to not. And you'll start to figure out from your prospect's answers or questions when a presumptive is the right one as opposed to off the record. Again, like I said, there's a lot of work here, guys. I never said this would be easy. Stop, start. This is where you start to answer and then you stop. I did one earlier. So, yeah, that's a great question. I don't often get asked that. Well, we typically have about, actually, before I finish, do you mind if I just ask a quick question? So I start to answer and then I get midway through and then I stop. The multiple choice, the ABC or something else. Good question. By do we deliver weekly, do you mean do we collect and deliver from you? Do we just drop off or do you mean something else? So this is a good one when someone says, well, what is it you guys do? Well, there are 4 areas we can work with you, A, B, C, or D. Of those 4, which would you want to talk about first? I'd like to talk about A. Interesting. Why did you pick A? And now I'm into my questioning. Yeah, A, B, C. So you, again, whenever something has multiple potential meanings, then I would use the A, B, C or something. What sort of companies do you typically work with? When you say companies we typically work with, are you interested in companies that are in your sector, maybe with the same problem? Or do you mean something else? Oh, no, I mean sector. And the let's pretend, one of my favorite ones. Well, great question. Well, look, let's pretend we could deliver equally. Is that what you'd be looking for? Yes. I haven't said we do. I said, let's pretend we do. So I know what they want to hear. If they said no, I go, well, you're in luck. We deliver multiple times a week. Or, yeah, let's pretend we could deliver. Well, that be, yes, well, you're in luck. We deliver once a week. See, either way, I'm not painted into a corner and I never have to justify and defend anything that I've said. You know, you eliminate justifying and defending and you're going to start selling better. So I sold to an insurance company. I was in a meeting with the CEO, the business development director, the head of HR, and for some reason the IT director. I don't know why he was there, but anyway, so there's 4 of us. I'm in their offices in a boardroom. I'd never worked with an insurance company ever. I'd never worked in the insurance sector. So this would have been new to me. So I'm in this meeting and the CEO says, Benjamin, I've got a question. He goes, have you ever worked with an insurance company before? Which is a legitimate question for the CEO of an insurance company to ask someone that's trying to sell them something. So I looked at him and I just said, what do you mean? Now, he didn't repeat his question. He did what I was expecting because I know that that first question isn't what he really wants to say. He wants to say something else. And he said exactly what I knew he was going to say. He goes, well, what I mean is insurance is a very regulated industry. My concern would be that if you don't have an understanding of how the regulation works, I'm not sure whether or not you could help us. Okay, well, that makes sense. I'd probably think the same thing if I were you. I go, I'm happy to. Actually, one more question before he goes, yeah. I go, so are you telling me that even if you believe what I do could work, are you saying we can't work together if I don't have insurance experience? And then he goes, no, I'm not saying that. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, obviously, if I believed what you did would work, then no, that wouldn't be an issue. Now I could answer his question because I know where I am. And I said, okay, well, I'll be upfront with you. I said, I've never worked with an insurance company before. I said, I get the feeling you're probably going to ask me to leave. He goes, no, like I said. So I got him to raise his own objection, deal with his own objection, and tell me what would happen, all from Socratic questioning. And we're going to move on to this though, because it's called conversational. So answering a question with a question's fine. But you can't just do it once. This is a whole chain. And this whole chain is dependent on you listening to what the prospect's saying and then coming back with a question based on what they've said. So just doing one Socratic isn't enough. Yeah, because what I see a lot of salespeople do is they get asked a question, the prospect answers. No, they get asked a question, they go back with a question, the prospect answers, and then the salesman decides to dump more information on them. That's not what I want to do, and I'm going to show you what I mean. I've got some conversational questioning coming up. So this is some structures for you. Right, moving on. Presumptive questioning. I nicked this from Psychology Today and I modified it. The presumptive is a statement or question that gives the illusion the seller knows more than they actually know. When presented with a presumptive statement or question, the prospect will either confirm or make corrections. So that's why presumptive questioning is also very powerful. It's when you want to set them up to hurt themselves or to make them feel uncomfortable deliberately or to make them realize they're not doing something they should be doing. That's why presumptive questioning is good. Yeah, so I'll give you some examples. So like I do this, when you ask your sales guys why they keep missing target, what do they say? The assumption is that they've had that conversation. And if they come back and say, well, I've not actually had that, I go, well, why not? If they come back and say to me, well, I have had that, I go, well, what did they say? Well, they said this, 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 this. And do you think those excuses are valid? I think some of them. Well, then in that case, I can't help you. No, I don't mean that. So I control everything is conditional. So presumptive. So that's the presumptive. Here's another one. When you told your incumbent supplier that you were leaving, how do they react? So I want to use this. It doesn't really happen in my world, but it happens in people's world where they've already have an existing supplier and they've invited you in under the pretext that they're thinking of changing. So if I wasn't trying to sell to someone, my question would be, well, okay, so when you told the existing supplier you're leaving, how did they react?
Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one for my world.
There you go. Nick it, right? Take it, right? Because then I can drill down. And then I go, well, I haven't asked them. Well, we haven't told them. I go, why haven't you told them? Well, like I said, we haven't made a decision on whether or not we're going to leave. Okay, well, can I ask you an uncomfortable question? If you were to tell them you were going to leave, what do you think they'd do? Well, I suspect they would try to keep us. Yeah, but more than suspect, sir, I'm almost certain, because I certainly would. So when they try to buy back the business, which they will, what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to come back to you and see if you can better your offer. No, okay, and if I told you that when we give you our quote or whatever, that is it, we'd never move, and you take that and show it to them, and you will, and you're allowed to, so don't worry about that. I know you will. I would if I were you. I'd show it to my supplier. And when your supplier says, I can do that, and I'll tell you what, I can beat that by 10%, what are you going to do? Well, in that case, we'd probably stay. Yes, that's what I thought. So could I ask you a question? Yes, if you were me, would you continue this conversation? Because I can't win your business. You see, my job. Now, what I want, well, what I'm hoping to hear, which is good for me, is I don't care if he matches it or beats it. We are getting rid of them. Why? And now we can find out reason. Yeah. So some people will use you simply to get a discount. So I work with a photocopy company. I taught them this is how you sell the proposal. Go, well, look, you go all through this, and they get to the end. And they go, okay, well, look, if you were me, would you give you a quote? And they go, well, if you want our business, you would. Yeah, but we can't win it. I go, tell you what, how much do you want to save? How much do you want to reduce your current cost by on your photocopying? We'd like to save £1,000 a year. Okay, I tell you what, then I'm going to give you a quote that's £1,000 under what you're currently doing. How would that be? Yeah, that'd be good. Now, I will do it on 2 conditions. One, we're not going to honor it if your existing supplier doesn't match it. Yeah, and second, that quote's going to cost you 200 quid. You're going to charge me for a quote. Well, I'm going to help you save £1,000. Surely I should get a cut. Well, what if they don't honor it? Well, you're fucked, because I ain't either.
Ruthless.
Yeah, but this you got to get them to see I'm not here to help you get a discount. And if you're telling me that you're not going to leave this guy because he's done nothing actually to harm you, then why in the fuck you're wasting my time? And I'm trying to get rid of you. It's so uncomfortable stuff, but it's amazing. But some people paid for the proposal. Fine, I'll pay 200 quid. I'll save 800. I don't mind. Yeah, it's a good business deal. So you can do it. Yeah, I want the person to say, I don't care what they offer. We're leaving. Why? They've let us down too many times. They pissed up. They did that. Yeah, that's what I want to find, right? Fine, I'll keep talking. So this is my job. This is a good one. When your lawyer, accountant, or advisor asks you these questions. So you can do this. You can do this in a sales meeting. So when you get good at asking better questions, ask your prospect questions you know your competitors don't ask. And then you ask those questions to your prospect. And you ask the prospect the question, and they go, well, that's a good question. I don't know. So what do you mean? I don't know the answer. Okay, so can I ask you a question? Because you mentioned you met with ABC Company. Yeah, when ABC Company asked you that question, then how did you answer it? Oh, they never asked. Oh, did you ask them this question? No, I didn't know. I didn't even think to ask it. Oh, okay. I'm confused. Why did ABC not ask? I don't know. Now he's having a fight in his head with them, thinking, fuckers, right? So that's how I can chip away. You just ask presumptive questions. So go and knowing questions that you know your competitors are not asking, ask them assuming that the competitors have asked it. No, they never asked me that. Well, do you think this is a stupid question? No, I think it's a very good question. So why do you think ABC didn't ask you? I don't know. Nor do I. I don't have to say they suck. They can come to the conclusion themselves. Presumptive questioning does that. Okay, again, this is a specific thing in my world, but you could have something specific. So can you talk me through how you currently do your pre-call planning? We don't do pre-call planning. Why not? Or actually we do. See, even if they do it, I'm not lost, because actually we do pre-call planning. Well, can you talk me through it? So see, with presumptive questioning, you can't lose. You're never painted into a corner. That's why I love it. Powerful stuff, right? Well, this is a nice one. When you had this discussion with your MD, what did he tell you he was looking for in the solution? I've mentioned that earlier. This question I asked. If someone below a decision maker says, I want to talk to you, I challenge it. So, well, when your boss told you to do this, what did he say? I haven't talked to my boss about it. Does your boss even know you're looking into this? No. So can I ask you a question? Why are you looking into something if the person that has to sign this off hasn't even said that they want to do it? I could show you the emails. I won't, but I could. I had a sales director from a software company contact me, and big email. Benjamin, we'd be interested. What I need from you, I just need you to send me top line, sort of what it would cost and da-da-da-da-da. And I went back to him in the email. And I said, look, I appreciate the message, and I'm happy to have a call with you. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question? When you discussed sales training with your managing director, what did he actually say that he wanted you to find in a trainer? And then he came back with, well, it's not my MD that's dealing with this, it's the CRO and the CFO. But I haven't discussed it with them. I need to create the internal case first. Now, of course, I'm reading this and thinking, fuck off. This is a waste of my time. So I go back nicely. I'm never rude. This is it. I say these things, but I never say it to a prospect, right? So I just go back to the guy. I said, can I be upfront with you? If you were my client, do you know what I tell you to do? I would say, would it not make sense to go have a conversation with your CRO, find out if they agree you need sales training, find out if they want to invest in the sales training, and then embark on looking for sales trainers? And he came back, he goes, that's a really good idea, leave it with me. I just ignored it, right? I just moved on. About a week later, I get an email from the same guy saying, I had a chat with the CRO. He completely agrees we need sales training, and he's given me the authority to make a decision. All right, I'll talk to you. Control. Presumptive questioning.
Would you still insist that the CRO be part of your taster day then? Because you mentioned that before. I'm curious.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say he needs to be there. Yes.
Even though
Absolutely.
you've got it on paper that like
yeah, on paper he's got to be there, because if he's not there, so that exactly. But the guy went away, had the chat, and he said, "I'm allowed to make a decision." Okay, now they could be slightly lying. There's always a pinch of salt there, but if I can get him to get the taster, then I know I'm home and hosed. So presumptive questioning. Those are some examples, and obviously in your world you'll be able to figure out the types of presumptive questioning you're going to need to do. So I'm going to go through this quickly because I want to give it. Do you think you've got enough, actually? Because I'm actually conscious of time. I could talk for days. I think there's a few more things here, but I'm going to leave it open to you.
I can stay here for days. It's fine.
Yeah, same. I can stay for it.
I want it all.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to check. If you need to leave, obviously this is being recorded. Oh yeah, just for
Actually
those.
start work in half an hour.
Oh, Lee. Oh, you
8 in the
trooper.
morning, eh?
You trooper. Just before you go, then, if anyone's thinking of leaving, to access the recording, I have one condition, because when I sell these, I don't actually put in the terms you get the recording. This is something I do because I can. But there's one condition. You have to leave me a recommendation on LinkedIn. You see, I figure the only people that want to watch the video would be willing to leave a recommendation, because if you don't like it, then you wouldn't want to watch the video. So I used to give the video away before the recommendations, and guess what? No fucker would leave a recommendation, right? So I needed to motivate them to leave a recommendation. So all you got to do is go onto my or your profile, or if you're not connected with me, connect with me on LinkedIn, and I can send you a recommendation request. It's not a post, because a post disappears. Recommendation is on. You can go down to yours and leave a recommendation, and you pick someone. All you got to do is leave a recommendation, say which course you did you enjoy it, what did you think of the content and the delivery, and would you recommend other people do it? That's it, in your own words. And then once you do that, I will send you the access details for the recording. The recording is, I keep the recording up for you to access for like 30 days. And the reason I do 30 days is because if you haven't done any of this within the next month, you ain't doing it. Yeah? That's what people are like. Yeah, if you don't do anything within a month, then you're not going to do this. So I do that because I want you, because you've invested bloody time and money. I'd like you to at least like you to watch this a few times and go out and try it, right? So that's the deal. So if you have to leave now you know what has to happen. You can, and I'm gonna, like I say, I'm gonna upload this to a new platform over the weekend. So I'll start sending this out on Monday. Unless I screw it up, then I can send it out earlier through Zoom. So just right. Prospects change their mood and position. So my job is to figure out where they are. You can have a keen prospect, enthusiastic and very excited and ready to go. You can have a nonplussed, neutral, in the middle, no real interest one way or the other. Then you can have what I call hostile. You know, they're unimpressed, they're not interested, they seem a bit, yeah. So prospects can move between these states. So my job is to determine and test whether or not they're keen or they're hostile. Non-plus ones, they're a different kettle of fish, and we'll deal with that. So if someone's positive, I want to test if they're really positive. So if someone's blowing smoke up my ass, I want to know. It's very easy for people to get excited, especially when they don't have any money to spend. Yes? And what you'll discover is the more positive your prospect is the least likely they are to buy. It's very easy to get excited when you know you don't have to spend money. This is how you know. Just go down to a car yard and watch people buying cars. You know the one that's going to buy a car from someone that's not, because the person that has no money is very excited. The person with money is really umming and ahhing because they know they're actually going to part with a lot of cash at the end of today. So they're not like a contestant on The Price is Right. You know, when you're going to spend money, you're contemplative. Yeah, there are some exceptions, obviously, maybe bungee jumping or, you know, stuff like that. But we're not doing that. We're selling services to businesses. So the more excited they are, the less likely they probably are to buy. But they're being excited and they're stroking me because they want me to vomit information on them because they're using me. Someone who's a bit more reticent and reluctant is better, because someone who's, I don't know if we need this, I'm unsure, well, there's probably a chance that they do have money and they do want to fix something because they're actually slightly more reluctant. Now, this isn't a hard and fast rule, it's a principle. It's a principle.
Yeah, when I had a sales team, I used to tell them that an easy yes equals an easy no.
Yes. Oh, very good. I like that. And I nicked that. An easy yes is an easy no, because it's true.
Yeah.
So, laws of physics. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. It's the same with questioning a prospect. So, a keen prospect could say something like this: I'm loving what I'm seeing. And a typical salesman would reply, I know, it's great, isn't it? That's what you do. A nonplussed would say something like, I'm always interested to see what's new. Perfect. Let me show you what's happening then. Yeah, that's what a salesman. And a hostile one would say something like, I don't think you guys can help. Oh, let's not be too hasty. We work with a lot of folks just like you. And then I don't want to do any of that. I'm going to do the exact opposite. So when somebody says to me, I'm loving what I'm seeing, I go back, well, Newton's law of motion, for every action is an equal and opposite reaction. So in order to test if a prospect is positive, where do I need to be if I'm swinging them side to side? If I want to test they're up here positive, what do I need to do? Who remembers their high school physics?
Push them all the way to negative.
You pull them to negative, because if you pull a force towards negative and it's truly positive, what does it do? It fights to go back. So if a prospect's positive, I go negative. So if somebody says to me, I'm loving what I'm seeing, I go, really? I got the feeling you're going to tell me you don't like it. No, I think it's absolutely brilliant. What, really? Why? And then I get them to argue for their positivity. It's very easy. Let's go over to the hostile. I don't think you guys can help. Rather than going positive, I go more negative. I go, no, you're probably right. You know, I get the feeling you don't think anyone could probably help you. No, I'm not. Yeah. If he's truly, yes, you're right. I don't think any bastard can ever. Okay, fine. Maybe we've got a guy that's never going to move. But if I just challenge it, no, fair enough. Maybe I can't, but I get the feeling you don't think anyone could help you. No, I'm not saying that. Well, what do you mean? Well, you know, you'd have to. Okay, let's pretend we could. Well, then I'd maybe be interested. Why? Yeah, so I can move negative towards positive by pulling it. So it's a double negative. See, two negatives make a positive. So I go more negative. Now, nonplussed. A body at rest stays at rest and is acted on by an external force. So this guy's the hardest one to sell to, because I've got to pick a fight with him. I've got to get him moving. I've got to get him swinging, right? So I'm always interested to see what's new. Yeah, I appreciate that. But I get the feeling, though, even if you saw something new that you liked, you probably wouldn't invest in it, would you? No, I'm not. No, you said, now I've got a bit of movement. That's all I need. Got a bit of movement. Now we're swinging. Now I can play the game, yeah? So that's negative questioning. I've got some more examples on this page. A keen prospect may say, we've decided that we need to look into this. I don't understand why this year. Surely you can wait till next. I believe you may be able to help us. Why do you believe that? I had the impression you felt we weren't a fit. I know my guys can do better. Really? They seem okay to me. We need to change, but not a lot. Reducing our overheads is important. Important, but not essential. So just go more negative than them. And I force it. No, it is essential. Or we need to change, but not a lot. Well, no, I wouldn't. No, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know what they're going to say, but this is the technique is always go negative. Because if you go negative, you're controlling the direction of the movement. And even if it goes away from you, it's going away from you because you've designed it to go away from you. If it comes towards you, it's because you've designed it to come towards you. So you're in control. You may not get the answer you want, but you're getting the right answer. And I want the right answer because I don't want to leave this thinking I've made a deal because I was too chicken shit to challenge the guy's positivity. Yeah? Because when you leave, they swing back. Yeah? So your job is to test. So negative questioning. Here we go. I'll put all these up really quickly. Is there another one? No. A hostile I don't think there's anything you can do that helps us. You're probably right. I guess it's over then. That's extremely negative. You want to go extreme, depends on how, yeah. We've tried in the past and it's not worked. And as a result, you've closed your mind to the possibility it can ever be done, right? We don't use recruitment. When you say you don't, did you mean to say you never ever would? Oh, no, I wouldn't say never. See, gone from we don't use to, I wouldn't say never. See? Yeah. Why would I use someone like you? Good question. I'm guessing you don't believe anyone could help you. Oh, no, I'm not saying that. Yeah. So this is all it is. Negative questioning controls the direction of the prospect. Yeah. Now, doesn't mean I'm going to get the answer I want, but I'm going to get the right answer, and I want the right answer because I'm only trying to get to the truth. If I sell, it's an upside. I'm trying to get to the truth. That's my job. I'm a salesman. Right, a few more pages, then I know we're done because I added these earlier. Conversational questioning. So as I said, you can't just ask one question then stop. You're going to have to do a whole chain of this, and you're going to develop these because your world is going to have its own unique chain of questioning. Yeah. Again, I can help people with this, but I have to understand more about them and their world, and obviously can't do that here. So, for instance, does your system integrate with Windows 11? I'm making this stuff up because I don't know anything about any of this. Well, that's a good question. By integrate, can you explain to me what you mean so we're on the same page? Oh, yeah, sure. We've struggled in the past with external systems. Often they failed to function fully because da-da-da-da-da-da. Interesting. And the functionality that didn't work, when you approached the vendor and explained that, what did they do? Well, nothing really. They said our system was to blame. That must have pissed you off. Yeah, it did. So what questions did they ask you to establish whether or not their system would have 100% functionality? I don't think they did. Well, what questions do you feel they should have asked? With hindsight questions, Well, let's discuss that then. So what I'm saying, I'm just trying to give you some example of a chain. Yeah, I'm making this up, but it's funny in the real world, conversations kind of go like this when you practice them. That's why I always practice and write out. I used to write out conversations I was probably going to have. And because prospects are predictable, I would be sitting in a meeting and then the conversation that I'd practice would start happening and I'd say, oh, I know this one. Yeah. So you can do this. It's not hard for you to do this yourself. You can figure out what prospects are likely going to say in response to your questions because we operate in a finite universe when it comes to what we sell. Yeah. It's finite. Another, I've given 3 pages of these just to give you an, how do we know the training or your solution there will work? I got a fair question. What are you hoping I'll say? Or
Benjamin, if they like, I had this, and clearly I'm clearly not as good as you at this. Clearly, I had a prospect the other day who said, you know, I don't get what kind of game you're playing. This is a very weird sales call.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, that's it. You're doing it badly. Yeah, you see,
But
exactly.
the point is, she just wanted to know, for example, in this case, so do you integrate with Windows 11 or not? You know, and I think she would have pressed.
Well, no, wait on. Stop. Her first question wasn't that one. No one says, I just want to know if your systems will integrate with Windows or not. No, something got her to add the or not bit. So previous to this, you pissed her off. So what was the first question that started this chain?
Frankly, it was my pitch opener. I'm relating back to a cold call I had. So
okay,
I'm just trying to get some relevance here for the Windows 11 because it sounded like she wanted a really clear-cut answer of what are you selling, for example.
Okay, so again, without context, it's hard to help.
Yeah.
So, but just the way you phrase that, whether saying or not, I know that this is a question that's come partway through a dialogue, because that is not a normal way a person talks unless they're pissed off, which means something's happened prior to get to that point. So this is good. So I'm always listening. Yeah. See, that changes. Yeah. So everything happens upstream too in sales. If something happens downstream that's fucked up, it's because something earlier went wrong, and it's a trickle down effect. So you could say, fair question. What are you hoping I'll say? Or do you want me to tell you the truth or what I think you want to hear? You can come here. The truth, fair enough, but you won't like it. The truth is I don't know. You could say that with your solution. If someone says, if we install your solution, will it work? Perfectly, or whatever. Yeah, the honest answer is I don't know, because no one has 100% success rate at anything. So it's the truth. All I'm doing is being truthful with them, because by being truthful with them, I'm going to get them to open up more. Fair enough, but you won't like it. But the truth is I don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? Or, well, why would we use you then? Well, that's a good question. Well, tell me this. If we do agree to work together, can you guarantee you'll follow my directions and instructions, no matter how uncomfortable, counterintuitive, or challenging you find them? I'd like to hope so, or I think we would, yes, or within reason. Whatever they say, I use, well, fair enough. In that case, I'd like to hope the training will work, or I'd like to think the training would work, or I'd reasonably expect the training to work then. That's how I control. I've had these conversations. Yeah, these are like set pieces for me in my world. They'll become set pieces for you in your world. That's what's so beautiful. It's just painted by numbers eventually. There's not a lot of thinking. Once you get this, I prepare, because I never want to go in completely blind, but I don't have to do a lot of prep. I just do a quick scan. Things I must definitely know if I beforehand what I know, certain written, just a few little notes, and then I go in and I'm ready to go. Last one. Can we talk to existing customers? Sure. What are you hoping they'll say? That you did exactly what you claimed, or that using you was a great experience, or that you have made them money, etc. You know, there's multiple things they could say to this. It will make sense. I'd like to hope they'd say that too, but they probably won't. Do you know what they'll say? No? Oh. They will tell you the truth and say, well, it worked for us. I don't know about you. I see. Makes sense. I still would like to talk to them, though. That's fine. I'm happy to allow, but on one condition. And then I do this. Let's pretend you talk to a few and they tell you that you are happy with what we did for them. What's going to happen between us? Well, then we most likely buy. Oops, sorry. Did I miss that one? No, go back. I've got 4 of these. I didn't realize I've written 4 of these out. Then we'd most likely buy. By most likely, did you mean you wouldn't? No, we would buy. So whenever someone gives me wishy-washy, I just go more negative. We'd probably buy. When you say probably, you mean to say you wouldn't. No. I mean, we will. Yeah. Yeah, I don't take wishy-washy. I force them to be clearer. Now, I could still be lying. I've always got that antenna up, but I'm still forcing it. You see, I'm a decision maker, so I've got to get people to make decisions. You can't give me, we'd probably buy. What the fuck does we probably buy? You mean you wouldn't? No, we would if it does all of that. Then fine. Right? And one last one. How do we know your data's any good? Fair enough. Fair question. If I told you it has a 90% accuracy, would you believe me? So this is where you get to give the answer in the form of a question. It's very beautiful. You haven't actually said it's 90%. But that's what you want to tell them. So a fair question, if I told you it was 90%, would you believe me? Oh, I'd need to see it first. Is there a free trial? So when you say free trial, what are you after specifically? Well, I'd like to use the system for a week or so, get a feel for it, and the quality of the data at random makes sense. And let's pretend the trial goes perfectly, and you think this is the best thing since sliced bread. What would happen between us? Or what happens now? I can't see the end of these questions because I've got this box here. Well, I'd certainly be interested. We would need to look at other platforms. Okay, I understand. I'm slightly confused. Help me out. If you're 100% happy after the trial, what would prevent you from committing? Would it be the price, the ease of integration, the contractual period, or something else? So notice I'm using all the different types here. Makes sense. Let's pretend ABC or something else. Fair enough. Off the record. I can use all these different techniques in a conversation. And that's why my questioning doesn't sound awkward and chunky and weird, like Alex. right? Because it sounds conversational. It sounds like I'm shooting from the hip. It sounds like none of this is pre-programmed or planned, because to a degree it isn't. But after a while, you realize there's only so many things I say. There's only so many questions I have. There's only so many ways I ask questions. And once you got that in your head, I've just got to put the right word in based on what I've just heard. Slid it in, paint by numbers. Yeah? So that's example of what I mean by conversational questioning. So it's not just enough to go back once, because you're going to have very stilted conversations, and then you're going to end up vomiting because you're going to get nervous and you're going to feel you've got not where to go. And this is the other challenge you have. You don't know where to go when you first start doing this. Where am I trying to take this person? And that's hard too. Yeah. So these are all things you have to work on behind the scenes, and I can't give you all these things, unfortunately. So, closing question. So after doing this for an hour, I've got them to fight for their pain. I've got them to rule out the alternatives. I've asked them great technical expert questions. It's made them think. I've challenged them. I've done this for about 45 minutes to an hour. I know when it's gone pretty well for me. It's hard to know exactly the moment, but I know when I've got them. And so I know when I'm doing all right. And so my closing question, because we've already closed, so I just need to move forward. So I always end, funnily enough, it's always me that ends the meeting. I don't wear a watch, but I always look at my wrist. I look at my wrist and I tap it. You know, I look at it, I go, I'm conscious of time. I go, we probably need to wrap this up. And because I know I've done my job and I know when I'm going to do this, because again, this is from experience, I then go in with my question. So look, based on the questions I've asked and the answers I've given, do you believe I can help you? Now this is it. They can say yes, no, I think so. Now for me, I've got about 95% of people say yes. And then I go, why? Well, and they all say pretty much the same. Well, I've really enjoyed this meeting. It's obvious you understand what you're talking about. Your questioning is excellent. I've really enjoyed. I think my guys are really going to enjoy this. I go, okay, so what do you want to do? Well, what was the next step? It's the taster. Okay, yeah, can we do that? I go, well, what date would you be thinking of? I don't know. I don't actually ever ask for the order. I just keep, what date you want to do it? We could do it, would you be available next week or the week after? Yeah, let me have a look. Yeah, I could probably do the 18th. Yes, we could do the 18th. I go, okay, so the way it works is I'll send you an invoice, you pay. Once it's paid, the 18th is locked in my diary. See, I get the money. You've got no sale until you get money. Yeah? So I don't care how many hands you shake, how many contracts you sign, how many asses you kiss. Until you get money in your bank account, there is no sale. Because anything can happen between them saying, we want to do this, and you getting paid. And then that's pretty much it. Because that's how I end the meeting. It always ends like that. A few more questions. Are you sure you want to do this? And I go, look, last chance to bail. Last chance. I see, because once you shake my hand, I said, that's it. We got a deal. Yeah. And everyone, no, Benjamin, I want to do this. I get a lot of people say to me at my meetings, is it a no from you? And you know you're doing well when the prospect asks you, is it a no from you? If I said it was, what would you say? I'd be disappointed. Well, you're in luck. It's a yes. So,
do you ever have to follow up with people? I mean, like, because you say this is where it ends in some way, but let's say they don't pay or they don't actually follow up on commitments.
Well, then it's, well, if they don't pay, then I don't turn up. So that's not a problem for me.
Okay, so.
Well, if they don't pay, yeah, if someone doesn't, if say they didn't pay, there's various ways you could deal with it. So I'd send up a breakup. I'd send a breakup email. Hey, Alex, I noticed you haven't paid the invoice. Not to worry. I had a feeling you were going to decide you didn't want to do this. No problem. Let's just end it there. No, sorry, Benjamin. I pushed them away. All I did was I did that this week. Some guy stood me up. I don't often get stood up. I got stood up. I'd accepted a meeting with a guy, and he didn't show. This is last Friday, and it was 9 a.m. on a Friday, so it didn't really bother me that much because I had the whole day. It's like I wait 7 minutes. That's my rule. I wait 7 minutes. If no one turns up by then, I leave. So he didn't turn up. No. I even sent an email while I'm waiting. I'm in the meeting, waiting for you. No response, no reply. All Friday, nothing. All weekend, nothing. Monday, nothing. Now I'm curious. I thought, I'm interested. So I thought I've got to find out why the guy didn't turn up, because this doesn't happen to me. So I need to know. So I just go back with an email. Hey, Richard, is this a test? Do you want to see how I respond when I accept a meeting, get stood up, and then there's no apology? If so, how do I know I've passed? Within 10 minutes, I got an email. I'm so sorry, Benjamin. I completely fucked up. It was my fault. Anyway, so there's all these different techniques. There's all these different things you can do, and pulling it all together can be hard. And I always end on this because it's quite funny. Because Bruce Lee was once in a fight. Now, Bruce Lee knew several styles of martial arts, and he was in a fight once, and he won. Obviously, because he always win. And he was asked by a reporter or somebody, which style of karate or whatever it was did you use to win? And he just said the one that worked. So what I'm driving at here is there is no one particular thing I've shown you today that in and of itself will work. You're going to pick and choose as and when. How did it work? Well, the one that worked. They all worked. That's why it's important. So your mindset, we're going to end on this. Your mindset, very important. When you're selling, your mindset is they need me, I don't need them. Remember, they're the one with the problem, you're the one with the solution. The only thing they have is choice. And they don't even have that if they don't have any money. But the only thing a prospect ultimately has is choice of where they spend their money. That's the only thing they control, but they have the problem. Make them argue against the status quo. So I fight for the status quo and I make them argue. You are there, I should have put there, not here. You are there to understand. You are there to challenge. You are there to get to the truth. They better be able to convince me. That's what goes through my mind. If you can't convince me you need sales training, then there's no point in hiring me. You need to convince me. Make them fight for their future. So yeah, they've got to be able to fight for where they want to go. If they can't fight for where they want to go, then the odds are they're not going to get there. You're to challenge their understanding and belief of the issue. Prospects will come to you thinking they know what's wrong, just like patients go to a doctor, having been on Google, and they say to the doctor, look, I know what's wrong with me. Like the doctor's going to listen to your diagnosis. Well, I appreciate that, and I know Google's pretty good, but I'll be upfront with you. I'm the one that spent 7 years at medical school, spent 10 years out in the field practicing medicine. Whilst I appreciate you probably did a good Google search, I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to diagnose what's wrong. Same mindset. You're financially self-sufficient. You've always got to remember you don't need their money. Yeah? If you didn't need their money, you would not put up with the crap that prospects put you through. So stop being attached to their money. You don't need the business. They are your equal, regardless of your job title. They may have money, but you have the solution. You're not there to convince anyone of anything. You're there to get them to discover why they need you. They have to convive you. They have to convince you that you should help them. You can't ever be critical parent and child. Oh, and finally, this is not about your feelings. This is not about you going into sales meetings to feel good about yourself. If you're in sales to feel good about yourself or to prove you have some sort of worth or value, get out. Set up a charity, buy a dog. We're in this to go to the bank. And on the way to going to the bank, we help people fix problems. But just like a good barrister or a good surgeon, I do my job, I shake hands, and you go on your way. And I never think of you again. And that's what I'm like when I'm out selling. I just want to, yeah, my job is to demonstrate to you and get you to discover that you need me, and I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to help you get there. And once that's over, it's done. I'm not looking for friends. I'm not looking for relationships. I just want to go to the bank and do my job. That's it. Oh my goodness. I don't know about you. I'm knackered. So let me stop the share.
I did have one question, or a few actually. Just more of a personal tip, I would say.
Yes.
So how would you recommend, just as a tip, we direct the questions to get to the root quickly without, you know, asking loads and loads of questions to frustrate them in a row? Just a tip, you know?
We can't get there quickly. You're trying to take someone from an intellectual frame of mind and get them to open up. It takes a bit of time. Remember, they don't trust you and they don't like you. So you can't cut the chain. You can do 90 minutes isn't a long time. No. So no. So how do you no? I mean, maybe when you get really good at this, you could speed it up really fast. I don't know, but you can't, because when you get good at this, do you know how much your prospects talk?
Gotcha.
You will suddenly see a shift in your meetings where the prospect is doing like 80% of the talking, which is what it should be, and you're doing 20%, and those 20% is asking questions, sometimes dropping in little nuggets of information. But the whole time I'm there trying to get them to open up to me about what's going on. That's my job. I'm a therapist.
Sure. And the last question I had was just more out of curiosity, which was, you said when you had that client who stood you up and wrote you that email and said, oh, you know what, I made an error. What was the subject line you used to get such a response so quickly?
I thought it was the content rather than the subject. So,
oh, go ahead.
So whenever I send an email, I choreograph these things. I spend a lot of time mulling them over, because I cannot elicit a reaction that's going to piss them off. You see, I'm aware that sometimes people stand you up for legitimate reasons. So I can't get angry at a prospect for standing me up. So I can't convey any form, but it's very hard to go after somebody that's wronged you without you sounding like you've been wronged. So I came up with this a few years ago. Whenever anyone wronged me in the world of sales, I would just go back with, is this a test? It really lightens the load, right? Is this a test? Are you testing to see what I'll do? Yeah? I suspect you could use this in some deviation in your world. I've not really sat down with people to help them write these sorts of things, but you can take whatever I do and amend it and modify it to your world. But the job is to send a message that won't upset them, piss them off, offend them, or put their nose out of joint. So you got to go over these things a lot. So I give them strokes. I go vulnerable. Yeah? The key is not to upset them. And you have to, it takes me ages to write an email. That's why I avoid it like the plague. It's so much easier to do this in person. Except I could be asked phoning the guy because he stood me up. And I'm not wasting my time phoning him. I'll just send an email.
Are you going to still work with this guy?
Huh?
Are you going to still work with that guy?
We've got another conversation tomorrow if he turns up. I'll take his money. I'll take anyone's money. That's what I do, right? I take money. That's my job. Yeah, I'm not precious. We're not going to be friends. I'm not going to hang out with him. So no, I don't care. If there's money, if his check clears, we're in.
Good to go, yeah.
Yeah.
What's your is there a general tip on use of PowerPoint's slides? I just want to get your take on this, because I know, but that's the obvious answer based on everything that you've said over the past 2 sessions, right?
Yeah.
So however, you've been using slides to educate us as a tool, right? So that
this is not a sales meeting, though.
No, I get it, but there's
no. I don't educate anyone in a sales meeting. I'm there to sell. I educate after they bought from me. No, you're not there to educate your prospect. You're there to get them to realize they need you. If you're educating, then you're wasting your time, because by educating them, you're being a free consultant. They want you to come in and educate them. It's the whole point of the matrix. Come in and educate me. and I'll pretend I'm all keen and excited. And then the moment you try and close me, I'm going to give you some fucking excuses to why I can't move forwards. But thank you. Oh, by the way, send it over in writing. No, you're not there to educate. You're there to sell. Yeah. So no, never, ever. Like I said, I take a pad with no pen. That's it. Don't take anything with you on the first meeting, because it's a crutch and you'll end up referring to it. Really hard, but you don't need it. You don't need anything. The first meeting here is I'm going to diagnose, is there a problem? Do you accept you've got the problem? Have you convinced me you want to fix the problem? And can you afford the solution? That's all I'm here for today. But if I know that, I will show you what I got. But you got to get through that first. You got to qualify to see what I have. I don't just show people in the hope that you'll like it and say, okay. You can do that, but that's ass before face. Or face before ass, whatever the expression is. Right, guys, I'm going to go because I'm bloody knackered. So, you know the deal. Yes, you've enjoyed it. So, what last question then? I'll end on this because I've got to end on all my courses on this. Is there any reason this wouldn't work in your world if you could be good at it?
No.
No.
No. It's simple.
It is.
In ways.
It's simple. It's simple. It's just very hard. It's counterintuitive. It's not that it's hard. It's just that it's going against everything you've always been taught.
Yeah.
And that's the battle is going to be in your head with your mum and dad.
Can I ask a quick
They're going to
question?
be telling you can't do this. And your colleagues are going to be telling you can't do this. Yes, who said that? Last one, and then I'm going. Then I'm definitely going.
I appreciate this might need a briefish answer, but once you've gone down what you've called going down the rabbit warren about a certain point, how do you transition to talk about another element of pain?
So once I've exhausted, once I've got to the point where I've got, again, this one pain could be enough, you know, it may be all you need. But if you need more, then once I've got to the nub of it, then I can wrap it up. Okay, so now I understand what you mean, and I da-da-da-da-da. So do you want to ask you a few more questions? And then I'm straight back into, yeah? I just segue. I could give you a much more detailed answer, but frankly, I'm too tired.
I've got two questions to cover with you, Ben. Can I send them to you? Can I send them to you? No,
you can email me. I'm knackered.
No, that's fine. I'll send them to you. No problem at all.
Yeah, I'm talking to you anyway, Antoine. I don't know what. Yeah, you talk to me all the time. So
no worries.
So you can raise it when I talk to you next. Everyone else, I'm going to go. Thank you. Like I said, recommendation on LinkedIn. Why you did the boot camp? What you thought of it? Would you recommend it? And then you'll get the recording.
Thanks, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Guys,
Thank you.
Benjamin, it's
Bye.
definitely a coaching club, but you have to attend the boot camp first.
Yeah, well, you have attended the boot camp. I'm debating whether or not I'm going to do it. I haven't made a decision yet if I'm going to do the coaching club. I'm unsure. I've got so much happening in the interim. I've currently got one running. Antoine's on it. That's so if I do it though, I keep it to like 8 people because we do the group sessions, then we have the one-to-ones, and that all starts to eat into my time quite a lot. But if I get it, I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. I've got it up on the website, but I guess again, I suppose what would motivate, if enough people say they want to do it, then why the fuck wouldn't I? But I've got one running which finishes in, when does it finish? I think it finishes in April or May. And I was debating, do I take a break or do I just go straight into another one? So I haven't quite made up my mind, but it will be an option. If you guys want to do one or jump on it, then yeah, I'd probably do it. But I'm not sure if I'd take a break and do it after summer. Maybe, I don't know. I honestly at this stage don't know.
What's the best way to find out about it if you do decide to do it?
Well, just contact me directly. I mean, you guys, I don't think you would have any challenge. Yeah, just email me, send me a LinkedIn message. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not 100%. If there's enough people want to do it, then I'd be stupid not to, because I do enjoy them, but I just might want to break. That's all.
Makes sense. Thank you, Benjamin. Good night.
You're welcome, guys.
Thank
all
you.
Right. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
John, Marvy.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.